Hello and welcome to Southampton Strongest on the summer solstice day as well. It's going to get very warm in here. We have a variety of really fun events coming. So the first event we're going to have the Monster Dumbbell. It's a max effort lift from all of our athletes. Each athlete will have 3 attempts and we have 3 different lanes. We'll switch the camera shortly. At the moment you can't see anything because all the athletes are busy warming up. There will be a set class on each of the platforms. So it's all fair, everyone's in the same classes using the same dumbbell. They will have those 3 attempts in there as well. It's going to be kind of like a free-for-all sort of jump in, so we won't be able to give you the names of who's lifting or necessarily the weights that they're lifting, but we'll do our best to kind of keep on track as we go. From then on, we have events where we should be able to give you a little bit more information. We should be able to give you who's lifting, because it'll be much more like a traditional comp style, where it will be, I believe, reverse order of the placement of the previous. So after that, we'll have the axle trunk deadlift. That will be taking place outside, as well as the Conan's wheel, which will be our 3rd event. Then we'll come back inside for the medley of the yoke log into yoke. That will be a really fun one. And then finally, we'll finish off with the power stairs steeplechase. You may have seen a steeplechase style event run before. Usually it's with sandbags, so I don't think I've ever seen a power stairs variation, and it is very Tom Butts, who is the man behind all of this today, the genius who's put together this entire competition. There was a ton of help around him, but he is the one that has led this the whole way through. There are so many people that are going to be a part of this day, and so many people from the barbell crew themselves, as well as members and athletes who are just helping out. I will try to give shout outs to everybody who is taking part and actually helping make this day happen. But so my name is Emma. I will be here with co-host John, who will introduce himself shortly. We are both athletes ourselves. We have a wide variety of experience between us. I've competed at Worlds and Europe's Strongest Woman multiple times, as well as other World Championships dotted around. So between us, we definitely do know what we're talking about. Would you like to introduce yourself, John?
Yeah, apologies, been absolutely trying to help out with a few other things as well as we go. So I am John Thorne, coach of the Strongman Way. Long-time member of the barbell division as well, so we help out at all these comps whenever we can, so that's a pleasure to do so. If you're at home and you enjoy Strongman, one of the best things I can recommend is, even if you don't train it, just go along to a competition to watch or volunteer. Help. Everyone is always after volunteers at a competition. They're always keen to see if they can help, what they can do, and gyms always need support. They're not paid events, they're just a bit of fun. You're looking confused.
Yeah, someone's just nabbed my pen, which is not very helpful, but it's okay, we'll get there.
There may have been only one pen around to do all the opener changes.
Because I brought that one specifically for us. Oh dear, we're already foiled. We haven't even started yet.
Classic. I see in your face you were frustrated.
Yes.
I'm going to get it back. Don't worry. Right, handle the crowd.
Okay. All right. So wonderful. We believe that you can hear us. If you have any issues, please drop in the chat, as well as if you're shouting out for any of the athletes. That would be really awesome. Drop it in the chat. We'll keep an eye on anything that's coming through there as best we can, and shout out everything accordingly. So, I believe, I don't think it's far off from starting. The athletes still look like they are busily warming up. So I think we'll be able to bring you to the room fairly soon. It's actually clearing out a bit, so I think we'll switch to the main camera in just a little bit, where you'll not only be able to see the athletes, but our beautiful faces as well.
One of our beautiful faces, the other one of us is a bit of a beast.
And that's me, obviously.
Em's done her best today to look nice to you. I haven't. I pulled this off naturally.
Yeah. John is currently looking quite sprightly, but with the heat, I imagine he might look...
Give me about an hour in this 30-degree heat, and I'm going to be in trouble, and everyone's going to hear about it as well, so don't worry. The main topic of today's podcast will be about 50% strongman, 50% me complaining that it's hot and that I want to go home.
We do have a cool bag of ice packs specifically to keep John cool. So hopefully that will be okay. Now, just as a little bit of an introduction to ourselves, as anyone's joining, I am Em. I'm usually competing as a 64 kilo athlete in the sort of the lightweight category, and we have John, who has competed here at barbell multiple times as well.
Yeah, and a lot of these photos will come from the Aaron Page Classic, which is a real spot close to our hearts here at the Barbo Division. I'm sure Dan will mention this later on. We'll try and get him on live stream as well, the owner of the Barbo Division, or co-owner as well. And he opened the gym originally with Aaron Page, who sadly lost his life during 2020. And there's a lot of memorials that take place here, and he's always remembered fondly here at the gym. And Dan makes sure that his legacy is not just remembered, but honoured and respected and understood. So a lot of the gym here, a lot of the photos you see, we take place at the Aaron Page Classic, where we put on an entire competition. Dan puts on a competition with all the people of the barbell division for a memorial for Aaron Page, which is wonderful. And that's one of the comps that I highly recommend you get involved with. Come down, watch it, understand it. It's a great day. It's a wonderful occasion to see a celebration of Aaron's life and what he was as an athlete, and people paying homage to just a wonderful athlete and an awesome human being. Like I say, a lot of folks from here, and it's also a testament to how Barbo Division have made such a wonderful community with Aaron and Dan originally, and now Dan carrying on that legacy as well. Just a beautiful community, and just a stunning set of people who do what they can to give back to the strongman community. So, like I say, if you get an opportunity, not only come down today if you're nearby, but if you're not, that's absolutely fine. But look up strongman competition, see what we can. Any that's taking part, any novice comp, intermediate comp, and opens, and have a look at if you can volunteer, help out, take part. You don't even need to be very good at strength training yet to take part in some of the first timer comps. You could really turn your hand to it and find something that you really love that's new, that you've never done before. Highly recommend it. It's how most of us start.
Definitely, and it's definitely one where there's so many different events. You just play to your strengths, have some fun. Everyone's going to have events here that they love. Everyone's having events that they may have found is their, I don't want to use the phrase Achilles heel, but one that they really had to work on, and it will change exactly what that will be in a different pattern. So you never know what's going to come next.
Yeah, we might find today. Well, a really interesting topic will be how the overhead specialists do in this competition. You've got a lot of people here where if they're really naturally good at an overhead movement, monster dumbbell often isn't their best forte. Doesn't mean they're going to be bad at it. This is all a lot of, there's exceptions to every rule in strongman. It's brilliant because of exactly that reason. You can never set a hard and fast rule. So there's a lot of people here who'll be very naturally good at overhead, where the actual advantage they might get in an overhead event has been taken away because a monster dumbbell for max is not often the best event for those who are naturally best at overhead. But then separately, if they are a particularly good overhead presser, the log now takes part as part of a yoke medley. They'll have to do a yoke into log, into yoke, and it's not for reps, it's for one single rep, turn around, off you go. So, a very interesting dynamic that might change the posture of how some of these athletes approach the competition. And some athletes we've had turn up.
Just a few minutes in the last warm-ups, and now can we get the loaders and scorers up to each dumbbell?
So as soon as the athletes clear, we'll bring you to the room.
Get down to the empty values, the openers for the first athletes out. 2 or 3 minutes. Spectators, can I ask that you are clear of the track?
Yeah, we've got Teresa here who's warming up for the overhead. She's currently warming up by dancing to Fat Boy Slim. Absolute hero.
Lots of space for athletes and
And we already have a first shout out of the day. Thank you, Rebel Fitness. Also, thank you for letting us know that you couldn't quite see anything just yet. We will bring you to the room very shortly. But yes, Martin and Nicola from Rebel, we will be shouting out for you. Holding a 24-hour charity AMRAP. Ooh, brilliant. Oh, fantastic. So they're not actually competing here, but they're doing something else. I like knowing what else is going on in the community as well. So yeah, no, genuinely, hope you guys, 24 hours is a long time to do an AMRAP.
Well, you yourself have done an event similar to that, have you not?
I have. A long time ago competed in CrossFit, and we did a 24-hour sort of one WOD after the other, and it was brutal. I remember about 3 a.m. slightly going into a different parallel universe. I think I actually can't remember a few hours where I just got so dazed.
And what was it? The middle of the night, you had to go and stop off your supplies?
Oh, so yeah, I was sent after one of the WODs where we had a little bit of time left to go and get everybody coffee. And at 3 a.m, the only place you're going to get coffee is McDonald's. So I turned up and ordered, I think, 25 double espressos, and thankfully, and I was genuinely had a bit of hoping humanity back from this moment when the person in McDonald's did actually question if I was okay buying a lethal amount of caffeine at 3 o'clock in the morning. I got to thankfully show them exactly what we were doing. They thought we were insane, but yes, I like the fact that they had checked if I was okay at that point.
It's very unusual to expect a welfare check to come from McDonald's, but here we are. That's the world we're in.
Alright, so I believe the final warm-up's taking place. The other thing that I was thinking of earlier it's hot. So although the athletes, I believe, are having to wear the hot t-shirts for at least this morning, I think, we're going to have to see what happens with sweat. If sweat gets on the kit, like the logs and the dumbbell especially, that could actually add an extra variable that no one will have necessarily trained for.
Bear in mind as well, though, that the athletes are allowed to wear a grip top at any point of the day. Tom has set the rule that you're allowed to wear a grip top whenever you like at any event. He set no specifications on having to wear the comp shirt. So, nicely, it means the athletes can wear whatever they're most comfortable in. He's actually the only kit rule he has maintained for event 1, the Monster Dumbbell, is that you must only have one sleeve covering your elbow at any one time. Now, be very careful when you look at the athletes in case you see anyone who looks like they're breaking the rule. He's allowed. You can wear whatever you want on your wrist to protect from damage from the Monster Dumbbell on your wrist, but you must not double sleeve on the elbow. So you might see some overlap where athletes have put a elbow sleeve over the elbow and then another elbow sleeve over the wrist, and there's a small amount of overlap. As long as the overlap is not over their elbow, he is fine with it.
I believe that you should be able to see our wonderful faces very soon, as well as obviously the athletes. We're not just the main event.
Rule of the day, Em, you're not allowed to out-angle me.
Yeah, I can never do the posing. That's definitely your bag.
Oh, I can't do the posing either. I look terrible.
You're just massive.
That's why I do strongman.
So, final warm-up's taking place. Don't worry, you're not missing anything. This is not the actual competition just yet. And I believe we have 4 categories today. We have women's and men. 6 categories today. Women's and men novice, women's and men masters, and women's and men open.
And then they get a lovely rest.
Yeah, I think that's right. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
So there'll be 2 categories on each dumbbell. I'm not entirely sure which. I know Tom has just said that. I don't think what exactly was on
I think it's going to be
Turned up.
men's. Actually, they may have adjusted how many categories they have based on sign-ups. Actually, there may not be a women's masters anymore.
no problem.
And they may not have had enough sign-ups. I'm not fully confident. I will double-check for you. But I think we have men's novice on the far dumbbell on your screen, where the gentleman is currently pressing. You then have men's opens on the the far column. I think is men's. I'm going to start again. I apologise. On the far dumbbell, I believe you have men's novice. On the middle dumbbell, I believe you have men's masters and men's opens. And on the closest dumbbell, I think you have women's, both novice and opens. I think I could comfortably be mistaken. I apologise. Often with these live streams, you turn up, you set up, and at the time that you're setting up, a lot of decisions take place. So we try to keep up as best as you can in between doing a bunch of other stuff, but we will do what we can to keep you filmed.
We are not paying for people that want to help bring strongman to wider community. So we're doing this purely for the love of it. Hopefully you'll be able to hear us still over the commentary.
You need to find someone to do so. There are no more warm-ups left.
No more warm-ups left. Right, so we will bring you in.
Athletes, we're going to have the novice men on this side of the gym in the hallway, so make sure you're gathering over towards the platform and the back. We're going to have the open men in the middle. If you can all stand sort of behind there or behind your referee, that's where we'd love to have you as well. And for the women, you're going to be by the windows, so if you can stand opposite sides by where the ring, the CrossFit ring is, please.
So, women on the side closest to the camera. So you'll see the dumbbell that might be disappearing just slightly. No, used to it, this side. We have checked when the athlete actually has the dumbbell on their shoulder and pressing, you can see it. It's just you can't see the back of the dumbbell currently. If that becomes a problem, we will happily sacrifice you seeing our wonderful faces so that you can see the athletes.
And I believe I was also correct on the who is going on which dumbbell. The men's novice is on the furthest dumbbell across on your screen, the far left-hand side. In the middle will be the men's opens. And on the right-hand side dumbbell, so closest to our faces currently, that is going to be the women's dumbbell as well. You will see the athletes approach from the left-hand side of the screen onto the dumbbell platform, and their referee is currently sat off the screen to the left. Their referee will be the one who is keeping score and also taking down the weights and adjusting as well. So it'll be a nice mad rush as we see going on. We have a wonderful crowd to the far left. You can't see, but the gym is packed, which is beautiful to see.
So as they have the 3 lanes, we have prioritised you seeing the athletes and not the judges. So the athletes will be waiting for a down command. There is a judge per athlete. They're sat on some very comfortable looking benches, actually. And basically they will be looking for the athlete to be fully locked out, which means they have the dumbbell over their head with one arm. They can bring the dumbbell to their shoulder with 2 hands. From that point, they have to release the second arm, and then they have to press it above the head and lock it out with stability. Only then will the judge say that's a good rep, you can put that down, you've achieved that. If any of the athletes have any kind of mobility issues whereby they can't physically lock out their arm, they have an advice to go talk to their judge. So sometimes you might see a rep that might to you look like it has been fully completed, but if they have stability, and the judge will typically make them hold that just for a fraction longer to prove that they have it stable, and as long as they've spoken to the judge, that should all be fine.
Now, Tom has maintained that you do not have to make eye contact with the ref. I think that's a throwback and a small in-joke to when he was had a rep removed from him, and I hope that he loves me mentioning this. He's very frustrated about this still. Had a rep removed from him at a competition where he didn't have eyes on the ref. But a good call from Tom to make sure the athlete stays safe. That was Jack Thompson in the middle, going for its opener of 46 kilo, I believe, which is the opening weight on that dumbbell. And he, just for shout-out reference, he has only just come back from 2 months off following a nasty car crash where a car turned onto him on a motorbike. He's on a motorbike and the car turned into him and shattered a lot of bones. So absolutely fair play to him for turning up and doing what he can. The opening weight on the dumbbell closest to us as well for the women is the 20 kilo. The lightest monster dumbbell they have here is 26 kilo, give or take. So the women are starting on a normal size dumbbell, and once they get to 26 kilo, we'll be progressing to the monster dumbbell, as is fair to match the rest. But those who want to open at a lighter weight are more than welcome to do so.
And also, I know the dumbbell looks quite small compared to the other ones, but 20 kilos, that's your suitcase weight when you're going on your summer holidays. When you're heaving it onto that baggage check-in, that is the weight that these athletes are about to throw above their head with one arm.
Yeah, it's a really good point, Em. Actually, we often lose perspective as to what normal is in terms of these weights. Bear in mind that middle dumbbell that people are opening up on is 46 kilo empty. You know, that's as per M's instruction. That's like taking you and your partner's luggage on a plane and then pressing it with one hand overhead with both bags in one hand. That is quite a serious weight to put overhead if you were just waking up and that's what you did that morning. So, fair play.
And as you can probably imagine, there's a lot of skill involved in this particular lift. You have to have that dumbbell in the exact position so that you're controlling it the way it moves around, locking it into position and able to turn on some force so that the dumbbell's moving exactly vertical to you. The slightest bit of variance, if it goes slightly out of alignment, it's not going to be forgiving. It's going to come straight back down.
Absolutely. And a quick shout out as well as we start the day. This is going to be a long day for them. To not just the refs who help run the gym, but also to the people helping out. They are volunteers. We're volunteers. The refs are volunteering their time. Everyone during the day is going to be volunteering.
Our loader, who's currently loading the dumbbell in the middle, has already been here for multiple hours, ferrying the individual plates outside, which, just for context, is down a very rickety staircase. So he is already quite exhausted.
Sorry, we accidentally held onto a piece of kit. That should have been with the athletes. My apologies for the distraction there. Sorry. So just a quick shout out to some of the athletes, some of the people helping out today, and they're athletes in their own right. You've got right in the middle there, that is Ollie Tide, wonderful human being, the guy in the red shirt who keeps going to shots. He's helping out. He's volunteering all day. He was here at I probably shouldn't say Sparrow far early, but I'm going to. He was here early as anything, trying to get the plates outside for the different events, trying to get the things set up. So, you know, again, when I talk about that beautiful, beautiful community here, there's people here helping out just because they love it. They just want to help out and do what they can to help the community. Over on the far side, you've got Marcus currently loading the dumbbell as well, helping Sveti out on that referee's chair. Marcus has helped out at every single competition I can possibly remember. So again, massive shout out to him as a wonderful human being, not just a good athlete in his own right.
We're having some really, really solid reps here, and you'll notice that a lot of the athletes, not all, but a lot of the athletes, once they have got that rep locked out above the head, they are looking straight at the judge. I thought that was actually a really wonderful rep near us. It looked like she'd almost preemptively gone and believed she had the rep, started lowering it, and then just pressed it back out again whilst maintaining that solid like glare with the judge. I know I've got this rep, it's stable, I've got this, give me the down.
It was a beautiful, beautiful look at the rep saying, I've got that, come on, give me the rep. And so, if we talk about like some of the reason why some of these lifts look quite comfortable, so if we look at the basic rule of thumb that I give to some of my clients, you want to open on something that you can do for 3 reps any day of the week, right? So you have 3 attempts at the monster dumbbell. You walk up, you will be doing the dumbbell 3 times total for the competition. You'll have warmed up in advance, but you will have a 3 reps separately that you can use to put up the best score you can. Now, the reason I say that's important is because you don't do all those back to back. You will take time in between each rep. Rep 1, you want to make sure is something you can do for 3 reps in the gym. Make it comfortable. Make it something you know you can do any day of the week. Rep 2 will be something that you've probably done as a 1 rep max in the gym sometime before, but is a good score. And then rep 3 is normally for a lot of guys, depending on how strategic they're being, it's either the best they've ever done or it will be a new personal best that they send on the day. Depends on how you compete, depends if you turn up and you do better than you normally do in the gym, or if you sometimes struggle with nerves and it's nice to match what you've done in the gym. But for the athletes, that final rep will either be something, if they're going for the podium, that's where you might see the strategic people come in and play something strategic with a small jump on someone else they're trying to get points over. Or it might be where someone just tries to get lifetime PB. They want to see what they can do and they really want to push that.
It may also be their own personal strategy, regardless of what everyone else is doing. They may know that this is a particularly good event for them, so they really want to push it here. They may also know that actually they've got events coming where they want to conserve that power for. So there'll be lots of different. Everyone playing to their strengths. I think there's one of the reasons why I really love this sport, because it's all unique in the way everyone's going to attack it. It's going to be different. There was actually a rep on the far side a little while ago, before I was explained. The individual tried to press, and apologies, we don't have a name list for this event as everyone's sort of jumping in. And then he went to get more trouble and came back. Now the rule is that an athlete can have as many attempts as they want within this window, but obviously they're going to fatigue quick. So if they haven't managed to achieve it on the first, second, third in theory, they're probably less likely to get at each rep. So they can go back, basically. They can re-chalk up. It doesn't count as a second and third attempt, basically.
Yeah, absolutely. And bear in mind that the time cap is 45 seconds, not 60 seconds or 75. Sometimes we see a bit of a 60, 6 seconds is very standard, but for a 1 rep max, often the organisers don't see much point, and I do agree with this actually, that having a full 6 second time cap, often too much time for a 1 rep max. You kind of have it or you don't. It's sometimes a technique thing, but giving the full 6 seconds for them to burn themselves out is sometimes just more torturous than it's worth.
Now, apologies, we have no real idea about what the weights are on the dumbbells at present. We can probably guess for the dumbbell closest to us, because we can probably see into it. And I believe this is about 22, 25 empty, this particular dumbbell?
No, this dumbbell on the far right is 25 empty, so we're around 25. The far dumbbell, I would assume we're up to around 35, 40, and the middle dumbbell, we're probably up to around the early 50s.
So what we'll try to do throughout the day, just in case there's somebody listening who is not familiar with strongman, or young ones especially, but also because I think we get so preoccupied with the weights on the bar, we forget what those weights actually are in real life. So you'll hear, probably me more so than John, but John will definitely tap into here, occasionally sort of compare the weights that the athletes are lifting to other objects, just to give like a context. So we know the athlete coming up now is Meg, because there was a little call into the audience, but later on in the day we should be able to give you a bit more of an idea of who's lifting on Meg.
This is going to be Meg's 3rd attempt. This will be her final opener. This is a bit of a YOLO, a bit of a big swing for her. She's really actually wasn't going to go this heavy, but she said she's feeling good today, so she really wants to go at this top weight. This will be a big PB for her if she gets this. Let's all give her a bit of support. Come on! Oh my God! Yes!
Brilliant. I apologise if the volume suddenly goes really loud when we get excited, because we do genuinely get very excited, especially you.
My bad. I was going to wear my hype man shirt. That's what I'm here for. I said we joke. We don't joke. This is a fact. Em is the brains behind this organisation. She sets up all the live stream, does all the graphics, gets everything together, runs all the cables, runs all the systems, everything that you might see, and we might show you what all the madness going on around us is at the end of the day. She runs all of that, and I turn up to be a hype man.
You're the personality hire.
Personality hire. What's bad is I took that as a compliment that you don't have any personality. That shows where my ego's at. Nice. 2nd attempt now in the middle here on this same weight. Oof, nearly had it, but monster dumbbell's an unforgiving exercise. It's all about technique. Too many people mistake it for a shoulder movement. And whilst it might be going overhead, it is not a shoulder movement. Your shoulders must only stabilize the weight. This is predominantly a jump. This is a leg drive movement. The power is generated by every other muscle in your body. Your shoulder's job is to stabilize and steady, right? As you go, it is really important to make sure that you are applying all your power into the legs. So you see the people who are more coordinated. And this is exactly why I said at the start that sometimes the good overhead presses are not the ones to take the monster dumbbell records, because it's the people with the better coordination and the leg drive who are going to be taking the better dumbbell records. So you're starting to see often here what happens is an athlete who's particularly good is someone who's very calm, very collected, great leg drive, and very coordinated in terms of their movement. It also means that sometimes what you see is someone will struggle, and suddenly the rep will look surprisingly easy, because genuinely what's happened is the technique's just gone right that rep.
Yeah, I typically find at this event, it's really hard to gauge the effort that I put into it, because it's either it's going to go or not, and it usually comes down to that alignment. So you see a lot of athletes, when they dip, they might dip quite slowly, and that might seem counterproductive to something where you want a lot of power, but it's because they're trying to basically keep everything under control, keep that dumbbell exactly where they want it to, so that they can essentially then turn up the power, switch the rocket boosters on, and then fire up that dumbbell in the perfect line.
And like I say, you always find that the rep where it goes, where you fight again, it looks surprisingly easy. It's almost annoying. Looking very comfortable though in that middle lane. That did not look like a top effort for him at all.
But also in strongman, a really wonderful thing is it's an A to B sport. So here, the only rules are, from the shoulder to the press, you can only press with one arm. But in theory, you can press that however you would like. Probably not recommended that you use your face, but we would probably suggest that. But you'll see athletes using a variety of different techniques. In the clean, but also even in the press, you'll see people pressing where they're doing something called a push press, where once they drive the bar up, or drive the dumbbell up, they don't rebend their legs. But you also see something called a jerk, whereby once they've driven the bar up, they themselves will drop underneath it, which is much more. It's a strongman borrowing from the Olympic lifting world, which you'll see in a lot of different events. Can you stabilise it? Oh, I don't think.
Oh, tough reffing from Tom Butts there. Tough reffing, didn't give him the rep.
And generally, the tougher thing is the problem is how it's consistent. And these guys will have already spoken, they will have agreed on what they're looking for. That is fair. And also, each judge is doing the entirety of that course. Some amazing lifts here, and also we have some wonderful support for Meg in the comments here. Oh, and thank you very much, Nikki. We are genuinely really glad that you're enjoying it. We love doing it, and it feels like it's a great way to open up the sport to people that can't geographically get here. So hopefully you're enjoying all day long.
Sam on the far right here.
Beautiful.
Nice rep, very well controlled, very nice. And yeah, as you said, thank you very much for the support for the live stream. We do it, it's just the volunteers, we just, Em's great fun, the organisation does what she can to make it look good. But it's just a bit of a passion project, there's nothing else to it, honestly nothing behind the scenes. It's just genuine, we enjoy being here, enjoy supporting the athletes. If there's any technical issues, we apologise, not a professional setup, this is a laptop with a couple of cameras.
We're actually not too bad today. We have run live feeds before, we've entirely run it off of our phone Wi-Fi. Today we actually connected to the gym Wi-Fi, which is brilliant.
Yeah, it's a bit unheard of for us to have actual Wi-Fi and power. Normally, shout out to the Hayes Farm Open, wonderful competition, absolutely love that competition, but we are in a field.
Yeah. We also had events where we turned up and we were two events running side by side at different areas, and we respond to what we have on the day. It was actually quite close, but I think it was a good job the athlete just got out of the way. At the end of the day, the drop mats are there to try and control the dumbbells down, but if it comes down to the athlete's safety, there will be no one worried if that dumbbell goes in a different direction or straight onto the floor.
This is Lee in the middle. Didn't quite get it.
It doesn't like it was slightly out in front of it, just slightly. And I'm not gonna, us here, it makes it sound like we're being really picky. In the moment, it's so hard to get that in alignment, especially with the top. Can you get for a third attempt?
Lee's final attempt here, I think. Didn't quite have it. If you are curious why it took so long to get through the 3 attempts, I'd say that not in a rude way for Lee. The plate and the collar fell out after his first attempt due to the impact onto the floor, and it appears that Butts stopped the stopwatch for him at that time, which I think is a fair move. If it's equipment malfunction, often that's what you see. The ref will make a decision on the fly as to the most fair thing to do for athletes. So in that moment, he decided that we would pause the time.
So we have the athlete in the closest lane here, getting very close to knocking this one out. Her first attempt, you might see her elbow drops, which is that double falling up alignment. Second one looking way better. Yes, can you? Yes, spot, down command. You'll see athletes giving those judges quite a good stare, and although the actual stare won't necessarily speed up or change the way that the judge is going to give the points. The judge won't necessarily look for them, looking at them, but usually it's a good little psychological tactic because it tells the judge, I believe this is locked out, I'm confident.
It does, yeah. The other thing with the sometimes what you'll see is as Em said, it's always a good idea to look down the ref because sometimes people have a like anatomical or a morphology or a like an old injury that's stopping them from having like the cleanest lockout. So that eye contact with the ref helps tell them I might look completely vertically straight with my elbow completely locked out due to elbow issue, shoulder issue, anything afterwards. But it does tell the ref I am under control and I am ready for the down command, and then the ref can make a under pressure command decision as to whether that is good enough or if you have to work harder for it. It doesn't go. It's not a guarantee I'll have the ref if I look down the ref, and it's not a guaranteed I'll be in a perfect position and not look at the ref. It's always subject to the ref's best endeavours.
And they know what they're looking for. They would have agreed this beforehand. We've also got a wonderful amount of support for two different venues.
32.5, please.
So the dumbbell closest to us is going up to 32.5. Google informs me that is the approximate weight of a very large dog.
That is a very large dog. I think most dogs like 10, 15, aren't they?
I think so.
That must be a Newfoundland or something a bit like that.
That's what it was.
A Newfoundland.
It did specifically say very large dog, which I thought was very specific for Google.
Lovely technical executed rep there on the far corner for the men's novice.
The other thing is, all of these dumbbells will feel different, which is another reason why the organisers specifically made each class stick to one dumbbell, so it's fair, but it will probably feel different to the dumbbells that all of these athletes have been training on in their gyms, or even if they've been training on a different dumbbell here.
That's especially true for the green dumbbells.
There was quite a celebration there, and the dumbbell did in fact roll straight off
that was quite a celebration. I think a few eye rolls, but also some celebrations. Not sure how it's gone for the lady who took the dumbbell to the leg there. That being said, back to what we were saying, the dumbbell specifically, the reason they might be throwing people off as well is because a lot of gyms don't have access to a 25 kilo dumbbell. If they do have access to a 25 kilo dumbbell like the green ones are, they may not necessarily have access to one that is this shape. They are quite large, but they're quite stubby, so they might actually be quite a unique shape for the people who are used to a 25 kilo dumbbell. Most commonly is the thinner 9-inch dumbbell, not 12.5, 13.
Really strict judges here, which is good as it's consistent. And this is the athlete that just took the bump as well. So Dan's saying she's got a little bit more time to take a breather, be strategic, getting a little bit of recovery before having another go again.
I think Dan J just not giving the command, not giving the rep because she is leant back. Her hips are not underneath the dumbbell. She's not stood up straight. I think there's a certain amount of subjectivity that comes into question here. I'm not saying it's good or bad call. It's always the ref's final decision. I think probably a difficult conversation there, a difficult call. It's not a position. Normally we look out for the elbow position as to whether it's something that someone's got an elbow issue or not. That was more of a hip issue. Hip was outside from underneath the dumbbell. Was not the right position for the hips. Very, very difficult. Very, very difficult lift there, and very well done to her as well. That was a fantastic effort, and very well attempted going for another attempt as well. Like, massive shout out to the ferocity and the tenacity required to miss a down command, not get the rep, remain composed, and go again. That's a huge shout out to her there for doing what she can. And she took a dumbbell to the legs beforehand.
We have an athlete on the far corner who's rapidly moving through these reps, but I don't. Oh, he hasn't quite got the command there, sorry. But he hasn't got his knee sleeves up, so I wonder if he knows that.
Yeah, very interesting technique, not having the actual knee. Oh, it's because he's got his hand on the dumbbell for too long. He's using the second hand to press.
Reps. I think this is also a really good way to start the competition because typically the events from this point will run in reverse order of the event previously. This is the first event of the day. So you typically find strongman competitions then have a little bit of a conundrum of how we're going to work out the first order. Some go with in the order of people who signed up, but that can be a bit contentious sometimes. Some will go in like a literally let's put some random numbers in a hat, you pick out your number and that's the number of which you're going to, like a random generator type thing. But I think this kind of levels it. Everyone's going to just go with their own goals, and also it's fun. It's good to watch. Everyone everyone's jumping in, so you get that instant boost of energy straight away. You don't have that sleepy start where everyone hasn't quite woken up and the audience isn't quite.
Stay calm, Jamie. Stay calm.
So here we go.
Stay locked out till you get the command.
Getting all the sweat off the hands there. He's getting the height. It's just that last bit of stability that is.
Jamie, you've got that. Don't panic. Just stay controlled. Take your time.
Oh no. Call it. Take the energy of that back for later.
Apologies. I was asked to look after an athlete for a friend of ours. Just rushing the down command there. He was going ahead of the down command, didn't quite wait for it. And once you've done it once and you've struggled very hard to get your composure back to do it again.
We are also both coaches, so occasionally we get carried away and pop into coach mode. We're like, hey, this is what we need to do, this is what we need to focus on.
Yeah, apologies. Very hard to control myself there. Also, while you can see an athlete getting frustrated, struggling, really.
Right, can you keep this locked in? That rep position can be a nightmare to find. Just that last little bit there.
Looks like no rep allowed for the middle collar, the middle platform there under Tom Butts as the ref. Must be very fair that you're not allowed to have any contact with your body or the dumbbell with your second hand. Second hand must be away from the dumbbell.
Teresa close to us. Oh, powerhouse! That was
probably the most commanding rep we've seen so far. That was Teresa.
But also, if you'd have blinked, you would have missed it. She's a phenomenal athlete. I'd be able to compete with her as well. Championship. Is that last year?
Yeah, the Chaos Classic last year. You also did as well. You and Teresa went head-to-head routinely. I think you two were actually head-to-head on the yoke itself, weren't you?
It was a lot of fun.
What was the weight of your yoke as a 63-kilo athlete?
I think it was around about 280 kilos.
It's awesome.
It was punchy, and a lot of people don't thought that the 64s could do it, but every single athlete got that yoke moving.
I remember Teresa, I think, lubing herself up in any kind of ligament and tendon oil she could, and then slamming some knee wraps on and really giving it what she could.
Nice, that was a good rep in the closest lane there. Really. Okay, stay the same way. Oh, brilliant, he's got it. He's got it.
Came back, much more composed, looks frustrated, needs to stay calm, but did a good job of coming back to the same way, attacking it, taking a second, and just getting that lockout. We see all too often the best reason to do some novice, intermediates, and some fun competitions is to relax and remind yourself that it only counts once the rep has given you the rep. You can't rush the ref. They must give you the down command. It doesn't matter how good it was if the referee has not given you the rep.
And also, you'll see different athletes approach the lift differently. So some athletes are very external, yourself included on this one. They will go for that height. They will need that little kick to really get them fired up and ready. Other athletes, myself, like to go into like a nice quiet place. I will probably be like, I won't make noises necessarily. For me, it's about staying calm, genuinely not letting anything, especially if something's not gone quite the way you thought, being able to kind of adapt to keep that calm.
Just going to interrupt to say the shout out to the gentleman in the middle column here. That is Rich Molnar. Rich is an under 80 kilogram athlete competing in the men's opens today. He is probably quite genuinely half the weight of the heaviest guy in the competition. He is seriously strong, and I would be staggered if coming up as well, this is a good event for him, but if coming up, if anyone can beat him on the deadlifts, they will have to be a serious athlete. He is the world record holder for the under 80 kilos deadlift world record, and I believe his record is in the region of 363 kilos suited, but the mad fucking, so apologies language, the mad guy does it beltless.
Also competed at World Strongest Man in December. The weight classes, they do their competition at a different time of year to the one that you might see televised on at Christmas time. The weight classes typically November, December time, and typically not televised.
Max now in the middle row here. Lovely rep from Max, absolutely strong athlete, really good. I believe he's actually coached by Rich Molnar as well.
I think you might be right there.
Sorry about my laughter there. If you saw at the bottom right, Annie fell over.
Oh, bless her.
Standard occurrence, Annie. We love her. I believe this lady has done almost 3 attempts, almost back to back, actually.
I think you might be right.
Very heavyweight. Oh my word.
Come on!
I think that's 51 kilos.
Which is the approximate weight of a cow.
That's a 51 kilo lift for a female. That's amazing.
You can see the CNF shapes here. I believe also, in addition to the athletes who are competing in the full competition, once we have gotten through the main event for event 1, I believe we actually have someone coming in for a record attempt. They're just lifting for that record attempt and not the rest of the competition. And if I'm honest, I would love to be able to give you way more information, but we've been so focused on the athletes of the main competition, we don't know the weight or anything about the record attempt. We just know that this one happened.
I did try to get a little bit out of him earlier today. His name is Sonny Nash. He's an absolute monster individual. I think it's the under 70 record that he's going to be trying to go for. But my word, that man was focused. He was not wanting to say much more than, yes, I am going for it. So we will see how he does. We will see how he fares. And very excited to see that level of strength. I can guarantee here the room will become alive with excitement because there's nothing more exciting than someone breaking a record.
So I imagine there will be a ever so slight gap, which will probably be very welcome for the athletes so they can get started warming up for their deadlift. I feel like warming up is going to be a phrase that we're all going to be very sick of because it is going to get very hot here today. I think the temperature is set to get to about 28 degrees, and Barbell have in recent years actually replaced the roof because this building did used to become a greenhouse. It's still not cool, it will still be hot up here, but it is better than it used to be. And then the next 2 events outside in the sun as well.
Connor's opener here on the far end.
Nice.
Gets the rep, not how he wanted it to move, but he's been waiting and cold for a little while, so forwarded out, knows he's got the strength, now he just needs to switch on, stay focused, stay calm. But a good opener for him.
And also, Connor in particular is very, very new to strongman. He has actually previously trained as a bodybuilder, and his last competition was only October.
Yeah, in October, November, and now Angus in the far lane as well. I keep changing whether it's a lane, road, column. Apologies, we'll go lane now. The far lane is Angus.
Ooh,
wonderful rep from Angus. Beautiful foot from him. Just fantastic. Go for, I think, the final attempt for the guy in the middle lane. Ben here, come on Ben. Whoa. Has the power, needed the control.
I'm well aware that visually it is a little bit frustrating that the athletes are so spread out, and I'm well aware that the far lane has moved slightly forward since we started, and as you can probably imagine, just for safety, it's good to give the athletes that space, because there may be a situation where they just need to push the dumbbell away from them if it's coming down just to protect themselves. And that's why there has been allocated just that much space between
Massive shout out to Marcus, who is catching dumbbells left, right, and centre to try and keep everyone safe.
Yes. And again, like most of the supporters are just athletes who train here who just want to be a really big part of the community and make sure that these kind of events can take place. You probably can't quite see him. So Dan, whose head you can see just about here, he is the gym owner as well. But I think actually out of everybody who's loading kit, it is mainly just people who train it who want to be a part of it. And not all strongmen as well. We have powerlifters as well who wouldn't compete in the sport, but again, they want to be here and supportive.
100%. One of the beautiful rep there from the middle lane. Absolutely fantastic.
Very powerful.
Stay composed, missed the first one, came back second for an absolutely blinding effort. I think in the far lane, you've now got Sam Whitting and you've now got Teresa with the right weight at the starting lane as well on the right-hand side. So she's going to be going for what might be the winning weight for the women's, actually, if she gets this.
It is powerful. This could be a really, really good rep. Oh!
Now that's what you call... That's what you call staring down a ref.
Less. Well, that one was a wonderful rep.
That was a stare down.
Brilliant. So, that was a wonderful rep. I think Dan was
Rich
basically
Moeller coming out for his second lift in the middle lane.
just waiting for that stability there. Right, Rich. Or just not quite. Apologies, we have no
Rich
idea.
needing to stay composed. Middle lane, don't know. At the end lane, we're going to be around the 66, 70 kilo range for the end lane. The early lane, I think we're at around the 50 range, and I'm not sure for Rich where we're at his weight at the moment. I'd be guessing around the 80 kilo range, but I am guessing, I apologise.
And I believe the 70 kilos is the approximate weight of a leopard. And we also have support from Ravis in the group chat as well. I'm loving the fact there is so much support for all the athletes in the chat. Please do keep shouting them out. We have done live feeds before. We've had 1 or 2 comments, but actually it's possibly the most shout outs we've had, especially early on in the competition. So thank you.
Max in the middle lane now as well. Good, kept that held for a very long time. Very well done.
Oh, bless, and he did shout that was a personal best as well. That's an amazing achievement in the competition environment where you do not have control of the variables. Sometimes it's a lot easier in your own gym environment, where you can control the rest times, those sorts of things, the temperature to a degree, to get to perform at your best.
I believe we're at around the 84 kilo range now, and I'm just looking. Yes, I think we're around the 80 kilo range.
Which is about the weight of a kangaroo.
For a horrible second, I thought I'd got Max's name wrong repeatedly, and I apologise, but I think it's okay.
Yeah, these athletes are currently in the middle lane, throwing a kangaroo above their weight. Sorry, above their
Above their weight?
Above the weight? Above their... Well, it could be above their weight.
Do you know what? For Rich Moeller, that probably wasn't above body weight. Angus going back to the far lane. Great lift from the middle lane. Absolutely fantastic.
I saw Con come out on the far lane. I didn't see the rep because he was so quick, so I don't know if he got it or not.
I also did not see it. I feel bad now. I was looking at my
So
phone.
quick. It may have been
I was trying to double check the weight we were at.
I imagine he did, because he is a very gritty athlete, and if he didn't, he would probably still be there fighting, possibly being pulled away from the dumbbell.
Difficult catch from Angus there. Well done for controlling that as best he could.
One of Marcus for being there, looking after the athletes every step of the way.
Hold on, Rich. Get it. Big jump. Yeah, there we go.
Wonderful. That will be comfortably above his body.
Rich came back and just locked it in. Almost looked annoyed with himself that he had to do that.
Throw a kangaroo above his head. Now, it is feeling like a lot of the athletes have now done their 3 attempts. So it does feel like it's definitely noticeably cooler in the room. So I presume that means some athletes are starting to move down to the deadlifts.
It may well be starting to warm up downstairs. So we're going to have a warm-up area downstairs for the athletes. Unfortunately, no actual bar actually available for the actual deadlift to warm up with, just because of the amount of bars required for the top end Trump deadlift as well. So because even with 2 lanes, there's going to be 4 bars required. It's a fair bit of demand for kits. So the athletes will be warming up on stiff bars wherever they can, and then going out to the deadlift as well. They'll have an opportunity to warm up outside as well, but that will be a real fun spectacle seeing those deadlifts outside.
Wonderful. And we will have to do a strategic reshuffling downstairs. So I would like to say it's more glamorous and planned out, but that's essentially what we're going to do. Put a hold screen on and then carry everything, including the cameras, downstairs ourselves.
Sam Whiting coming out now for his opening attempt on the dumbbell over in the far lane. Jamie in the middle lane.
And Sam does actually choose to lift with no shoes and no socks. That is something that he is. It's a preference, just in case it looks like he's just forgotten to.
Yeah, the barefoot strongman he calls himself. And noting Jamie in the middle there, probably having a time pause where he nearly had that rep, knows he's got it, but the weights fell out as it hit the ground. So just a bit of a reset, pause at the time whilst they reset the weight for him, and he'll go straight back in without taking time away from the rep.
wonderful demonstration, and a wonderful demonstration of stability, being able to do the pirouette as well, mid-lift.
I think at this point, Dan and Teresa just eyeballing for who's going to be the alpha. Just trying to test each other and see who can hold it for the longest. Can Dan hold his nerve, or can Teresa hold the weight?
She is a phenomenally powerful athlete. Up, Connor out in the far lane.
Connor probably for his final attempt.
Oh
my word, so close.
He
needs to
just
stay
had a
calm.
wobble. If he can stay calm, he's got
Took a
that.
second to breathe, slow down, that's good.
You can see that he is a gritty athlete, that he was going to stick with it. He seems to be okay, walking away, yeah, he's all good. Probably frustrated because he will beat himself up, but he's only been doing this sport for a matter of months.
Also 76 is something he also was that close to getting in training as well. I imagine that was a 76 kilo attempt, that was his final attempt that he wanted. So yeah, we'll be exhausted by that, but good effort.
We're all done on this one. Sonny's just warming up, he's going for the record, so didn't know if you wanted to tilt it, so it's more on them.
So we've just had some information from Dan there. We're going to cut off the far right dumbbell. Sonny, who is going for the record, is warming up on the far right. So we're not going to show his warm-ups. You might see a little flash here or there. But the important stuff going on, we will show you the record, of course. But the warm-ups you don't get to see. What we will focus on is the other remaining lanes that are still competing for the monster dumbbell. So you've got Ben now coming out for what I imagine is his final attempt of the monster dumbbell in the middle lane, whilst they load the bar for the far lane.
Hopefully that's given you a better angle. Really good reps still coming through.
Really good rep. Almost like he's got minimal leg drive, but loads of upper body power. I also know, I think we've had some athletes who as yet haven't opened.
Really? That's
I think on the middle lane there, I'm not sure if I've seen Will Smith open yet. I may have done. Actually, we may have had all the openers, but yeah, we are still seeing multiple attempts yet to go, and I think Will be aiming for around the 100 kilo mark.
That's impressive.
Will Smith, someone I've had the pleasure of competing against, and I don't think I've ever seen him come into a comp fully prepped. And what I mean by that is not in a rude way. He often has signed up to a comp last minute and not prepped for it, which he did actually. Also, he kind of prepped for this comp. He jumped into a powerlifting meet 2 weeks ago with 0 hours notice. Did a powerlifting competition 2 weeks ago and has not managed to train since. So when I say he's come in prepped, he also threw a spanner in his own work. So we'll see how he does.
And even more support for one of the bends. I'm not entirely sure which bend, but one of the bends again in the group chat. I believe we've actually got 3 bends today.
Also looks like it is now only the middle lane remaining. We only have men's opens left with their second and final attempts, depending on where they're at. And we will also then have the record attempt from Sonny.
Nice.
Come on!
Nearly, very, very
Come on! Yeah, come on. Come on. Yeah!
beautiful.
Great recovery from him as well. Great recovery. Stayed calm, composed, went for it again.
Also, you might not see because it's quite quiet behind us, but as the main lifting is happening just over there, so we're looking at like a diagonal view, there's so many people here in the audience. There's families, there's dogs around as well. It's just wonderful to see the support. All right, someone getting a fairly forceful slap on the back to give them that little bit of hype and kick.
Yeah, this is now Max coming up for, I think it's his final attempt.
Oh, really?
So dumbbell to the head, very well done.
Also, it's just a camera, so I obviously won't pan the camera around so you can see, but I love the camaraderie in the sport. So Rich Molnar is here, he's competing, he's just done event 1, he's got 4 events to go. He's seen that Sonny's warming up for his record and gone, I'll tell you what, I'll come and load the number for you, I'll give you that. You can have that recovery back, let's not fry you out.
Yeah, Rich Molnar obviously has 4 events left to go, and like you said, exactly as you just said, is helping out, which is a wonderful sign. I think Max, sorry I got distracted there, Max has walked away from the dumbbell because he's actually sliced open his forearm.
You said what, sorry?
Sliced open his forearm on the dumbbell.
Okay.
Must have caught it horrifically and it's got a really beautiful slice through the back of his forearm.
There is first aiders around, so they will go and sort it out.
Yeah, barbell will take care of him, but that is that's gonna chick stick scars, right? No?
I'm not going to comment on anything. So you'll see a lot of the athletes wearing t-shirts that look like they're kind of rubbery or shiny. They're the grip tops. Now, they basically are a t-shirt with little bits of rubbery plastic essentially stuck to them. They give the athletes just that little bit of stick. Now, some athletes really love them. It's personal preference, so that's why some athletes won't have opted to wear them. It can help just keep the dumbbell locked into the position that you want it to be, but it will make you very hot.
Yeah, you'll be really hot, but also, exactly as you said, it's really interesting to see how and who uses what. Like I said, it kind of keeps it in place, will help you find a position in the rack, which is because a lot of people that struggle on the dumbbell, what they struggle with is as they dip, the dumbbell doesn't stay in position that they want it to. So it moves down, slips, moves, their elbow drops, which means it's not in the right pressing position. So grip top could be really useful in that regard, but like you said, they might be overheating, struggling to find a position, and as they sweat, the sweat starts to glide off the off of the grip shirt as well. So it kind of, the sweat doesn't really necessarily change that either.
I may have you solo for a second. I will be back in a second.
Happy. Coming out now, not sure if this is second or third attempt. Whatever it was a beautiful attempt with much more in the tank. Just phenomenal. Will Smith now coming out for what I think might be his second attempt. Could even be his first. Will Smith now lining up for his attempt. Just a beautiful lift. So much control. Absolutely fantastic. Held it for a long old time as well. Beautiful lift.
I thought I'd planned ahead earlier by thinking it's going to be hot, we're going to be talking a lot. I'll drink a load of water, and it turns out that was a really bad idea. I'm sure I'll be grateful later.
Another lovely attempt, very technically well executed. Got underneath the dumbbell really nicely, bent his legs, got underneath, got into a squat position, controlled it, then stood up. Really, really well executed. Good demonstrations to what we want to see from a dumbbell.
And also, apologies if you already mentioned this, but obviously we have some athletes that have the grip tops. You'll see others have done things like tie their t-shirts so they have more surface area with their skin because that can create friction. A lot of athletes like to be able to kind of feel the really supple movements of the dumbbells. You'll also see strategic chalk placement just to kind of help take any sweat off, because if there is sweat involved, especially with a metal dumbbell, it's going to slide around.
It is, yeah, and if you're wondering what's going on with the topless Molnar on the right hand side, he is currently weighing a dumbbell for Sonny to be very aware of where he's at, so he knows exactly what he's doing, what it feels like, and how it feels going to exactly what weight he's pulling, so that he's very well read into how it's moving, how it's feeling, and he knows exactly what he's going to have to do.
And although none of the athletes competing in the full competition will have had to weigh in this morning, Sonny will have done to get a second record.
Yeah, very fair point. Sonny will be on the back of a kind of trying to rehydrate and refeed in this heat, so a really nasty place to be, but good job for him.
It will have been a very strategic plan. Come on,
This will
Rav.
be Rav in the middle then. Yeah, wonderful.
We've got some really good support in the live feeders comments as well. So if you're confident. Oh, yes.
Beautiful rep. Nicely done. Stuck with it, stayed calm, took his time in the rack, and absolutely nailed it.
That was a really good rep, especially where he would probably have started warming up quite some time ago now.
I mean, yeah, for the athletes who started, they're probably about 50 minutes into this. So for those who are late in their attempts, that's a long time to be waiting, a long time to be balancing their kind of hydration, food, nutrition, calmness, their mental state. Really interesting place to be.
Sonny was looking very powerful.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if you can see that in the corner, but Sonny looked unbelievable there.
Come on, roll!
So I don't know the weight of this little dumbbell, but it must be fairly significant by this point. You've definitely seen the different ways athletes are cleaning that.
Beautiful rep. I think we're in around 90 kilo range here.
And when we talk about clean, I don't mean like clean as in tidy clean. I mean the clean is what we would call moving the upper in the floor to the shoulder to the rack position that you can see later with the log, is where it's basically on the shoulders. To begin the press. You can see the focus on everyone's faces as they're coming out now. This dumbbell must be very heavy.
Bringing out all the techniques now. That was smelling salts, positioning the dumbbell exactly how he wanted it, making sure it's the right way around for how he wants to press it, taking his time. Lost the track, so this is exactly what we're talking about, the sweat and the grip being an issue. Lost his traction on his upper body there, so it just slipped down as he dipped. That was better, but just couldn't quite hold it.
Is he going to go for another attempt? I think he's got a bit more time. He can go for another attempt. The other thing is, the athletes can do what they can for themselves in the grip check, the talk. But if the person before you left sweat, that's a variable you might not have factored in.
Such is the joy of comp conditions, to be fair. Nothing to be done about it.
Not quite. Very, very close. About 96, did you hear?
I think we're at 96 exactly.
And according to Google, a buffalo weighs about 90 kilos.
No. No chance. I'm looking that up. I refuse.
That is what Google has informed me. It's being fact checked.
Buffalo's a big cow.
I was going with what Google told me this morning. That looks way bigger.
You ever seen a buffalo? No chance. Apologies, everyone. The TISM is strong. 300 to 900 kilos.
So maybe not.
You've lifted 0 off.
Was it? Maybe it was like a water buffalo.
Maybe it's a tenth of a buffalo. One left its leg behind.
Apparently a giant sea turtle is 90 kilograms.
I believe that better, yeah.
We'll go with giant sea turtle. He's not buffalo.
Buffalo, giant sea turtle, same thing.
I'm enjoying it. There's very strategically placed fans and all the doors are open. Just trying to keep the building as cool as it possibly can be. Also, I believe very quietly in the background, you might be able to hear it on the live feed. We've got some really good, summery tunes. As it is summer solstice day.
Looks like a bit of coordination being done between Tom and Dan as to when Sonny's going to either jump in or wait to do his attempt. He looks warmed up and ready, so I think they're just trying to balance when is the fairest time for not just for him but for the athletes as well.
Trying to find a spot where you can see it. I'll move that over there.
He's doing it there. We can turn the camera, mate.
Do you know what the weight of the record is?
The record is 80. This is 81.5.
So Dan is informed that the record is 80 kilo and that Sonny will be going for 81.5 kilo.
Great lift for Rab. I think we are now about to just temporarily hold, just as a record is attempted.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we're about to just have a quick brief pause for the Open Masters as Sonny Nash attempts the under 70 kilo boxing dumbbell world record.
This will be
Let's go, Sonny. Here we go.
Anthony, ready? Hey.
Let's go, Sonny. Come on.
Come on, man, let's go.
Let's bring the energy.
Come on, let's go, let's go!
Let's go.
It was too easy for a record. That was unbelievable. It was so easy. So easy. That was a joke.
And as you'll see, they've literally just weighed it. Right behind the dumbbell, you'll see the scales that they've just used to check the weight. That was
That was mad. Should we turn the camera around so we can go back to the men's opens and masters?
There we go, back on the main competition. So Sonny is not competing in the full competition, he is just here for that one lift. Actually,
And that's it done. That was almost so easy it was uneventful. Absolutely madness.
made it look effortless. I know it wouldn't have been, I'm not taking away from it, but the fact that he made it look so effortless just goes to show how dialed in and proficient he is. Wonderfully powerful rep.
This guy just keeps having the same movement. He just keeps moving the same way. Absolutely amazing.
And if the movement is the same with your heavier weights as your lighter weights, that is usually a good sign that you're doing the right things.
We've now got Will Smith coming back out as well. I think we're going to be around the 100 kilo mark now.
There's some athletes and potentially their own family, their children here, just giving the support as well.
Beautiful lift from Will.
Sonny's done something because every rep since has been like.
I do feel like Tom made Will there hold the rep for a very long time. He's explaining why now, but my word, that was a long hold. There was logic. Tom has his own backing. Don't worry, it's not just unfair.
As they're resetting as well, just to explain the next event a little bit, we'll be going outside and there will be 2 deadlift bars for every class. I will go through the weights later down the line, but essentially, one is heavier, one is lighter. Now I believe, and please correct me if I'm wrong here, the heavier deadlift is worth 5 points and the lighter is worth 1.
Yeah, absolutely. So we've seen Trump deadlifts before. Normally what you see is, as the name suggests, any rep on the heavier deadlift will take all points compared to any number of reps on the lighter. So if you did 1 rep at 200 kilos, if it's 200 or 150, if you did 1 rep at 200, you can beat 15, 20 reps at the 150 rep. In this instance, today, it's not the case. Today will be the heavier deadlift bar will be worth 5 reps, and the lighter bar will be worth 1 rep. So you could beat someone by doing more reps of the lighter. Oh, he's on form today. He's loving it.
I actually think I prefer that style of deadlift where you can win on either, depending on you can just play to your strength. If you're better at dialing in and repping things out, play to your strength. It'll be a fun one to watch. But because of that point system being a little bit different, if you are looking at the live scores, and I don't know if they have gone live, and there was an attempt to have them live on Strength Register. So if you'd like to find them, go to the Strength Register website and have a look. There should be a way that you can filter through to like competitions happening now and today. And the points might look a little bit odd because it will be counting that heavier deadlift as 5. So if you see someone do 1 rep of that heavy deadlift, it will look like they've done 5 reps. And it's just so that they're using the system to play the points. So just thought I'd explain in case that looks a little bit odd later down the line.
Yes, it looks like someone's done 35 reps of a certain weight. It's probably 7 reps of the heavier weight.
Yes. Quick maths.
Quick maths, no left.
I'm pretty dyslexic.
Will Smith's shaking his head. He knows he's got this. He's feeling good.
There's some confidence here. Ever since we've seen the world record, everyone's just had like this kick of power. I love it.
Come on in, Will. Lock it in. Good clean.
Oh, a little bit of a sweat. He just got away from him.
Shouting at the dumbbell. I've seen him do that before.
Athletes all giggling. But the athletes are stood here just with the audience cheering everybody on. So it's wonderful to see them.
I remember with Will at the Iron Page Classic last year. I remember we had the Conans, which we will have later as well. But the Conans, comically, as soon as he was one of the first athletes out, I think, for the Conans. As soon as he picked it up, I believe I shouted something like, "Oh, that's horrible!" And off he went, and he just kept going. Did really well, but he's a very vocal, wonderful athlete.
And the thing with Conans is, although the athletes will have known what the weight is, very few gyms have a Conans to practice on. But also, because it's on a pivot, it doesn't necessarily what's loaded. It can feel very different between different bits of kit. If you've been practicing with a yoke as well, that's going to feel a completely different game.
Yeah, 100%. There've been plenty of people who've been training on like a Zercher yoke, and that will just feel very different to how it's actually going to be on the day. It's the best thing you can make use of, and it's a good way to train for it, but it will be subtly different. I know some of the people at Barbell Division will also have their own limitations. They don't have actually have had an advantage at all, in the sense that the cone has been set up with 180 degrees available only, so they have been doing like half turn, drop and turns, as opposed to a continuous spin. So today they'll be going round and round and round for as far as possible, and that'll be a different feeling. Now this guy coming out has been doing these reps identically every single time, no matter what the weight is. Let's see if he can follow that up.
Locked in.
Oh my
word! Woo! Some dumbbells flying. It's probably actually good that the other 2 lanes are now gone. That was a magnificent rep there.
Weights came flying out there. I think he probably celebrated a little bit too hard there for Tom's liking, but I think he's let him off.
I think, yeah, he's explaining to the Rich. Would I make sure to move this slightly? It's okay, no worries. Sorry. Like each of these events test something entirely different.
It's the back of a world deadlift record holder there. I thought, he's wide.
But yeah, each of these events tests something completely different. The dumbbell, I think, is really, it's stability, it's power, it's precision. The Conan is a particularly good example of it's just gritted.
Yeah, how long can you maintain pain for?
Yeah, how long can you not think about what you're doing and keep moving? We had to just, Rich moving slightly to the side. You can tell he's world record, as you say, very wide back. Okay, smelling salts are out. He's focused.
He's been making this look really good so far. So now he's coming in for his final attempt.
And big support for Harry.
Let's go, boys, come on!
He has really been proficient at that 2-part clean the whole way through. Wonderful rep.
Well controlled as well. Wonderful lift. Fantastic.
And Tom himself is a strong man. He is the individual that with the purple shorts that you've just seen hop in to save the dumbbell. He is feet 2 times natural.
2 times, 2 times natural world's strongest man.
Yeah,
under
and
90.
I did once on a live feed refer to him as world's strongest woman as well.
And he is currently Britain's and England's strongest man as well, I believe.
Sonny is going to present a dumbbell world record. He was successful at 81.5 kilos just a few minutes ago. He's now going up to 85 kilos
I'm
to
glad he's going up.
extend the under 70 kilo monster dumbbell world record.
So Sonny here is now going to try and break the record that he set about 10 minutes ago. This is now 85 kilos.
Let's get into support, guys. Come on. Let's see it, Sonny. Let's go, big lift.
Still
Go on, Sonny!
Come on.
Unquestionable rep. Beautiful.
I'm very glad you went up.
Ladies and
I was
gentlemen,
going to
that
say it.
ends our dumbbell for this morning. We're going to move on to the axle
So,
deadlift.
I wasn't going to say it, but I think it would have been like, oh, he had so much more if he'd said the second easy one. You can probably hear what's going on behind me, so apologies. It's overlaying 2 minutes, too much volume. But we're about to move downstairs to the deadlift. So I'm going to cut off on power so you don't get to hear the comical sound effects of me and John trying to navigate down some very rickety stairs that John has almost fallen down multiple times, and you're actually quite scared, and get all these cameras downstairs so you get the best position. So we will be back very,
You can
very
walk
shortly.
outside on the axle bars. There may not be a lot of space for all of us. Anyone wants to walk
Hello, sorry to hop back very unexpectedly. Sonny has, and I think this is a really good choice, has basically decided he's going to go for a third attempt at, I believe, 90 kilos is what I think I just heard. And I will double check for you. I think that's actually a very good position, as the 85 did move really well. So he's trying to break his own record for the second time today, in which case he could technically claim he set 3 world records in the same day. And also, just to reiterate, the 80 and 90 weight classes, they might not be so known about, they are strong. So this is a phenomenal attempt. He's now 10 kilos over his own body weight. That's actually huge. So, John has disappeared to go and check our setup for the deadlift downstairs, so we can try and then transition as quickly and as efficiently as we can. But basically, we're going to keep you guys here so that we can see the final record attempt. But he is looking strong, so this should be good. Now, I'll talk through the axle deadlift a bit now, just in case we don't have so much time later. So the axles are a fixed barbell that the actual thickness of them is probably the same as like a Coke can or an energy drink can. You can imagine, in terms of grip, it's quite a different challenge. You'll see people using straps and a variety of different techniques there as well. But because of that, it's going to pull that weight further forward, so it's going to be a much harder bar to lift on. It's also so solid, there's no whip. You'll see in a lot of competitions, you'll see the bars bend as the athletes start to lift them. That will not be the case here. The athletes will have to pull all of the weight off the floor in one go, rather than peel it off with those bends, which will mean it's quite a challenging variation to grapple with. The fixed bar, what I mean by that is, I don't know if you can see in the background of the shot here on either side of the dumbbell setup, barbells that have collars at the ends that spin. Now, that means that when you lift the barbell, essentially the plates and everything can rotate round so that you are not fighting against the motion of those weights, whereas the axle, it's all fixed. So you're going to have to grapple with that too. And then we'll stay downstairs for the Conan's wheel before moving back upstairs for the yoke log yoke medley. It will be a really, really fun one to watch. It will definitely test athletes' ability to adapt between different movements. Typically both yoke and log are pretty high tests of proprioception. So to be able to move efficiently between them, and the weights are not light. It's going to be quite a good test for these athletes. And then onto the power stairs steeplechase, which should be a lot of fun as well. A really great way to end the day. Now I believe Sonny is chopping up, so hopefully we'll be wandering out fairly soon. There is a very nice breeze, and I'm actually quite glad there's some cloud cover outside, which wasn't forecast, but hopefully that will just give the athletes just a little bit of respite. I think we were also a bit cautious that the Conans itself, if it was in the sun beforehand, might actually get quite warm. So I think this cloud cover is going to be very, very welcome. There were plans to bring in blankets and all sorts to cover it if we needed to. The power. So John is doing technical things right now, figuring out the power and position for us when we move downstairs. Just off screen, Sonny is pacing around in circles, looking very focused. Smelling salts ready. Oh, John is relaying power all the way down the stairs to get you guys the best view when we get down for the deadlifts. Also, out of the daylight should mean that you get a really good view. And when we position the camera right at the front, it's like the best view in the audience. I'm actually quite impressed with the way he's holding his smelling salts there as well. Looking very focused and dialed in, yeah. Okay, I believe we are about to see the rep. Sonny is getting focused. He's been very strategic with his rest time here, I think, really focusing on what feels right for him. I know the other athletes didn't have that luxury earlier, they had to just respond when the weight that they wanted came up. It's one of those variables we talk about that is just out of your control when you're usually competing for this world record attempt.
I have power.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we have Sonny Nash.
So John is on table duty.
To extend his extended world record to, I believe, 90 kilograms. He's ready to live.
Easy one, Sonny.
Here he goes.
Come on, guys, let's get behind you.
Here behind me.
Let's go, mate.
Come on, Steve. Come on.
Come on. the monster double for today. Right, I now will leave you and we will head on downstairs and be back very, very shortly. All right, so warm, even though we have very little cover here. Hopefully there's sun cream hats, all the usual, but of course, things with sun cream can also add additional variables where it might not be the grippiest substance. They might also have to be very careful with their chalk.
Are you loading, Kat? Yeah. Josh?
I'm going to go back inside and watch together between you.
Oh, John has reminded me, we're not actually powered in yet. Brilliant. Okay.
Charging? Yes, power running.
Yes, power is there. Okay, John is back. All right, you looking forward to the debits? Oh, sorry.
All good. Yes, I am. Absolutely, yeah. This is a great event. I mean, it's a staple in Strongman. The Axel Bar as well is a staple in Strongman, so it's going to be really good to see. And don't worry, we're going to make sure you have a good view once we actually start. You might have already said that, so I apologize if I'm repeating. Right now, the warm-up's always a little bit chaotic. Everyone's trying to jump on the bar. Everyone's trying to just, do their own plan, stick to it, not get in any other athletes' ways, but not compromise their own warm-up. So it's a really fine balance, but everyone's going to manage it really well. And at this point, coaches, family, athletes, they all tend to hang around their own athletes to give them support, make sure they're feeling loved, make sure they're feeling good. At which point, once everyone's settled and warmed up, we'll be getting people to clear out the way so you get a better view of the actual.
We just had a wonderful, wonderful shot of Sveti's amazing back. It was phenomenal.
She's the most fucking jacked person here. I shouldn't have sworn. Sorry.
Absolutely jacked.
Just need a drink of water.
We'll get it.
So all the athletes looking very focused. Now, I like the variable here. Just to explain in case anyone didn't hear before, it's a little bit different to your usual Trump style deadlift. So let's just go back. The usual Trump style would be you have the two bars, you have a heavier, which would be the front, and the lighter is towards the back. And usually you'd find any reps on the heaviest bar would automatically beat any reps at the lightest bar. Now, I like what they've done here. I think this is actually a much better way to work it. The heavy bar is worth 5 points, the light bar worth 1. So in theory, if you rep the light bar 6 times and somebody style here, as a result, if you are following on the live scores that you'll be able to find on strength register, so feel free to go and have a look if you're interested in that. The points system will look a little bit odd. It will display every rep at the higher weight as 5 reps. So if it comes out as somebody lifted once and they have 5 reps, don't worry, that's not an error, that's just how we're going to be utilising the system, because the actual strength register system doesn't have, it doesn't allow for this style in another way. So hopefully that will be useful. Again, as we've had so much to keep them coming in as we move on to the second event. It is warm outside for you.
If you could do me a favour, I'm too into it. Thank you, it's super cheap and cheap. But it works. Yeah, I would think people enjoy it because it works.
So everyone will be being a bit strategic here with their warm-up weights. They don't want to do too much. They want to do the minimum they need you to be primed and ready. And also the timing variable is a little bit out of their hands. I believe we're working in the reverse order of the last event. If we can get hold of the order, we will help out by telling you who's lifting. We'll try and grab Tom. Could we take a photo of the order for this at all?
I'll do that.
Oh, brilliant. We will get an order for you so we can hopefully tell you a bit about who is coming out. And a lot of the athletes gave us a bit of information about themselves as well. So even the athletes that we don't know about or don't know as well, we've got a bit of information we should be able to kind of help out there as well.
Yes, I can load carefully.
So, yeah, that would be fantastic if you can help. Just float between the two would be lovely.
Now you'll see the chalk that they were using earlier on their shoulders to help give more grip. They will still be using that for their hands especially. We also now start seeing maybe white powder on their legs. That is not chalk, because I imagine if you would think, why would they want to be grippier on their legs? They're not that will be talcum powder to help the bar glide. But these axles are powder coated, so they're rough. They can be sticky. So I'll just run through the weights again. So for the women's novice, we have a 90 kilo as their lightest bar and 120 kilo as the heaviest bar. The women's masters will be starting at their lightest bar 100 kilo, and then the heaviest bar is 130. The women's opens will start at 130, and their heaviest bar is 160 kilo. The men's novice, their lightest bar is 150, just about the approximate weight of a female lioness. Well, a lioness. I'm going to keep sliding them in. And their heaviest bar is 190 kilos. The men's masters will start at 170 kilo, and their second bar is 210. 200 kilos, approximately an Asian black bear. And the men's opens will start at 220, and their heaviest bar is a whopping 260 kilo. So we should be running up to the final warm-ups now. You'll see that people will probably start off their lighter warm-up reps with a few more higher volume, few more reps. And as it gets to the heavy weights, they'll be a bit more strategic. Just do what they need to come back out. Practicing how they're going to get their straps onto the bar. I believe, from the looks of it, all of the bars have some kind of tape marking to show where either the middle would be or two markings that you might find on a standard barbell to illustrate, to give you an idea of where the middle of the bar is. Because as you can imagine, usually axles are without those kind of markings. It can be really difficult to find the middle, and if you're slightly off center, it can make the lift a lot trickier. Very big fan of these socks.
Yeah, my shoulder hurts. I was like, I was spending like an hour going around. So effectively, I went down to do my rep. Just my website,
And some wonderful trainers.
Yeah, that's what I get one. It's a bit weird.
I haven't got it yet.
Oh, sorry.
Stop about it. You're struggling with my side.
Oh, never mind. I was getting excited.
Yeah, sorry.
I'm just eager to go.
Once we get close to going, I'll corral everyone and move them.
Awesome. That is John planning his strategic corralling of people to make sure that you guys get the best view in the house. At the moment, we're just going to let the athletes do what they need to, give them the space to just whatever they need to feel right and primed and ready for their best performance. I believe we are drawing towards starting, so don't worry if you've only just joined us and you're not too sure where we're at. We're just warming up. So I believe up first we're going to have the women's novice and the women's masters, I believe, and then secondly we'll have the women's open and the men's novice, and then the third run will be the men's masters and the men's open. Everyone, I love the community that everyone wants to say hi to everyone and everyone wants to be a part of it. And it's sometimes really tricky when we're on the live feed because you want to say hello to everyone, but then you'll hear the conversations. All right, who are we cheering for coming into this next event? I believe the athletes are dispersing now. Final lifts have been had or about to be had. We're ready to get started.
We don't know. I know because he's done 190.
Untested.
It's not the heavyweight. Heavy. We're going for the top bar first. Depending how it feels. So that's 175. if he pulls off 5, I'd be happy with getting 5. Well, over the moon was 5. He should be. I'd be happy with him. 3 or 4.
Yes, overheating.
Oh, sorry. Okay, yeah. Yeah, it's making me feel embarrassed.
It is warm. I don't know what the temperature is, but it's definitely humid, and I'm stood here in shorts and I'm not doing anything. I'm just chilling, and I'm hot. So the athletes must be very much feeling.
Not only you, is it? You've had to do some temporary support network for your own laptop because it's getting a little bit overheated in the
I've
sun.
just propped my phone charger underneath the laptop because the fans are at the bottom. I'm trying to get some air to it so it doesn't just suffocate.
There's an occasional breeze that's very welcome. Being surrounded by people outside in 30-degree heat is wild.
That actually looks like a surprisingly dark cloud, though.
No, the cloud cover is very welcome, to be honest, but yeah, it's still humid. It's still close and sticky.
It's going to be a gamble to see what we're doing Conan's in. Rain or blistering heat.
Don't say that. So, Kat in the green t-shirt you might see helping loading me right now. I think just came to watch. I don't think actually had necessarily intended to be a part of the crew.
Well, so she is here to support, and a little shout out to KC Kitchen, which is Dave's kitchen, where he's doing beautiful chicken burgers and vegan burgers as well, which actually Dan, who owns the gym, obviously even said that they are the best vegan burgers he's ever had. And I have to back it up and say, from the chicken front, they are the best chicken burgers I have ever had. I'm not just saying that for his friends. They are genuinely phenomenal. I was lucky enough to be on the tasting team, which I think was a gamble for him because I ate all of it.
So you had everything?
I had everything. Dave kept feeding me, and it was amazing. But genuinely, so Kat is also here as she is a very big advocate for animal rights and for vegan kind of vegan awareness. So she is also supporting Dave on his vegan burgers as well to demonstrate that they are equally delicious, which we can testify they are genuinely equally delicious. So fantastic. Pushing a little bit of business, trying to get into a different kind of different side of life. So really exciting to see.
And he does chicken burgers as well. Right, but also Kat is a phenomenal powerlifter, especially her bench is just out of this world. We've got world-class athletes all over the place, just scattered everywhere, just popping in and helping out wherever they can. Some strategic strap placement to help the clips stay on. These axle bars, they're not quite the same as standard barbells, in that you typically find, especially those kinds of clips, the plastic clips that just don't really stay put. That might, I see the comments about the stream. It might just be either the heat of the laptop, or
is that the network being a bit?
Yeah, no, it might be the heat of the laptop, or it might actually be the network. I can try and connect to a different network to see if that is any better.
I think it's the network, given that Tom's laptop wasn't working this close.
Just to say that feels good.
I just did a good old lengthy shout out for you, actually. Looks really good, actually. Really good.
I'm just getting a... Hello, hopefully we are back in action. I had to just switch the network to hopefully get you a bit of a smoother connection. We are actually now connected to my mobile phone rather than the gym Wi-Fi. Because I think as we've stepped outside and the actual gym building itself is fairly industrial metal, it might be just not getting out here. So hopefully this will be a little better. Please let me know. I will do everything I can.
Spicy jalapeno gherkins. Yes. Thank you.
I might not have been able to connect to the chat. Let's have a look. Let's see
Literally walk from the deadlift.
where we're at.
And then you'll probably have enough time to digest it for Conan's. That's what I want to see that
Is he Really well. Apparently he's actually listening to John now.
Oh shit!
Yeah, right. Did a triple at 2:30.
Nice.
Or a double, whichever. It was like,
He was always strong.
but his form's looking a lot better. Like, genuinely, he's actually listening to John.
Nice.
I'll fight John for it. It's one have to do deadlifts.
Well, you're both distracted.
He's out here, reaching.
So we are still doing the final warm-ups and getting the bars set up, ready to go. You have not missed any of the action just yet.
Really good.
Some amazing dance moves over there from Teresa.
No, I will.
Just double checking that everything's reconnected.
I had white chicken rice with not a lot of chicken and a lot of sauce, and I scalded my throat. No, last evening.
Wonderful. I've just seen all your comments come through. Fantastic. I'm glad that it is much better. That is brilliant. Hopefully that will all be okay. I will plug my phone in so that we don't have any breakages in the signal, and then we're all good to go. See, the athletes might have to be adaptable today, but so do we.
Marcus, can you come with me to grab some buzzers? Just like we need 3 pairs of just like light ones.
For my set, our sets, can you bring the magic bucket?
I will. I've already assumed that that's magic bucket. Look how cheesy.
Okay, we have lost the chat on our main screen, but I have it up on a second screen. So apologies, there's a small delay, but I will definitely still read out all of your shout outs because I think that's really important to show the support, not only just in person. And I will just quickly pan round so you can see the wonderful audience that we have here. This is Tom explaining we're getting ready.
And for the masters, we have Lucy Highway. Athletes, are you ready?
Our first athletes are up and ready. Here they go. Now, the athletes were not allowed to strap into the bar before they started their time. That's all within their own time. So that is a strategic move they have to have planned in. Be beautiful first reps. So not only will they have to have factored that in and become very proficient at strapping in, but also if they are able to, as we're doing here, accumulate different points totals with different bars, having to just play the game to build up the best point total if they can. Now again, the first bar, the one that's in front or closest to the judge, that is the heavier bar and it is worth 5 points, whereas the bar at the back is worth just 1.
The total points will be the total winner, obviously. But if you're on strength results, trying to keep up with the scores as we go, as Em already said, the only way Tom's trying to reflect it is to highlight only the light bar on the website, and for every rep they do with the heavy bar, they will get 5 lifts at that lighter bar. So for instance, at the moment, if you're looking at the women doing a 90 kilo light bar, I believe, looking at it, it means that for anyone who got 2 reps on the heavy bar, they will see 10 reps at 90 kilos. It's not reflecting, as you probably expect, but it's very, very good.
Would you be able to move across? Sorry, thank you. Just making sure you guys get a good view. Okay, no worries. So yeah, as John said, the women's novice, they have 90 kilo at the back and then 120 at the front, and the women's masters on the other side have 100 kilo at the back and then 130 at the front. And
remember, these are axle bars. These are a very different kind of deadlift. They're not the same explosive power you get from the floor. You see those look like naturally those grip and rip type deadlifters like me tend to start suffering at these kind of deadlifts because the bar gives you nothing. The second you try to apply power to the floor, you've got to move the entire weight. You can't gain momentum. You can't gain speed off the floor by bending the bar or the whip. You genuinely just have to keep pulling. And often you find that the ones who are the grittier pullers, much like Em, the grittier pullers will be much better in an axle because they will be used to grittier. They will be much more used to that slow start, whereas I'm used to making a massive explosive like start and then slowing down around my knees. Very interesting to see the difference here in some lifters. Looks like many of the women in the class here are going to start at the heavy bar to start with, and then some people are picking up bonus points on the light bar as well. So really good tactic to see how that goes.
We did have a lot of support for Nicola in the comments as well, which was absolutely brilliant to see. And also another comment that we were explaining the rules very well, so I'm very, very glad about that.
Very grateful. Is our stream feeling a bit more confident now that we're on 4G?
Yeah, much better out here, much smoother. So we're all
apologies everyone for that. Again, like we said, we are volunteering, we're doing our best, but it's, technology isn't always the easiest thing. I'd like to have a little white network.
You should do, but thank you very much for letting
Which does
us know.
exist, I'm aware.
All right, so the first athletes we've had out have made these weights look really like they've rattled through some reps here.
Okay, up first for the women's opens, we're going to have Magda.
So we now have the women's opens on the other side. So that's starting weight of 130, and the heaviest weight at the front is 160. And Magda is taking on the first. I don't know the athlete's name in the women's novice. Tom.
Right, so you've got Magda and Meg. Magda on the far lane there, going for the lighter deadlift there. And I say light, I still say 130 kilos. So let's not be calling it light. And on the heavy bar for Meg here, she looks like she's at 130 as well.
And Meg only started in 2024, so very, very new to this. And it looks like was not really a fan of the monster dumbbell, so maybe is probably looking forward to this event a little bit more.
Well, then Meg did get her own PBs on the monster dumbbell. Like, it may not have been, depends where it's stacked up against the others, but she wanted 25 and she got 25. So, you know, I think we have to remember what the purpose of the competition is not just to go against other people. The purpose is also to make sure that you are setting your own best records that you've ever done. So she ticked that box well and proud.
And I've seen Magda compete a few times. She's a very consistent athlete across the board, which is a really brilliant trait to have. You don't necessarily want to be really good at one event or the other. It's about being good, evenly spread across all these different disciplines that will test you in so many different ways.
And Magda has only done this for under a year, I think. I think the Aaron Page Classic was where she jumped in for her first competition with minimal strongman training. So she's currently, I mean, even that, I say 6-7 months into strongman training at all. So really good there to be getting that many reps at 130 kilo.
And with the deadlift as well, so not only will the judges be looking for the athletes to be fully stood up, their hips locked out, so they're not soft and that lockout, and stable, but they will also be giving no reps if the bar is not put at a dead stop at the bottom. They can't just touch the floor and keep going. They have to actually let the weight sit on the floor before they engage the next rep.
Teresa and Kirsty. Teresa stepping up to what looks like an astronomical 160 kilos, just grotesque weight there. I mean, bear in mind at a slight, 60-something kilo body weight, she maybe sat around, it's two and a bit times body weight. She looks like she's done exactly what she wants, and she's going to call it there. So
very strategic.
You know,
I love her sunglasses as well. But
yeah, she said
see athletes being very strategic at this point, knowing what they want to hit, and then playing them.
Yeah, she said out loud, I only need 3. So she's evidently made a judgment call based on what anyone else has done or what anyone else she thinks is going to be doing, and she's going to call it there. Kirsty here grinding away. Wonderful. 20 seconds left.
And she's going to go and get in some extra points over there. I will try and move the blue loading as well, if possible. Brilliant. I think accumulating points like that, being really strategic and knowing to just sort of top up your points, because the heaviest bar is worth 5, that light back's still worth 1. So if you get 5 reps on that lighter bar, it's still worth the equivalent of 1 more rep. So you can kind of add in, and if somebody's only done 2 reps at the heavy bar and left it, you doing 2 at the heavy and then 1 at the lighter bar.
Take the win, yeah, absolutely. All about being extra strategic here.
And also, I think it's easy to think that a lot of the athletes will come in and they'll be giving 100% to every single event, and by the end of the day they'll be feeling retired, but they're here for fun, they're here to just test themselves, be gritty, throw themselves into the deep end. Some athletes might be strategic for other reasons, and there are 3 more events to come, including that Conan's Wheel, which is going to be really taxing on that lower back especially, and this is also a very lower back taxing event, so maybe it is making those calls of, I don't need to do more than this because I know what everyone else has achieved, which is where the benefit of that reverse system comes from the previous event.
Yeah, not only that, but you got to think about comp conditions as well. So not only do they have like a sporadic ability to warm up and then a waiting time before they get into the next comp, but the other thing to bear in mind here is the fact that they are now going to be kind of outside, different conditions, not used to what they're used to, but they're also we've been a bit of a stalemate behind us.
Sorry, guys. Can we make some space for the pickup truck? That's all right.
What's he coming down here?
Rosie up next for
Okay, so is there somebody in the far lane?
Jack Hobbs.
Onto the... So Jack Hobbs and Rosie. So we're switching into the men's novice. Right, just checking where the athletes are. Now I've moved the blue stand a little bit for you, so hopefully you'll be able to see a bit more of that deadlift. I'm going to leave it where it is because I don't want to nudge it too much.
Okay, athletes, get yourselves ready. In 3, 2, 1, lift.
Come on, Rosie. Head in the gate.
Big support for Harry as well in the comments. Look at Rosie go.
She's got Rosie in the near lane. Look at the far lane. He's gone for the light bar for the first men's novice out at 150 kilo. And you've got Rosie here who is on the, I believe, the 120 kilo bar.
And Rosie and her partner are competing, so they're a bit of a...
Yeah, you might be able to see the background, the dreadlock man in the background. That'd be Max. Go, Rosie!
That was a phenomenal performance. She's going to get right back on that lighter bar and get some extra reps there. But I actually lost track of how many reps that was. That was
fantastic. Great effort there by Rosie.
Oh, and looking good.
And fatigued, but still going.
She's actually slightly off centre, very, very slightly, but doesn't seem to be bothering her.
Very well done. Used every second possible to do a great turning show up there.
Oh, brilliant. You can see them having a hug there at the back. It's awesome that they're competing side by side. I think that's really, really cool.
That's really cool. That's a great day. So they did the same with the Haynes Farm Open, I think.
I think you're right. Yeah, they did. All right, so we don't have the actual athlete list that are coming out. The Wi-Fi issue did also affect the guys running that order, but they have it on a phone, so they're missing out. Sam Jackson.
Anthony.
And Anthony? Brilliant. We'll do our best to relay what Tom is saying to us. So Sam Jackson in the near side. And I believe...
Ready. 3,
Here we go.
1, lift.
Getting strapped in.
Strapped into 120 and, by the looks of it, a heavy rep.
Wow. I think
Honey Badger there calling in for touch and go. I don't think he took a rep, but he gave him the warning. So any further reps where he touch and goes, he'd have had a rep taken away from him. So Honey Badger being very strict on that, letting the weight come to a dead stop. When I say touch and go, what we mean there is you'll see sometimes an athlete will come down. They have to allow the weight to come to a complete dead stop on the floor, even for half a second. It doesn't have to be long. It has to be long enough that you are not bouncing off the floor. Touch and go is where you apply enough momentum to the bar so that you slightly bounce off the floor. So you touch and go. So it only just makes contact for a split second. So they're not allowed to do that. They must allow the bar to come to a complete dead stop on the floor. If we haven't explained it, I may have already done it. The gentleman currently in the wonderful socks stood over the bar being the referee for the men's lane at the other side. That is Honey Badger, Mark Cummings, phenomenal athlete in his own right, has competed at all the major international shows across the globe. Good friend of all of ours as well. Wonderful human being, and genuinely just, takes his time out to come to these competitions to just support other people, be involved in the sport, as everyone does as well. So a great demonstration. Him and Butts have a wonderful ongoing, I think, rivalry, friendship, one of the two. Friendly rivalry, where the two of them compete against each other all the time in many competitions and go toe-to-toe a lot. So they've developed a very good friendship.
Yeah, I'm not sure there is a competition out there that Mark hasn't done at some point, because he is an athlete who likes to accumulate a lot of volume of competitions throughout the year. But that doesn't necessarily mean that he's not putting on phenomenal performances every single time, and also competed at World Championships all over the world, as well as World's Strongest Man.
Very accomplished athlete, actually, and has the right mindset in my head for a strongman. He's not seeking the titles. What he's seeking is experience, exposure, and a good fun, competition to do. So where he places, and that's taken him a very far away. I say that like he isn't one of the best in the world. So credit where it's due.
So we have Benjamin out and Taylor McEwen, and I believe Taylor is 16 years old. Very young athlete here. Has only been training for 9 months, and this is their second ever competition. Oh, actually did the first time is here, so actually second competition, but competed here both times. Really looking forward to the deadlift as well.
Both going for the heavy bar as well, going straight in. So 120 kilo here for head Taylor, and over on the far side you have the. Ooh, what do we got?
Rocked back a little bit, but I think that's actually partly to do with the fact the floor is actually on an angle. You may have seen where there are bumper plates underneath the mats to stop the bars from rolling forward. So another variable the athletes probably were not contending with. And with the axle bar already pulled you out in front of you, having that extra lean forward must be really challenging. So yeah, Taylor, genuinely, she trains in Southampton, just not that far away, in Room 13 Fitness. But yeah, really looking forward to the deadlifts is what she's told us. Really looking forward. And actually, running so rapidly through them. I think being very strategic, starting off at that heavier bar and then moving into this lighter bar. Even with 10 seconds left, not looking like she's giving up, is going to keep going. One more.
Have a look at the far lane though, to save time. Gentleman has jumped on over under grip, so he's gone for mixed grip on the other side to save time and not strap onto the second bar to get an extra rep.
Sometimes that can be really, really good. And thinking ahead, the only event after this that would be potentially grippy might be the log a little bit, but also the power stairs.
Power stairs will take a bit of grip.
That was a phenomenal performance for those. So is it Liam next?
Yeah, Liam in the men's lane.
Sam. You move. Yeah, you have to go right back.
Yep.
Yeah. Thank you.
3, 2, 1.
All right, athletes locking in for another round. Looking very strong here in the first lane.
Liam pulling a rep on the heavy deadlift. Good, very, very good. That's a tough deadlift to get. Very happy. He'll be happy with that.
And although we've just nudged Sam, it's purely because all of the athletes here want to be cheering on all of the other athletes, those who they train with, their partners, or even people they've never even met, to be completely honest with you. Genuinely, it's wonderful to see everybody just getting behind each other. So, you feel mean saying please move, but we promise you guys the best seat in the house. Right, moving on to the lighter bar for both the athletes now, and still looking very, very good.
Liam using a very clean technique actually. He's got quite bent over, quite hinged, but he's not using much ramp, not using much hitch. He's got very clearly like a posterior chain dominant athlete. You can see that in the women's lane there she is.
Big support for Ben in the chat as well. Oh wow!
Got the shakes, going a bit passy out. I think the heat and the dehydration there probably starting to pay off.
Yeah, will have pushed the limit a bit here as well. And I believe she actually competed at that powerlifting competition that Barbara ran not that long ago, the Cold Blood Classic. And I believe the deadlift was one that...
She did, yeah, you're right, yeah. As a powerlifting competition, powerlifting meet there for the Cold Blood Classic. Really well done.
Also, a lot of these athletes, a good chunk of them will compete in strongman alone, but some of them will generally be athletes that have a variety of disciplines, a variety of sports, and they just turn their hand to them. Powerlifting and strongman you see is quite a good combination a lot of the time. All right, let's see who is up next. I have to admit, I'm smelling Dave's food and it smells very, very good.
I had one of Dave's burgers and it is comfortably the best chicken burger I've ever had in my life, and I'm not saying that because Dave. It's a comfortable win by a landslide. If you get a chance to try Casey's Kitchen, Dave's food, honestly, it is spectacular.
And you might not know this by looking at him, but of course, John
I
knows
love my
food.
Snacky boy.
I think the using of the mixed grip for the lightweight was actually a really, really clever move there. It minimises that time. It's obviously going to have a little bit of a trade-off in that you might fatigue your grip a bit, but actually, if it's a manageable weight for you, then actually it's a really clever one to. It might just be the difference of you getting an extra rep, which can be big in terms of points at the end of the day. So they're just very, very carefully making sure everything is loaded. Don't be alarmed if you're watching from home and counting the plates. The axle bars themselves might not be the standard 20 kilo that you might be expecting. Some of them are 10, some of them I believe are heavier than that as well. I think there's actually a 35 over there in use. So don't be alarmed if it looks like the plates are wrong. Everything is being double and triple checked.
This looks like we're starting the men's masters on the lane nearest to us. That's why the weight change is going on. So the heavy bar is now 210. Light bar is now 170. And then on the far side, we'll be continuing the men's novice at 150 on the light and 190 on the heavy.
Awesome. Okay.
In the men's masters, then we have. Has Mark Fowler turned up, by the way? Having car trouble, apparently. No. We have Carl Gale will be up first for the men's masters.
So Carl up first.
There we go. We've got Carl. Lovely. Okay, athletes, get yourselves ready. 3, 2, 1, lift.
Got mixed grip here. Wonderful rep on the mixed grip on the heavy axle. That's a fantastic start. Very strong. Very interesting to see someone go for the heavy bar and no straps at all, actually.
I have to admit, it's something I've definitely done in the past, but in a very strategic way.
You're a monster. You don't count.
My grip doesn't let me down. Everything else does. I think that actually you'll find some athletes, everyone's limiting factor is going to be a little bit different.
Halfway.
For some, their grip might be the first thing that would give out. For others, it would be other areas. So play to your strengths.
Looks like in the men's basketball, someone who's taking it very strategically, knows his limit, knows when to say yes or no.
Got the lighter one, Carl.
He's moving on to that lighter bar just for a few extra reps there. The other thing is, straps do take a bit of time to get used to. I very, very famously took a long time to learn how to use straps because I never did for so long.
I also note that Carl in the men's masters lane there didn't use a proper belt, just used a soft belt.
Oh yeah, he did. Again, it's personal preference. There is no rule on what you can and can't use within the rules, obviously.
Got Dan in the men's masters.
I think the only rule for the deadlift today was you can't wear suits, which is like a very stiff wetsuit. Is that the right way to word it? It would give you an extra bit of a spring at the bottom of the lift. And
It's worse than it's like made out of seatbelt material. It's a hideous thing.
Yes, I'm personally not a fan either, but they're often utilised in a lot of competitions. So I'm actually really happy to see the raw deadlift still creeping in. I personally prefer it.
Okay, so we ready? 3, 2, 1, lift.
Brilliant here, getting all dialed in and repping. That's looking really good. I have to admit, to give credit to these athletes as well, I actually do think, the more I look at it, the angle of the floor, which we might not be able to see very well from the camera, but it does slope forward. So all of these athletes are leaning forward before they've even started lifting the bar, and with an axle that will also pull you forward. Ooh, I believe
we're getting rained on.
Some rain. I'm gonna hold us out here for as long as possible.
I was going to piss down. Yes. Come on, Dan.
15 seconds left. Yes. Come on, one more. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
The table comes apart. Oh, right.
I was just going to read the laptop. All right, we're just having a quick shuffle because it is in fact raining. Thank you so much. Just making sure that we've got a bit of cover.
Jack Stepney will be up next for the novices.
Right, I think we have managed to escape the rain with all of the computers. It's actually been quite nice for us.
Thank you. I'm really kind. Thank you. Sorry. Thank you.
Everyone jumped in to help us, so that was really, really sweet. You've got a good view of John at the moment. Yeah, no.
John Weatherall up next.
I bet you that was it. It was all of 10 seconds and it'll leave now. But for a split second, thought it was going to happily stay.
Where's that? What's that angle? See you all right?
Yeah.
That was Dave. Do you want to introduce Dave?
Chef extraordinaire. And the team.
Okay. No, I'm not ready.
Right, athletes are ready. Not thrown off at all by the rain.
In 3, 2, 1.
Apologies, I'm not aware of who is lifting right now. Did you catch the names?
Well done.
Get a rhythm, John. And we keep motoring now.
I think if you heard what Tom just said there, that's a really, really good thing. If the athletes can find a rhythm, that is really good. The only thing they need to be mindful of is not getting so stuck in that rhythm that they forget to listen for those down commands. If they rush them, they will get no rep and they will have done all of the work. So they have to really be mindful to look out or listen out for their judge stacked right in front of them, giving them both a verbal and a hand signal so that they can, if they can't hear because of the crowd and support around them, just to be able to see they're giving us a
10 seconds.
He said there's nothing left. Well done. I'm going to keep the laptop where it is just because I have a feeling that it might start spitting again and I don't want to have to keep doing back and forth. Okay, so we have Lee
and Joe.
It has started raining again, so I'm glad that we stuck with the stay inside plan.
Where did the rain come from?
It's raining all day.
So Lee is most looking forward to the log and the yoke. So hopefully he's got the energy spare to put on the performance that he's hoping for there.
Let's go. Nice, Joe.
Wonderful fight from both. Come on. Joe on the heavy deadlift, Lee on the light deadlift. Remember, they're in different classes. They're not competing against each other. They are competing at the same time, but not against the same class.
Good, Joe. Lovely. 30 seconds,
These athletes are looking. They found their rhythm. Oh, some strategic moving here. Lee's still going. He will have accumulated quite some points just with the light of bar.
Be very interesting to see what Faye does with his scores there. Interesting to see if he gets all of his points there. She's going to take a point off. Always hard to know how he's balancing.
It's good that they're being very consistent with that scoring, and that touch and go rule especially is one that does come up quite a lot in strongman. So it's good to
Get a free burger.
be mindful of across
We get free one.
in competitions. It's probably something that you won't get away with in the sport.
Down to the Masters. We Adam.
So we have Adam, and I have unfortunately misheard the name of the person in the lane closest to us.
Athletes ready.
Athletes are ready to go.
3, 2, 1, lift.
And they're in.
Go Adam.
Thankfully, with these bars being so grippy, I don't actually think the rain will affect them on the heavy bar. The shiny bars are on the back bars, but they're the lighter ones.
And also the fact that they're wearing straps, so the deadlift is probably unaffected. The Conans will be interesting to know if and how the rain persists, how Tom wants to adjust that. It is difficult, and I really call out the organiser here. Like, Tom is going to... It's a difficult variable that's not planned. Obviously, never planned for rain, never planned for it, but we were forecast absolute blistering sunshine. Interesting to know now all the kit is out here. It's not as easy as people think to simply move everything, get it all shifted, get it all put inside again. It's not... Really interesting to know how Tom responds to it and what he wants to do with the competition to make it as good as possible for both the event itself and the athletes. It's all about making sure the athletes have a good time, but also if they have to wait for multiple hours for us to reposition the gym and move it all around, that's even worse for the athletes than just going in a bit of rain. So we will see how.
I think that was a very, very strategic extra 3 points there. Really well done. With 10 seconds left, I thought he's only got one, but
I think there's going to be a real fight for those little narrow points there, actually, between those classes.
I think also it's really good because it will then give really good separation. Sometimes you see with these sorts of events, people have very similar points because of the big jumps that they have to take. And so I think having that extra variable to be able to accumulate a little bit more is actually going to be a really good one and make this really, really exciting.
Yeah.
I think I prefer it instead of the standard or the more commonly used track style. All right, if you are supporting athletes at home, do shout them out. We are looking at the chat as often as we can.
Okay, athletes, are we ready? 3, 2, 1, left.
Both athletes straight out to the heavy bars. They're going to go straight for the Trump 5 repper.
Nice work.
Grind that first rep out. He's going again. Fantastic. Looks like he might be like a steady puller.
5 points a rep is a valuable one to take. And I think actually, like I was saying earlier, with that front lean, because we're on that slight angle, does make a huge difference. And they're having to contend with the plates holding the bars in place. But as you can see, that does mean when they're lowering the bar, the bars are moving in ways they're not expected.
If they drop the bar in front of them, basically, exactly, yeah. If they drop the bar in front of them and it clips that plate, it's going to ping back straight to their shins. Not only is that going to hurt, but it's going to be hard to free find your deadlift position. It's going to be a fine line. The problem is outside, the ground's very rarely even. It's not normally the exact same how you want it to be. So, I often say this about strongman. It's a beautiful sport because people train in the perfect gym with the perfect kit, on the perfect platform, with their friends around them, with the rest time they want. Which is why on comp day it becomes a really difficult dynamic to see what you're actually capable of, to be able to, change all that training into transposing into a comp day conditions where you're outside. There's a bit of drizzle. There's a crowd. Your warm-ups weren't exactly to your plans. It all changes. So, not only credit to the athletes for turning up and competing, but the fact that they can do this when everything changes on comp day is really impressive.
And in the rain. But I think that's the key here, is that where we have so many different events as well, and where the conditions are there's no standardised way that we would lift. Not like maybe with powerlifting where you have standardised kit, standardised flooring, standardised everything. Strongman's so changeable that you just have to be very, very adaptable. And a lot of the athlete's skill comes from their ability to adapt and keep their cool, or keep their rhythm, or keep what is going to help them perform the best and not let it throw them off. You'll quite often see, especially in athletes, who maybe have not experienced something go slightly not the way they expect to in competitions, have a moment where they freeze, and that can be costly, especially in a rep event. You can actually lose quite a few points by just having a moment of panic or a moment of freeze. It's the athletes that don't let it phase them, just get back on, pick up the kit and get moving. They're going to be the ones that are the most consistent across the board. So I believe there's going to be a little bit of kit manoeuvring. I think we're probably approaching our final lifters at this point.
Say again?
Do you reckon we're approaching our final deadlifters?
We are yet to start the men's opens.
I take that back.
So the positioning of the plates is to add a bunch of weight for the men's opens. So the men's novice have a few left on the other lane, and then the near lane will become the men's opens. And then, yes, I suppose it depends on your definition. Apologies, I might have done a supertism there.
No,
yes, we're probably approaching our final deadlifters, but the men's opens will start on this lane. So
lots of support from Martin, and also Zara as well. Is that Zara's time? But yeah, lots of support from Martin. 3 different shout outs. Awesome. Yeah, we lost the ability to see the chat on our actual screen when we did the switch over to a different network, but we have it on our phone that we can keep checking.
What's he doing now?
Okay. For the opens, we have Jack Thompson. Jack Thompson for the opens. Angus Clark for the novices. Captain Angus.
Sorry.
Worth checking. We were just checking because suddenly on the phone we realised that we saw the hold screen. We were pretty confident you could all see because we could see the comments coming through, but just to double check.
So the far lane, you've got Angus. In the near lane, you've got Jack. Angus in the men's novice has been working really hard for this comp. I think he's excited about this event especially. He's a good deadlifter. He hit a good PB on the dumbbell as well, so really pleased for him.
He's been really, really careful with how he puts the bar down. I think Jack just decided it's not the one for today. He's the athlete that came back from quite a nasty car crash not that long ago. I think Angus is doing really well to control that bar down. I think that's actually a variable that not a lot of athletes would have necessarily thought about with those plates there holding them to stop the bar properly rolling away from them. But I think it will pay off in the long run. Get the fast track on this heavy one. Yes, it looks like he might be able to go. Oh,
I was about to start screaming. I was lowering the mic to start screaming. Go on, Angus, steer away.
Now can he get a few more reps on that lighter bar? Which by this point, although it might be a weight that he could rep in usual circumstances for days, he's not really fatigued because he's just done quite a mammoth performance there with the heavy bar.
3, 2, 1, start.
Yeah, as Em said, feeling for Jack there. He's jumped in, and to be fair to him, so he's come back into training about 2 weeks ago, not for the comp though, just training for recovery from the car crash and 2 months off. Decided to jump into the comp just for fun. Absolutely no reason at all, just other than just I wanted to laugh, have a fun day. So he's not expecting anything from himself other than just having a smile, having a laugh, and being with his friends. So if anything, he might be the most strong man here.
That is very true, actually. I like that. And also, I just like that he knew that he wasn't going to be bringing his best at this point. But he's just come for the fun. So Connor over in the far lane.
Yeah, it should be good.
For deadlift as well.
Yeah, he's hoping to get 5 or 6 reps. Awesome first rep. And we've got someone pulling 220 in the near lane as well, which is absolutely fantastic. Come on, Con! Nice, come on in! Get it, Con, finish it, come on in! Come on in!
Nice, really good use of a ramp there.
Come on in! Come on, finish it off, let's go!
20 seconds left.
Nice, he's got 15 seconds each.
You got a few points here left! Sorry if I get very excited.
We always knew John was going to get excited.
One, Connor, go!
All right. A lot of support behind him here.
Come on!
I believe as well.
Yes!
John's so excited though. I believe Connor's granddad is around as well, supporting him. I think got him into the gym a long time ago as well.
Sorry, that was awesome. He wanted like 5. He got like 7 or 8 on the heavy, and like so I'm telling Jack on the side as well because Jack's his friend. He got like 7 or 8 on the heavy, and then 3 on the light.
Nice work. That's really, really, really good. Rich Milner coming out here, and I like the fact that on the athlete form that we sent out, we asked what your favourite event is, and Rich just wrote, "I love all of them. I just love strongman," and I think that's wonderful.
No, Rich wrote.
Yeah, all of them.
He said, "Dude, I love it. I absolutely love that. What a hero!"
I think that's absolutely magnificent.
Remember, this is 80 in the open class, doing a 260, I believe, kilo axle deadlift.
That is a big lift.
Beautiful form. Notice that Rich has gone for the talcum powder approach. Not many people use it. That's it. He's a very experienced deadlifter. Look at that beautiful technique. He's also, if you notice, he himself talks. He has a very interesting anatomy. So he's got a very short torso, which means that whilst he's got very long arms and long legs, very short torso, it does 2 things to him. It's number 1, makes him a very proficient deadlifter. But second, he can't use a belt on a deadlift. It takes away his brace, his pull. So he's actually doing all of this beltless and always is beltless on a deadlift. Sam on the other side has gone down to the light bar and is pulling this wonderfully. He's pushing the rest down commands to be nice and ahead of the game. So he's trying to get a max he can. Sam got that big frame, which means he's not quite able to get the bar as close to his legs as he probably wants to, but he's still got the power behind him in his back to kind of manhandle that brute force.
No, he's doing really well. And also, I must apologise, because on live feeds before when we've seen Sam, we have referred to him as Sam Whiting, and I believe from the form we had, it's actually Whiting. So I didn't realise we'd been mispronouncing for probably years at this point.
Sorry, Sam.
Okay, John is just going to go do some athlete cheering on. We want to get behind the athletes just as much, and also Connor in particular was a bodybuilder not that long ago and actually competed on stage, so really leaned down only last October, I believe. So he's had a very short introduction to strongman. He's never tried anything like this before. Alright, so I believe we are moving on to the next group. I do not know the names of these two, I apologise, but please do, if you are cheering for anybody, shout them out and I will definitely read out those names. Due to the Wi-Fi being a little bit worse than we expected out here, we have not been able to have an updated list outside. Beautiful reps. These athletes are looking good. That wobble from that plate is definitely causing a bit of an issue. It really disrupts an athlete's ability to get into a really good rhythm. So it's definitely favouring those athletes that are controlled on the way down and don't just drop the bar. Now you'll see that the athletes are using a variety of different techniques, and I think earlier I mentioned the ramp where somebody leant back and slid the bar up their thighs. That is allowed in strongman. You can lift the bar any way you want. In other sports like powerlifting, that wouldn't be allowed. That would be a hitch. So there would be no lift. Strongman, completely and utterly okay. However you want to lift that bar, you do it. You just have to. You've still got time. Awesome work. They were looking very good. I think there's a really good amount of strategic choices between staying at the heavier bar and moving on to the lighter bar when needed, just to really get the last reps out. And also, at this point, you start seeing the reason why we do the reverse order. So whoever won the last event comes out last, which means they have a slight advantage is they know what everyone's hit before. So they can do what Reese did earlier, which is go, I only need 3 reps, and then I've disappeared the event. Which means they then don't have to expend more energy than later on the day. They can just get in and do what they have to. It also gives them a goal. Sometimes when you're just told, oh, it's just open-ended, it's just as many reps as I can, it can switch your mindset just a little bit more. Whereas when you have a number in mind, it can really sort of switch you on and sort of make you hungry for that many reps. I believe we have Ben, and I believe Ben had a lot of support earlier in the chat. So anyone at home cheering for Ben, he is up now.
Good lads, again. Keep it going, come on mate, again. Beautiful, again.
Brilliant. You probably hear,
again. Come on, keep on going, let's go, come on. Excellent, again. And again, let's go mate, come on.
Where these bars don't have those stairs right in front of you, to be able to get that lockout is going to be quite a challenge, just due to the friction with the legs and the fact that these athletes are already on
Come on, let's go, come on, man. Come on, push. Strong. Come on.
Brilliant work there. So, moving to after this, there's still a few more lifters to go. Just to give you a bit of a heads up, we will have the cone as well, which you'll probably see them building in the background over there. It's quite a team effort because this is quite a long and wieldy bit of kit. Probably about 6 different people helped try to put it together. Alright, so now we have Max out. Max is competing here with his partner Rosie.
Right, let's go, boys.
If I am reading the right comment on the athlete form, I think Max said everything will be a PB. So this might be a very heavy lift for him. There may be more than one max, so apologies.
Come on, Max, let's go, mate. Come on, Max. Big fucking pull, come on. Yeah.
Nice. They didn't look like it was a PB. It looks like he's going in for max, so I may have just had the wrong max there.
Come on, Max.
Nice.
Come on.
He's central nervous system check, and he's not looking like he's in any way losing his rhythm. Brilliant. Looking very solid. 4 here would be huge.
Come on, mate, let's go.
Halfway. 30 seconds.
Only halfway. Utilising that really good cramp. Wonderful. Very efficient use of multiple techniques there. So when you start feeling fatigued, being very, very good at switching up the pattern. Onto lighter bar here. Yeah, those plates out in front are definitely favouring the athletes that can control the bar.
That was a beautiful grind from Max. That was awesome.
Really, really wonderful.
Positive spin. I was helping Andy move the codings in the end. Look at that.
Oh wow, you're covered. That is nasty.
Look at that. That's beautiful. Evidence that I was helping.
And also, I'd like to point out, not the actual coating of the cones that the athletes will be holding, that's you putting it together, but we were...
That's the inside of the cones, yeah.
The inside of the cones, which is big and wieldy there.
Jamie here.
Jamie.
Come on, Jamie, stay calm. Nice, steady pulls. Find a rhythm. All about rhythm. Breathe.
Brilliant.
There you go.
What I love to see here is you'll see Max is stood here also cheering on someone who he's directly competing against.
Quickly get the light wraps.
30 seconds left.
Hold on.
Sorry.
Looking strong, and you can see that he has raised his knee. I would say there's definitely been a bit of a...
Yeah, I do like the bloodied sock. That's a great look. Just go!
Let's go! 5, 4,
Can he get another one?
2, 1.
No, not quite. Just out of time. I think he would have had it. He would have just reset.
Yeah, there's a certain amount of... A lot of athletes get really worried about the time, and sometimes it's just about keeping going until you are told to stop.
Well, and I do definitely agree with that. But I would caveat that when you're holding these weights, 60 seconds feels like an absolute eternity.
It's the longest time in the world, isn't it?
You can be repping on and thinking...
I always tell you that 6 seconds is a long time.
I can't believe that was a joke that was made live.
I said nothing rude. You all thought it.
But, yeah, these athletes will probably be thinking, I've been here for days, why haven't they said stop yet? And then over here, they've only been moving for 25 seconds. I reckon he can get a rep here. Let's get behind him. Yes! Looking
Good. Hold the lockout.
He'll still get a good few points here, I think. If he can keep this pace.
Halfway. 30 seconds.
He's only halfway through, he's still got 30 seconds left, and now he's strapped in.
This is what we talk about finding a rhythm, finding a flow. This is about the point of just staying in the right rhythm, getting the reps to work, and trying not to think too much. If you lose the flow, you stop for too long, you breathe for too long, you actually don't recover anywhere near as much as you think. You think you're recovering, but at best you're going to get 3 or 4 seconds of breathing in, and you're not going to be any less fatigued.
And usually, I would advise athletes not roll the bar into themselves unless they're physically restricted and there's a genuine reason. Because it can mean that your start position is different every single time. But where we're contending with that gradient, I think it's actually helping a lot of athletes out, because then they're not going to risk bumping into the plates when they lower the bar down. But actually, the floor's already going to put them in an inconsistent place every single time. So actually, I think you're seeing athletes having learned from the athletes that have gone previously, and actually sort of factoring in new little bits, which will definitely being able to do that on the fly, stick to your plan, but also kind of tweak where you've seen other people learn things through the day.
It's funny you said stick to the plan. So the monster number was a...
Halfway. 30 seconds.
not the gentleman out. The gentleman out is doing very well stick to the plan. But actually on the monster number... God, I'm going to go heavy. I'm going to open heavy. And there was a number of people, I was like, what did you hit in training? and what was your plan? Because if it's your plan to open at like now telling you, you should probably stick to your plan. Because by the time you've waited, by the time you've cooled down, waiting for your opener to actually come up, by the time you've got onto the platform, the adrenaline's coming down or it's going up too high. Often what you need is that confidence boost actually comes from having a comfortable opener, so you don't actually then miss-send your first rep and then throw yourself off. And same here. There's a lot of people who come in with a plan, and then suddenly they feel good, they throw away the plan. Unless you're a very experienced athlete, very experienced, you know exactly what day you want. If you sit there and you go, it's the day, and your plan can be adjusted, how much? So at this point, it's about sticking to whatever you know you're going to do. Sorry.
No, I was just going to add the bits that we won't be seeing here, because obviously we're just showing you that the athletes are actually in the moment. You won't have seen their warm-up reps, and you're quite often seeing competitions. One athlete will start warming up half an hour early, and that will usually then it will usually then mean that all of the other athletes start going, oh, well, they're warming up earlier. Maybe I need to do that. Maybe I missed something. And it usually can start a bit of a wave where everyone's so nervous and they want to make sure that they've got in those warm-up reps. So there is also that side as well, sticking to your plan, even before you even stepped out here, making sure that you're in the right position where you're primed, you're ready, you're warm, but you haven't then spent so much energy because you've had to warm up and then cool down and warm up again.
Yeah. Timing's key in that area. And also, what you just saw Rav do here is he stepped out and he didn't get over, intimidated by the weight. He realised that the plates weren't exactly where he wanted it, so he asked the organiser to adjust the plates to be in the position he wanted it to be in. Something that a lot of people, they come over too quick, they come out, they're too hyped, they're too hot, or they're too nervous, and they don't realise the weight is not set up how they want it to be set up. You're also going to be a bit of leeway in how you want it. You want it in the front, the back, rotated. Especially things like sandbags. How do you want the sandbag set up? Stuff like that. So really key that you take your time to stay calm and to know how you want the event set up, kind of within the parameters of the event, but so that it's working for you.
Yes.
Things like yoke particularly. A lot of people go out, and the amount of times that someone afterwards will say, that was not the right yoke height. Take a second. Figure out if it's the right yoke height.
Yeah, you can't, in hindsight, go, that was the wrong height, then that won't ever work.
Remember, the organisers are humans, and 9 times out of 10, volunteers. They will make mistakes, and they will do their best.
I'm wondering if the start position was being a bit thrown off by the angle forward there.
I think a lot of people are, but it's fair for everyone, isn't it?
Oh yeah, no, definitely. But just to reiterate, because I don't know if the camera really picks up the gradient. It might do a little bit, but just to give the context to anyone watching at home. Or doing a 24-hour challenge for charity. I hope that is all going well and you're all having a great day over there as well.
Will Smith here, ready for a good set of reps here. Wait for the down.
Yeah, you don't want to cheat that down command and then get a no rep. You put all that effort in. He's looking solid.
He's looking very good here.
This is a really good set. I've just seen his socks as well. They're a bit of you.
You couldn't hear on the live stream. He went to pull that 7th rep and just went, "Oh yeah, okay," and moved on to the other part. That's why I like watching Will compete, because he comes out with some blindness. Get pulling, what are you doing?
10 seconds left.
Oh, what nerve.
He's had enough. I don't know if you heard that on the live feed. That was John, I'm going to say giving support. I'm going to use the word support here by calling the lifter a nerd for not having a go at another rep.
Yeah, what are you doing the minimum reps for? What nerd?
Bullying athletes. That's not what we're here for. We're here to
I'm
hype
not
up.
bullying. He was stronger than that.
Maybe that's what we needed.
The only thing we bully is weakness.
Oh dear, no.
Okay.
It is all in good faith. In case anyone
Caveat, strong caveat. I'm actually nice.
It's okay. Okay. He was looking particularly strong with the dumbbell. Oh yes, okay. I think
Beautiful
we're in
first
for a
rep
bit
on the deadlift there.
a good one here. Very rapid. This is awesome. Finding a good rhythm.
Very clean form as well. Getting thrown off a little bit by the plates of the floor. Needs to control that a little bit, but he's doing well.
And it's almost like now become a bit of a
He's always using it as part of the rhythm.
Yeah.
Just flying through these.
Very
30
explosive.
seconds gone. Half the time left.
Yes.
Beautiful reps.
1.
8 reps, I think.
Come on, mate.
I could be wrong. Please note that if I feed, these are unofficial. I'm glad we got that rep in there. I started reading out the last seconds for you, as I wasn't sure if you could hear Tom counting them down, but I thought it would be useful to hear there right to the end. Didn't even move to the line rep, just kept going right.
Yeah, that was 11. I think I overheard earlier this guy who won the Monster Dumbbell has not been able to deadlift for a good little while. I assume due to injury or something else happened. I didn't get a chance to ask, but overheard a little bit of scheming earlier. I say scheming, I think a bit of damage limitation in the sense of he hasn't been able to deadlift. I don't know what his actual deadlift capacity is. I don't know him very well, but looks like... Go on, finish it!
Not the one today, but you can get some points with the lighter log. Lighter deadlift.
Everything's a log if you try hard enough.
Log is later to come.
Nice!
That was looking good. Yes.
Those muscles that haven't been able to train for a little while. Fatigue's pretty quick. You can see his posterior chain there coming in a bit of a CNS wobble very early.
And the axle is a particularly challenging deadlift variation, I think.
Also, not to do a disservice, let's remind ourselves, this is 220 kilograms.
And 200 kilos is about the same weight as an Asian black bear.
Yeah, an axle bar 220 kilo deadlift is not an easy feat.
Alright, so that is the end of the deadlifts. So we're going to start off with the novice women with the cone as well. We will take you to a bit of a holding screen, just temporarily while there's going to be a bit of setup. Oh, actually, tell you what I'll do is I'll leave you with a view of everything that's happening, because it might be a little bit more interesting than the holding screen. But I will turn our microphones off so you don't hear us faffing around, as we're going to help set up and make sure everything is good to go. So yeah, shout out to whoever you are cheering for today, and we will be back very, very shortly. We're going to be getting used to the Conans before we move on into our third event of the day. So we will be sort of seeing the bit of kit as people kind of get used to it. It's basically one arm that's going to swing all the way around. So the athletes are going to get very close to us as they walk around this side of the circle, and it's basically just as far as they can go without putting it down. Now, one thing that's going to be particularly interesting, I think, is the fact that, again, we're on that gradient. So at one half of the turn, the athletes are going to be going uphill, and the other half of the turn, they're going to be going downhill. Now, the weight's going to be out in front of you, as you can imagine, holding that very, thick cylinder. It pulls the weight out in front of you. So, although it might sound like the uphill will be the hardest, if anything, that's going to help the Conan stick into your arms. Going downhill, you might have that momentum, but that could also pull you out of position. It could make you accidentally drop it if you're not going to be prepared to feel the change. I think it's actually going to be fairly significant. So hopefully all the athletes have been well versed in the gradient from the deadlifts, and it won't take them by surprise. So we will transition on over very shortly. I'm going to go to the hold screen just temporarily because I think we're going to be moving things around a little bit. But we will be back very, very soon for the Conans, which will be a very good show of strength and grit. So we are in position, the athletes are warming up. I'm going to bring us back to the Conans, and also we have been seeing the wonderful comments in the chat as well. Just we're really grateful, and also just really excited that you're enjoying it.
Yeah, genuinely love it. I mean, we do this as a passion project, like I say. So, and Ed obviously is putting much more of the hard work in. I keep wandering off and talking to people and trying to help out here or there. I mean, genuinely, I try to be a good person rather than just disappearing. But genuinely, it's really nice to have the support of the community. You guys are very, very appreciated, and I'm very glad you are appreciating what we're trying to do. So the more we can get this sport seen by more people, the better it will be, because it's a great sport.
And we've had a number of athletes come up and say, oh, is so-and-so cheering for us? And we can say, yeah, no, we're seeing the names popping up. So please, if you are at home watching, shout them out. Not only will we then read them out, obviously, but athletes are asking as well, which is really good. Now, you're starting to probably see with the feet of this particular event. So as you now see, Dan is now loading weight on the other end. The weights on the bit that's in the middle, that's just to hold it down. The athletes won't be feeling anything change from that. The weights going on the other end are, if I just going to get the sheet ready. So for the women's novice, 60 kilos will be added. The women's masters, 80 kilos will be added. The women's opens, 120 kilos will be added. The men's novice, 140. Masters, 210. And the men's open, I messed that up a little bit. Men's novice, 140. Men's masters, 160. And the men's open, 200 kilos. So imagine that's like one long arm with a bear attached to the end. for the men's open at the end there. Now, as you'll see, the athletes will swing past quite close, and it's basically a measure of distance. So because it's obviously on one pivoting arm, they can keep going. Be a matter of how far can they go? Can they turn that wheel the longest, basically? So it is much more of a test of grit. Whether or not you can switch your brain off and just keep going, can you dig in and just hold on, because it won't feel comfortable. It definitely won't feel comfortable, and it'll be a matter of, it's mind over matter, I think, a lot of the time here, but it's still also a significant weight, and it's wobbly and it's unstable, and we're on a grade uphill. They're obviously walking uphill with a heavy weight in their arms. When it's going downhill, it's going to want to fall away from them and fall out of their arms, and the second they put it down, that's their time over, that's their distance done. So it's one continuous movement, lots of rotations. I think Dan is making a point of trying to get the weight on ready for the first events by basically just standing in the way, playing a massive game with these athletes who will be wanting to build up a fair bit of speed. So we'll try and figure out an order of names. Hopefully we'll be able to get like a picture at least of the list, whereas we weren't able to last time. It is raining a little bit, but it's not too much. So I still think the athletes, if they're good at covering their forearms with chalk and then not letting them get that pivot, but the further in they go, the further distance they have to walk to turn the distance, because it's a smaller circle for them. So it will depend on how they want to play it. But that Zercher position is not necessarily a comfortable one. And it's also going to be resting right on their chest, so they have to be really good at the core brace, switching on their core muscles, because it is wobbly. It is going to try and pull them out. But I think we're up for a really good. And grip tips are also allowed here, and as you can see, the height, I believe, is staying the same for all athletes. So if you are a shorter athlete, you have less opportunity to pick it up, but it's going to be close to the floor. So if you start particularly quickly, you might run the risk of the feet hitting the floor. If you're taller, you've got a bigger pickup.
Apologies, I am back. I was getting a towel or dry rub that we had in the back of the car, so they can put it over the colons when it's not in use. Or in between people, they can always just quickly dry it off, so it's a bit fairer for all the athletes to go around. I'm just conscious that as it gets wetter, it might be worse and worse for the athletes to try and maintain their pace. So
yes, because John may be 130 kilos strongman, but also dabbles in surfing and paddleboarding at times.
Dabble is a optimistic word. I attempt to lie like Shamu on a board.
So athletes doing their last warm-ups, just to give you a bit of variety. If you've joined us later on, I'll just introduce me and John again. So we both compete in strongman. Strangely enough, not the same weight category, you may notice. John is a little bit bigger in the opens. I'm usually in the lightweight women.
Yeah, the exact opposite. I'm super heavyweight. I'm an opens male, and you are the lightest class female. Well, they have now introduced a 57 here or there, so
that's true.
You may not now be the lightest.
That's true, actually. Yes, you've seen the 57 grow and grow and grow and creep into more and more competitions, which is really exciting. That the sport is just expanding ever more. But yeah, between us, we have a lot of experience in competing in a variety of different things. Competitions all over the place, nationally, internationally, but as well as also some more bizarre things, like you're a bit of a savant when it comes to the Zercher deadlift, but also competed at the Highland Games as well, multiple years running actually.
Yeah, it's actually the first year we haven't done the Highland Games, which is a real shame. We big fan of the Highland Games, absolutely love it, but we've had a bit of a conflict having to do it the same weekend as the Hampshire Strongest Man, so we're doing this again for Hampshire Strongest Man, making sure we get a good demonstration of the live stream so people can see what's going on. Also be keen to compete there as well, but don't have time this year, unfortunately. But yeah, we've had a good eclectic group of competitions actually.
And yeah, we're lucky enough to have gotten a good amount of experience, but not the same as these kind of community events where everyone just comes together. And so that's why we're here supporting all the athletes and just hopefully expanding the support online as well. Honestly, the athletes have been genuinely, like across the board, really solidly consistent. I actually think there's some really good battles happening here. And they're grappling with not just challenging movements, but also challenging variables, I think, as well. Like, it is still raining, and they're outside on a gradient, and they're still repping deadlifts when an axle bar especially is coming out in front of them. I think that this next event, though, is going to be a really good one to watch because although you might see some big distances, you'll start to see some really big fights. It will really come down to how much they can not think about what they're doing and how it feels and how they can just keep going. I'm loving the bravery of all of the athletes standing so confidently quite close. So when the cones actually moves past, it's a very, very shallow clearance of just a few inches. I think I'd be too nervous. We're like a good 2 foot away, but still, feels like we're quite close. Do you see Tom Butts just walking past there? He is the brains behind today. He's the one that's kind of put it all together. Obviously, there are a lot of different helpers around doing very different roles like plate loading, moving around kit, setting things up, scorekeeping, judging, all sorts. And it's really wonderful that the community can come out in force. We're trying to highlight various different people as we see them on the camera so that you can kind of get a bit of introduction to people just giving up their day to just make this event possible.
So I was just trying to make sure that didn't know if anyone would see that the middle bit was moving. Don't want to have any like contestants. My worry is if an athlete has to stop mid-run because the thing's moved, or they're going to hit a person, they're going to hit the tent, a van. That's the worry. It's going to be unfair on the athlete and the kit.
And all of this kit usually lives upstairs in the gym over there, so it's all had to be taken downstairs just to get out here today.
Yeah, that's exactly it. So, they're going to do the best they can, but there's always some odd conditions on comp day which kind of, different for each individual person. You're used to training on the exact height that you want for the cones and the position you want, all that kind of stuff. On comp day, there's a bit of share and make do.
We've also got some big support in the chat for Sam Jackson as well.
Yeah, she's crushing it.
She's doing really well.
She's doing really well.
Looking very consistently strong as well. She's obviously pushing in each event, but she's coming back fresh. So I think she's well conditioned for this.
I actually just asked her how she was looking forward to the rest of the day. She had very similar to me that whilst Conan's is hideous, she's quite looking forward to the Conans.
I quite like those kind of gritty challenges. You just kind of, I think I would be looking forward to this event as well. Do you know if they're adjusting the height for athletes, or is it the same?
I don't think so.
I didn't think so either. So that's what you were, relaying a second ago.
Yeah. There we go. Not to go around the bottom, we're like, how's that going?
So they're making it for the...
I think they're making sure that every athlete has a fair opportunity to be underneath it properly, rather than,
And I believe that athlete's only 16 years old as well.
That's amazing.
Can you imagine how strong you'd be if you found the sport at 16 years old?
At 16, I was doing things I shall not be writing on this live stream. I wish I found the sport.
That was your rock star era, wasn't it?
Tempted. Shocking.
So, what do you reckon your favourite event of today would be if you were...
Conans.
Conans
all day. I love a Conans. I think it's a great event.
And actually,
it's painful from the second you start.
You did the Conans here at the APC, did you not? As well?
Second.
You did the Conans here at the APC, so you're familiar with this.
We did a slightly variation of the Conans. So we had to do 180 degrees drop and turn, so repeated pickups, which made a different type of dynamic that made. So it's really interesting to see how it feels. This will be a 360. Keep turning around as far as you can.
I think it'll be a really good one to watch. But I did wonder, do you remember what the weight was for you back in the APC?
I think it was about 200 as well. I think it was 180, 200 around there.
Yeah, so the ladies' men today have a 200 as well.
Yeah, no, it's an interesting change in dynamic because, like I say, it might be the same or slightly heavier, but it's the fact that they're able to keep going around once they've picked up once. It's a very different dynamic to having to, pick up repeatedly. So we did, I think the winning had seven pickups basically. So that in itself is a fairly astronomical amount of, pickups.
You'll also probably see, if you're watching the video with eagle eyes, that it is raining quite a bit more now. So hopefully this doesn't throw any of the athletes off. That was an announcement for everybody in the audience and the athletes to basically move back and don't get squished. Okay, just a little bit of readjusting there to make sure that the technology's not getting too rained on.
Oh, you want dry food? All right.
Is it raining? Would you like to say hello to the live feed? Oh,
Hello, live feed.
We've been talking about Tom. This is Tom, who has been the brains behind this entire day.
Oh no! Don't make that my fault.
You happy with that?
So far, we're a bit behind time, but we're going all right. I think every athlete's had a fair chance to lift what they want, and they've had a chance to lift what they want, and that's the main thing, isn't it? So, and it's just a bit raining now, a bit wet. Hopefully, everyone doesn't dampen the spirits, and we're all right.
Brilliant. He's off already back on his organising.
What a pun!
That was quite a good pun, wasn't it? Let's hope he
I
doesn't
think that's why he
dampen
ran.
everyone's
I
spirits.
think that's why he ran away because he was embarrassed by his pun.
He's off. He's just having a bit of a giggle to himself right now. There's some really strategic placements of like towels and t-shirts just to keep the athletes' arms just that bit drier. How much that's going to help if the actual conus itself gets wet? Is your dry to essentially dry the conus as well?
Yeah. So the plan is that I can specifically try and dry it off a little bit between athletes, so it's a bit fair and it's a bit balanced for each athlete. But also specifically, if there's a length of time where they don't need it being used, so that it's nicely, it's not getting as wet as it needs to.
And you'll probably get a feeling, especially when the weight is heavy, for just how much this can wobble around and pull people out. And I think when they're going downhill, that's going to be quite interesting. It's going to want to pull it out of your arms just that bit more as well.
I've had a week off. Yeah, I didn't go on I run like 17 kilo like twice.
Could you grab me a plate?
Yeah, you can half price it.
I'm going to do some strategic camera hatting. I think I left the tape upstairs, though, which is a bit frustrating, but I think it'll be alright.
We'll be up first, ladies and gentlemen.
Who's up first?
Okay, everybody, we are ready. What's first up the
Everybody around. Oh, John is just going to run and grab some tape because we're also now getting the wind picking up as well. It's becoming quite stormy. But I believe we have our first athlete out.
Got the chili.
And she is. That's it. Really good shallow breathing. Digging in. And she's looking good. You can see as they go downhill, the pace picks up with gravity just pulling them down and then having to then re-channel that as they're coming back uphill again.
Do you want to just do yours? I'll keep the lights going. Oh, you said them. What does everyone have to make do with me? Emma's trying to currently create a bit of cover for the live stream to make sure it doesn't die. We don't have any problems. So she is currently trying to manufacture some kind of temporary cover for the cameras to make sure they're okay. You got Meg up now on the Conans. Looks like they've got 80 kilo.
I mean, Conan's wheel period is tough. Conan's wheel wet.
Dave has just said perfect phrases in the background. He said Conan's wheel itself is tough, but Conan's wheel in the rain is a beast. It is horrible. I mean, your arms, at this point, the problem we've got here is if you haven't done this before, Conan's wheel is very much a game of keeping the Conans as high as you can up your body, away from your stomach, so it's trying not to get you to stop breathing.
Holding a large jellied eel.
It's like holding a large jellied eel. Quote from Dave.
I really want to Dan put it on at the end because it's my job. It looks like he's wearing like Dan's t-shirt.
Taylor coming out now. Taylor may find this hard with the height. It's a very hard pickup from this height. Easy. Makes it look easy. Wonderful performance. Beautiful pace, beautiful rhythm. I've said to a few of the athletes here today, one of the best things you can do is find a rhythm that you can maintain for the entire time. Keep going as far as you can. It's not actually about going as fast as you can out the gate. It's about going for as long as you possibly can, round and round. So find a pace that you can keep doing. Come on, Taylor, come on! Beautiful performance from Taylor. Absolutely fantastic. Really good.
All right.
We have Sam Jackson out now for those watching to support Sam.
Sam Jack. You're going to annoy them.
Come on, Sam, you've got this.
I would love for you all to see, for you all to be able to see the makeshift hats that Emma's made out of paper plates and tape for the cameras they don't get damaged.
Come on, Sam.
Do we want to clean off the whole screen?
Probably. It is also very wet. I'm nabbing all of Dave's blue.
We're just contending with the British weather.
These athletes are genuinely really smashing it.
Sam's still going here. Wonderful pace. Absolutely fantastic.
So much support for Sam on the live feed as well. Oh, brilliant.
She just got caught by that small uphill. You probably can't see, but the same slant that we were talking about with the deadlifts here, there's a slight slant. They have to contend with a bit of downhill and a bit of uphill through the whole thing.
And this is one of those events that the second that you tell yourself, oh, it's heavy, this is hard, that's when you're going to put it down. So it really is a matter of trying to find a way to not think about it. I know you like to, or actually we both like to just repeat words in our head to try and block out other thoughts.
Interestingly, on the yoke, for instance, I'm trying to go quick on a yoke, I would just shout the word yoke repeatedly in my head as loud and as fast as I can in my own brain to stop myself from thinking.
I've also heard of athletes singing songs to themselves.
Yeah, actually, one of my favourite things that I've seen is so Dan Benson a couple of years ago at Europe's in fact. He is notoriously a good yoke runner. Actually, he's very good. And one of the things he did was he actually had a difficult run a couple of years ago. And I said, I just went up to him as a friend. I said, what happened, mate? He said, I became conscious. I started thinking halfway down. It was a disaster. And that's the point, is a lot of us do a lot better when we're not thinking about some of these events. We are just going around, just trying to zone out, stick with it, keep going. She's doing a wonderful job of demonstrating that. Really good job.
I have a feeling she's actually had a bit of a shoulder niggle for a while now as well. And that would have been a bit taxing on that one.
Yeah, do you know what that is?
I like the way that everything's been really fairly reset in the same place, because I think that gradient genuinely shouldn't be underestimated. Dan, barbell owner there, being the chief dryer of Conan's today.
Absolute dry road master. We love it.
We're trying to make it as fair as possible for everybody.
Thanks, Jack.
This is a great run. Just nice and steady. That's the thing to do, right? You don't have to go too fast. You just have to make sure you keep a pace and keep it going. So you see her trying to top her air up. It's really hard to keep that breath going. Keep your lungs stopped up as you're going. It's really important to make sure that you stay calm, collected the whole way through, and you just keep going. One foot in front of the other. You just keep going.
That was gritty.
That was great. Went to the bitter end. That might have been, I remember someone stopping here. That might have just pipped a few people by about 10, 15 degrees. That would have been really valuable. Those last few steps would have been more valuable than people realise.
Nice. That's actually wonderful. I think that was a really
Athlete ready.
The resetters are probably going to be more exhausted by the end of the day,
A little take the test. I mean, even Mark has even chalked up here to make sure he's got full traction.
It hasn't got to the weights of the class that he would be in as well yet. Oh, and off she goes, off Rosie goes.
Now she did really well in the previous events. Hence why she's out later on in this event.
Looking very cool, calm and focused, which I think is absolutely perfect for this. And I think what you were saying earlier about that pace, that's really important. So it is for distance, which I think a lot of people would presume it means it would be good to go fast, maximise the distance. But that makes it so much more unstable, and that's much more likely going to mean you're going to have to drop it before you actually.
100%. You see a lot of people who go to come out the gates way too hot, get a quick revolution, and then drop it, lose their pace, trip, something like that. A mistake. This is a really valuable point where I say this almost every live stream, and Rob Frampton, shout out to him, taught me this very early on, taught me the phrase haste, not waste. Make sure you go quick, but you do not make a mistake. So you go at the right pace. She somehow recovered. That was ridiculous.
She literally just
come to here. There's big points. Come on.
Come on.
Come on.
That was amazing.
I've never seen someone reset a Conan's before.
Really reset it, because he'd obviously fallen further down, and obviously that's. If it gets to the point where it's going to start unpeeling your arms, one, it's going to fall out of your arm, but two, it's going to pull the weight that much more further forward as well. That was a
fair play to her.
performance.
I think she went a little blue lipped.
Really, really going for it. Well done.
Spicy mayo or
Being treated to some chicken here from Dave, so shortly you might see it on screen.
Thank you, buddy. Thank you.
I might actually turn off our front facing camera.
You eat first. I'll do last stream.
Ah, brilliant. I might pass over to John temporarily.
Yeah, so that's your one.
Yeah.
Oh, you know you could leave it to that. Here we go. All right, so they were down to the top end of the whip now, coming out to see how many revolutions we get. I think Rosie got 2 full revolutions. See what she does. I think her lips are now coming back to. Come on, let's go. Keep going. Come on, finish at least 2. Keep going! That's her just over 2 revolutions. That's her just pipping Rosie to that point there. If you see at the end of every run, you see Tom coming up to the rear end of the Conans. What he's got on there is he's actually got a degrees printed out. So he has the degrees printed out there, so almost like a compass. He can see how many revolutions and how many degrees within the revolution every person has completed. So he's coming up to check the the revolution point, so he can actually assign degrees of completion of a round. So rather than just saying 1 round, 2 round, 3 round, 4 round, he actually then can say how many degrees has beaten each other. So a really valuable way to score the points. Magda out now for the women. Weight has been increased. You now have 3 blues on the pins plus the weight of the Kona. So in plate alone, you have 120 kilo in plate without the weight of the Konans as well. So this is the women's now coming at 120 kilo. Absolutely fantastic. Go on, Magda! 1 full revolution. 1.5 revolutions. Keep going, Magda, come on! If you notice we're not wiping it down anymore, the rain has temporarily stopped. This is Teresa right now. Teresa spoke in this competition, did what she needed to on the deadlift, said did 3 on the heavy bar and said that is enough. So I think she assumed she knew exactly where she was at the leaderboard. I think she may have even taken the win on the monster belt as well. Apologies if that's incorrect. We haven't got the full scores here. I'm doing this from memory. Teresa now at 1.5 revolutions, so this now takes the lead on to anything done so far in her class. There she is. She's doing just what she needs to today and then giving the refs a little smile. That's the end of that class as well. We are now moving on to the next class. You'll notice the guys now, the loaders, and Dan, the gym owner, are putting some more plates on the middle. There, he's almost acting like an anchor point. The heavier that the end point gets, the heavier that the pivot gets, the harder it is, and the harder it is for the anchor in the middle to stay still. So it's obviously not a real thing, it's not trying, but they have to make sure that the middle bit is weighed down sufficiently so the athletes don't start, as they get a bit more frantic and they're a bit more out of breath, as they start swaying, that they don't pull the center point away from the middle. Otherwise, they'll, number 1, run into us, number 2, run into the athletes and the other contestants. This is a much steadier pace. This is now into the men's novice class, I believe. Slow and steady here, but like I said, it's not about who goes the fastest, it's about who goes for the longest, who gets the greatest distance. Maintaining a good pace is just as valuable as maintaining a fast pace, so you need to make sure it's something you can keep doing for a long time. And he's resetting. Very rare that someone pulls that off without immediately then failing. Very hard to reset. Has to keep going now. Let's dig in. Keep going.
All the way, keep moving, Brett.
Go on, he's fighting. That was good, Mark. You should compete.
I think in a minute one of the loaders is going to tag you in. In a minute one of the loaders is going to tag you in if you keep giving them.
Yeah, they might do actually, yeah.
Oh,
that was this. Okay, so here we are. I'm not going to badmouth them. I'm actually trying to be rude here. But this is exactly where he needs to find a rhythm and a pace that works. He's kind of flip-flopping between going too fast and stuff. So he went a lot quicker than he saw the previous guy go, but he dropped early because he was losing control, really hard to maintain it. Now, that being said, that might have been the right tactic for him. It's all about the personal approach to strongman and how he approach each event. That might have actually been the right tactic for him. Basically, the idea that he may know that he may not be able to hold it very long, so he has to get as far as he can in the same time. So, difficult to know what the right strategy is. This is why it's important to try and train as close to the event as you can to find out what works for you. Some people, we've had 2 exact opposites of the men so far. One guy going very quick and getting, near 1.5, just over 1.25. One guy going much, much slower, but for much longer, and getting about. And here, unfortunately, we see the gentleman tried to go pretty quick, lost his pace,
and has lost it after only a quarter revolution.
And I don't know if you saw this arm here was pivoting back and forth so much there. If you can control the swing, once it starts swinging, it's very hard to get that control back, but you almost want to build into the pace so that you don't have that jump start.
John, have you had your strips yet? This one. Oh, sweet. Thank you. No, that's right.
Yeah, you go for it. John is now going to enjoy his chicken. I can now also agree that Dave's chicken is amazing, as I hadn't tried it before today. So here we go. We've got some really, really gritty runs here. These are huge amounts of weight. It's 140 kilo and it's not stable. It's wobbly, and you're having to work on a pivot, which will mean it will feel like it's taxing you and pulling you in directions that you don't want it to. Sorry if you had heard a bit of a delay there. We figured out what that was all about and should have stopped that, so hopefully the sound is a bit better now. Okay, so we have Martin out next. So he looks like he's found a very good position to start in, and he's very much utilised the full end of the conies as well, right at the edge there. It'll mean it's a bigger turning circle, but he's then using the lever to his advantage.
Let's get some more. Come on, let's go.
This is very much a mind over matter event. So every step counts, every degree counts. Looks like he had a marker on his head. He wanted to get back to that line. And he's recessed it pretty much perfectly for everybody. I think they're going to move it a little bit just to make sure that it is completely okay for the next athlete. They're using the yellow line on the floor as a marker so that it is exactly fair for everybody and it's a good starting point. It also means that they're then starting from the same part of the gradient as well. So we have Sam Whiting out here. He's usually the barefoot strongman, but I'm actually very relieved to see that he has actually gone for shoes on this particular event. I think with this weight and the tarmac, it would not, or concrete even, sorry, it would not have felt good.
Come on, Sam.
Brilliant. He's looking very good right now, very in control of the weight and good breathing technique, finding that rhythm that we were talking about, but also moving in a way that's not making the cones itself just shake around. Because you can imagine it will act like a pendulum. It will try and pull you out of position. If you start it swinging, it's going to be so much harder to get that control back.
Come on.
I love a line that we just heard from the audience, which is, it's just your legs, ignore it and keep going. I think that is wonderful. Oh, well done. I think he'll be happy with that. He definitely did push it to the point where he just felt a little bit dizzy at the end there. There are plenty of people on hand if anyone wants to actually push past that point. Oh, he's shaking his head. Maybe that wasn't what he had hoped for. But I think he'll still do well overall. I like that we've seen so many gritty runs so far. I've seen a few people literally get to the point where they're almost still holding it in, willing it in with either like their own mind power, like staring at it, or like their fingertips as well. And John up here, he's a tall athlete, so he would have had to have picked up the weight from quite a low start point compared to some of the other athletes. He's looking very, very strong. He's also coached by Tom, who is the organiser of this particular event. He's doing well, leaning back in a good way so that he can kind of keep the weight very central to his centre of gravity. Really good shallow breaths, and you can see that he's really having to dig in deeply now, starting to really have to fight the urge to put it down. Can he get another half turn? I think he might be able to. Not quite. I think when athletes are coming around this corner and having to then go back uphill, it is proving quite a challenge. I like the tandem team effort of resetting from Honey Badger and Dan, and I like how specific he's being. I don't know if you noticed that it was an inch out, and Dan went, "Nope, we're figuring it out. We're getting it exactly right for everybody." Apologies, I do not know the names of the athletes that are coming up. Oh, Angus! We have Angus. Sporting a beautiful bucket hat. And here he goes. Angus trains here at Barbell, so he would have had a chance to actually get on this kit. It's not a piece of kit that you will find at many gyms. Most strongman gyms will have a yoke, which you can sort of mimic as a similar midpoint, but it's not quite the same as having this pivot. And even everybody who's been training at Barbell, the setup here is that actually you only really get to use a 180 degree rather than the 160 degree turn. So no one's really had exposure to this full event. Brilliant effort there. I think he'll be very happy with that. If anybody is in the chat cheering for any athletes that are about to come out, please shout out. I'm loving the signs that we're now seeing. Super Danny Ben, that's brilliant. Absolutely love that. Yeah, please feel free to keep shouting out who you're supporting for, and we will do our best to shout out here as well. And he's off. Again, I'm doing really well. Another tall athlete had to do a big pickup here. So far looking very controlled and calm. Just see, there was a massive smile on his face there when he saw his kids with the sign. That's absolutely brilliant. Can he make it around again? I think he's looking good for it. Will he get a boost when he sees his kids come around again? Is he going to see it? Not so much smiling this time, but he does seem to have actually been given a bit of a second wind. And now he's coming back round to the uphill. It's this corner just over here where they have to start coming back up the hill. That's the one. Oh, I think he went a little bit cold there for a second there.
Yeah.
Had to have a bit of a lay down. But he's got a awesome family support over there. That was actually really beautiful to watch. Okay. Our next athlete is ready to go. The sun is coming out here as well. We had all weather. Starting to see some blue sky as well, which is very reassuring. Looking good. You feeling better?
Oh yeah, chicken round 2 done. I think so far from what I've seen, the winner has 2 revolutions in the men's novice.
I think that's where I'm at as well. I used to get excited and forget to actually keep track, which is really bad. I think though when you're watching, you end up going through the kind of...
Oh my god, no, I was totally wrong. The best so far is Joe with 3.5.
3.5, okay then.
I think that was 3.
Let's go going. Who do we have out next? I'm not doing a good job of hearing what Tom's saying, so if you're better, if you can hear better than I can. And if you're wondering at home how they're measuring this, if you see Tom going to the middle, he's actually taking the degrees of which the...
Yeah, sorry to cut you off there, Emma. Just the honest one. The brief interlude whilst we were swapping chicken occasions where, I explained the little compass he's got that he puts in the middle.
Looking very strong. There's a good amount of control here. That's weird. Looking very good. 1.5 done. I have to admit, I think actually that brief spell of rain we've had has actually kind of taken a bit of the humidity out.
I think it's actually given a lifeline to some of the athletes, actually.
Yeah.
You see here a lot of athletes with very different styles. Some with the grip tops coming out, and grip tops making a nice appearance into some of these, which is really useful. But some of these athletes also, what I recommend to all my guys is chalking a lot of chalk of their stomach and their forearms. As a lot of people sometimes get some chalk on bits of their toes. You can chalk actually a bit more than you think.
Well, it's really grafting. You could just see him getting almost like a comedy staircase style, getting slightly lower down with every step, but still hanging in there for every single degree. That was really.
That was the new leader, I think.
You might be right. Because halfway would be just in front of the camera, to be honest.
Our new leader is 1,300 degrees revolution.
Over 3.5 turns.
I'm very grateful for your quick maths because I'm too dyslexic to do that. I'm afraid.
That wasn't maths. I just remembered.
Oh, perfect. Okay.
No idea what Tom said in degrees. It was a lot. It was
A lot
number.
of degrees.
360 times 3 plus a half.
So
Nice and steady. I spoke to this guy specifically around keeping a good pace.
brilliant.
Steady pace. Just stay steady. That's it. That's it.
It's doing well, controlling that shape. That was really, really good to have gone from it moving around that much to stabilise it. That's actually really hard
That's
to do.
better. Stay at that pace. Stay there. Keep going. Good pace. On, lean back. That's the rhythm. That's it. That's it. You got it now. Keep going. Keep going. Keep going.
That is good. I love the things you hear from the audience. Do not drop it. It's just your legs. Don't worry about it.
Up on a deadlift. Where do you think I was going to go?
I love it. I have to admit, the first time I ever did code into the competition was a long, long time ago. And I remember there was a spotter who figured out that I was on my own and didn't ever know me beforehand. And literally walked around behind me.
3.5 reps, Con.
Put this down under any circumstances. Do not put this down. And it got me through. So sometimes just the community around you makes a huge
Con! Go, Con! Stay steady! That's it!
Now, Con is a very gritty athlete.
That's it! Come on, keep going! Don't mess around!
I'm sure Con would probably keep going if he ended up on his knees.
That's one! Come on, then! Come on! Come on!
Ooh, can he control that wobble though?
Come on, you got this! Let's go! Go, Con! Come on, keep it going! Come on, Con! Come on, Con! You got more here! Come on! Keep going! You got more here! Come on! Come on! Come on! Come on! Come on! Come on!
That's it!
Up to here! Let's go!
That's it!
There, come on! Yes! Yes! God, you will!
I don't know if you saw on the camera, I tried to move it. He basically did a pirouette and he'd basically become horizontal. He just tried to bench a Conan's.
Every exercise is a lower back exercise if you do it wrong enough.
It's a wonderful quote.
So sorry, Con. That was a great performance.
But honestly, I have never seen a fight like that before. That was
Good Lord!
Con's granddad is also here today. It's really nice to see him. And his dad! I didn't see them. It's really cool that all these athletes have their families here.
We haven't had a chance to say hello to his dad yet, but his granddad said, "Oh, they're right beside him now."
Oh, that's really cool. That's brilliant. That's really, really brilliant. I think for a long time, Con was training in his granddad's shed garage.
He was, yeah. He still loves it. It's still one of his favourite gyms. I think this is now the winner of the last event out. The one to beat. Be a big decider as to where he gets on this entire, what he does to the scores, what he does to the placements now as he manages to take his place. He's now 1.5 revolutions. 2 revolutions. That's 2.5. That's 3 revolutions. He's on track here to take the win if he can keep it steady. Keep it steady for another half a degree. Come on, half rotation, come on! He's going for the win.
This is looking good.
Beautiful job. looks like he did take the win at that event, and he was out last, which means he took the win on the deadlifts as well. So I suspect he is now in a good first place. I don't know what his monster number was, but he's probably in a very good position now. Loader's now increasing the weight for the next class.
Usually we find that the last event of the day, which is still two events away, so don't get too excited too quickly, but usually the last event is done in the reverse order of the whole competition. Haven't had that fully confirmed yet, but that will usually mean for the last event you get a really good fight because everybody knows exactly where they're at, where they are, and it kind of brings out the strategic side just that little bit more. I'm really loving all of the encouragement in the chat as well. Ben getting a load of shout outs. I like the come on green socks, that's wonderful. I don't know if there was an in-joke there, but there is a wonderful display of t-shirts, socks. I think it's wonderful.
Honey Badger always takes the win with his socks.
That's true. And jorts.
And his jorts. They're actually very tame jorts.
They are. Usually they're like leopard print and all sorts. The under 90 kilos athletes especially love a good pair of absolutely psychedelic jorts.
Come on.
Dan going a wonderful colour here.
Oh wow.
Well done to Dan, absolutely fantastic score. That is a hard thing to come out and do and set first a 2.5 revolution time or score for Conans. Also the worst score for the loaders to have with now the entire half revolution. It's the furthest possible point away from where they have to restart.
Yeah, they're going to definitely be feeling this quite a bit tomorrow. The sun has come out, the blue sky is there as well. I also have noticed GMP Fitness have put in the chat, if anyone at home is wanting to give this a go, they also have a Conan. So there's one here in Southampton, one in Yeovil. I know there's one in Viking and Doncaster. It's one of the bits of kit that isn't particularly easy to find. If you go onto Strength Register, the website, not only do they have the live events for live scores and things like that for these types of events, but they also have I believe like a gym search you can have a look at if you want to look up certain bits of kit to see what's near you. So definitely hop on in, see what's going on. They also have local competitions.
Same goes for MST website as well. The MST company the MST website runs their own gym locator as well. Sorry, I'm pleased to go and talk about competitions. It's a great thing to say.
It was more just someone at home is thinking, how on earth do I get into this mad, wonderful, beautiful, crazy sport? There are plenty of ways to do so. Also, most of the gyms, if there is a gym nearby you, I would just turn up and ask. Like generally, most people will be more than happy to help you figure out how to use kit.
Piece of advice, genuinely, walk in a gym for strongmen or for any strength athletes, walk up to the biggest one in there, male, female, doesn't matter, walk up to the biggest person in there, the strongest person in there, and ask for help, because they'll say yes every day of the week. Anyone who's in this sport for any length of time is obsessed with helping others get into the sport. It's their favourite thing to do, it's my favourite thing to do, it's Em's favourite thing to do. Doesn't matter who it is, I promise you, they will say yes please every day of the week. Right?
Oh, he's going the other way.
He's going reverso.
I didn't know that was going to be a thing. I'm very glad.
The old no-knack wheel. Totally in reverse for those who didn't get how funny that was.
Very, very good.
Thank you. I didn't think I got the praise, actually.
No, it took me a while to figure out what you were on about. I mean, they did say just turn around. They didn't say in which angle you need to go. Oh, there we go. That was a good run. Took me by surprise for a little bit. Oh, I just heard from one of the athletes saying that they lost all feeling in their fingers.
Yeah.
So another thing that we find is a lot of people say things like, oh, I'd like to do strongman, but I'm not strong enough, or I've not done this before. There really is no entry point. Like the axes that you saw them deadlifting earlier, they start usually around 10 kilos, and that's probably lighter than you stopping. So you'd be surprised. There is always going to be a way that it can be scaled, and there's always going to be a way for you to actually get involved.
This is Lee. Adopting an interesting sideways technique, really putting weight into the stronger side.
So yeah, I think that's our biggest advice. If you're interested, or even don't even think about competing. If you just want to have a go at something here, reach out to your local gym.
Please, genuinely recommend it. I promise you, most people here did not start the sport by waking up one day and going, I am born to be a strongman. Most of us have fallen into it by accident because we saw something like this, we gave it a go. None of us were born to do it. We've just given what we can a go.
Yeah, I actually joined a gym because at the time I was a mountaineer and a climber, and I wanted to stay strong for climbing. And I haven't been climbing for over 10 years now.
Let's go, come on!
Also, and I may be a bit biased here, on the women's side, it is one of the most empowering things you can do.
Yes, mate. Vegan one. Come on!
Oh, that was looking good. Right until the end, started to wobble there, but it's actually having a bit of a breather there. Hopefully my slightly makeshift camera moving is all right for everybody at home. And one of the camera does try to autofocus, which is often really good, but if I'm moving it might be a bit of a distraction, but I felt like you just wanted to feel the actual, see people's face expressions. We have Connor, who was recently out. Do you want to tell us how the Conans felt?
Heavy, hard. I can't feel my fingers now.
Oh, still now?
Yeah, well, I think the pickup was a bit dodgy. They've been going well in training. I just couldn't get it into the position I wanted to.
I can imagine it feels very, very heavy if it's not exactly where you want it to be.
Well, it's weird as well because I was doing drop and turns in training, and this is up and downhill. It's very different, but I'm learning that's strongman for you. So.
That's interesting. And we actually did wonder if the gradient would actually feel quite different.
Yeah.
You couldn't work out if the up or down would be worse.
Yeah. I'm not very tall either. I don't know if that aided me, but I don't know. It's
probably
good,
on the pickup.
Yeah, on the pickup. Yeah, good point. Yeah.
Less clearance after that.
It's tough. No, it's really good though. I'm looking forward to the other events now.
I think power stairs would be a good one for you.
Yeah. I did it once in training as the circuit, so we'll see.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think it's 120 the one we're doing, so it's not overly heavy. I think it'll be just whoever can do it as quick as possible.
Awesome. Yeah, that sounds really good. I think you got the two events.
Is that next or is that last?
I believe that's last, and I think it's the log yoke, and I believe
yeah.
both are inside. So now the sun's come out, we can go back into the shade. So
Yeah, I'm looking forward to that.
We came out just for the rain.
Yeah, well, I didn't bring my sunglasses out because it was raining.
Oh, bless.
And then the rain came out. But we can't pick the conditions.
Exactly, we can respond to them, and I think you've done an awesome job. It's been a really awesome.
It's been a good day, yeah, I've enjoyed it, yeah. Cool. I'll
we'll be just grabbing back if you want to. Should we get your food?
John, I've got stage fright, take it.
Oh, bless. Just managed to craft his way through a horrendous Conan's wheel, but now has stage fright on with a tiny microphone.
Tell you what, I was in the sun for all of 2 minutes there. My God, that's warm.
It's actually really hot. I'm actually slightly worried that my one arm that's out of the tent is going to be...
You'll be half a drumstick.
I am quite pale and ginger.
Half a squash.
Yeah, that's what I'm going to probably look like by the end of the day. But in fairness, the next two events will be inside, so hopefully we'll be out of the sun in the not too distant future.
Next, 200 kilos.
Yeah, that's it. Come on, Jack. Yeah, mesh what I mesh. What do we do with it? It's all super powder.
All right, we have Jack up here. No expectations for this event. He is not
That's it!
on full recovery.
There's your pace! There's your pace! It's your pace. Go on, then.
Keep it going, keep it going, keep going.
Top up your breath a bit. Keep it going.
Oh. Well done there. If you're not used to it, it will definitely hit you very, very hard. There is a seagull looking very, very happy. I think it's actually just stolen someone's lunch.
Sorry.
So James Chicken has now been endorsed by the seagulls.
Yeah, yeah, that's the vegan chicken replacement has certainly been endorsed by even the seagulls now. It's now got to be that good. And Dad is horrified because he's over this side by the tent. He can't make it across the athlete field. He's very sad that someone's just stolen a piece of his chicken.
Oh, it was Dan's
Vegan chicken. Yeah, it's Dan's vegan chicken.
Oh no!
Seagull's made off with one of his nuggets.
He had to watch as his own
Go on, mate, keep it going!
his lunch got stolen. Some really good work here. Hopefully I'm not moving the camera too joltily either, but look at this. You can see in his face, he's fighting for every step. That's it! Oh, wonderful work there.
Oh, that's the worst place.
So everybody watching at home, the next event will be a medical interlog into yoke. It will be quite a spectacle because it's not a combination.
Did it once at the Arnold's.
Yep.
But that was yoke into free log without the return. I've not seen anyone maybe, but the yoke at the end as well is pretty interesting.
Yes.
In the middle of the yoke run.
Exception-wise, that's going to be a bit of a challenge. There is a small child cheering "Go on, Daddy" over there in Dan's van, which is absolutely adorable. That's it. Oh. That was a good run.
No, yeah, that's just sometimes you know you're about to pass out or something else is going to happen. It's very hard to know. It's very hard to go through that.
Because obviously
save your chicken.
It's very sometimes the window not very big. Encouraging everyone to stay safe. Encouraging everyone to stay safe. Oh, you can see. Oh, hold on. I don't think he's actually okay. I think he's. They're gonna make sure he's all right. We'll rush in to check he's okay. Dizziness, and also the heat will not be helping with that one as well. The amount of fluid you're getting in the electrolytes and things like that, it can.
100% them. I mean, I'm not competing, and I'm 2.5, 3 litres in.
And also, if you think about the get from doing these events one after the other, it's not an easy feat at all. Get from doing these events one after the other, it's not an easy feat at all. Even on their own, these events are challenging, let alone together.
Just to clear up exactly how we carry there, all the heat.
A lot of people thought that they were going to be.
Head up! Head up!
Ooh, well done. I think a lot of people in training originally thought they were going to do the weight in hand feel. Yeah. And we're off again. Now we might. Oh, very, very good pace here. I'm going to have to keep up with my camera moving.
But it's also steady. If you can maintain a good pace, obviously you can maintain. You don't want to stop starting. And if you notice, you can tell a good pace and you can tell the right pace for you by how much the components weigh. Yes. Components went wobble and broke them off. He was steady the whole way, even though he was going for the right balance.
Now I know that when the athletes swing round to whereabouts they stop today, you're getting a bit of the gazebo in shot. Apologies on that one. I just dare not move the camera any further forward. Now I believe we're coming into our last few athletes now.
Yeah, these are the open category. You guys do well, so there's still definitely a few that I recognise still yet to go in the opens. We haven't had Will Smith, we haven't had Ben.
Will Max be the first athlete to do so?
Awesome.
I think we've got 5 or 6 athletes left here, actually.
Brilliant. And then we'll be heading on inside.
3, 2, 1, left.
That's it.
There's also, you saw his partner earlier, Rosie. She's now switched into supporter mode and is in the sidelines.
That man has veins trapped.
I was just thinking, oh, so John is very okay then. Somebody else from the audience just agreed with John there. Absolutely fine.
Just amazing. Go on, keep it going.
Oh, so that's 2.
That's a great performance. He is just digging in, making the use of that.
Nice.
Really well. You can actually see, I don't know if you can see it on camera, but there was a massive amount of, you can see the pale bit on his stomach where he's like no blood can get to it, all that kind of stuff. Real hideous event.
Because we're talking about the breathing aside, especially of needing that slow, shallow breath. That makes it sound like it's really easy. It's not. You've still got a huge.
It stays that horrible for the entire time. You will not recover your breath. You will not feel less dizzy. It will hurt for the entire thing. And that's kind of what's great.
Most of us pick this up today.
100%. Now, that being said, there is a way to top up your breath a little bit. It's about having a small breath, trying to keep your neck, your airwaves open a little bit. You tend to find you can get that a little bit better if you look up a little bit. So if you hunch forwards, tend to be, they tend to struggle a bit more. You want to keep your back a little bit, your chest open a little bit, your head up just a little bit, just to keep that airway as open as possible to get as much airway as you can.
And also sometimes that leaning back can just mean you're just holding a nice upright position whereby you can keep that weight as central as possible. Because the second that it comes out in front of you, you're not really going to be able to bicep 200 kilo on a massive log looking thing like that.
Corey here's already done 2 minutes. Trying to go for that fire. Someone wants 1,000 degrees.
Oh, you can see how much they're having to fight through every single thing. So basically, as the camera is directly lined up with the yellow line, when they pass the camera, that is the half a turn mark. I love seeing that there's actually like 30 people still watching this. It's brilliant. I'm really glad that it's actually been useful for everyone to kind of be here, even if you couldn't be live. Oh, he's going that way.
I find that really like overseas in the Spence. They struggle to get the traction they want, and on the last one, he's in anywhere near as much as they think they do, which means that it's not pain in your arms. It's still uncomfortable, it's not painful, so you don't have pain to try and negate using elbows. It's not that it's a the elbow season, but it's all about what you've trained on. There might be a different reason for having them on, like the elbow tendonitis, pain in the elbow.
Yeah.
You don't know, so it could be the right choice, just a tough setting.
Because I suppose sometimes the elbow seems to be wanting to straighten your arms. That's why you might use them in a press. So in this event, you don't want that. You don't want to fight. You don't want to restrict that blood flow.
And I also find that extra, few centimeters of material that often just keep your arms more open than you want. And you start with a much more horizontal forearm position. I like trying to start this event with my hands as high as possible on the other side, and then use them to hold each other together.
But if he's been training on a yoke or a barbell, even potentially, he might have been using them in training, so they might have felt familiar. Because if you're using a thinner thing as well, you can imagine it's going to cut in a little bit more than something wider like this. Okay. And then there was a lot of support for Rav earlier in the chat, so if you were at home, this is your moment to tune on in and cheer.
No, elbow seems good. Looking good. He's got his knee on. Got a bit of chalk on. Can't see the same amount of reduced. He's been the best in the world. Got. Keep steady. Find the pace.
That was a really.
That's it. There's your pace. Keep it there. Keep it going.
That was a really strategic
Keep that rhythm.
Sort of reposition.
Keep the rhythm. Don't push it. Head up. Over the air. Come on. Head up.
Nice. Do you reckon he had that marker in mind and wanted to finish that run?
It did look like he was rushing to two revolutions.
I thought it was quite good that he was able to re-stabilize there, but it didn't feel good. That's actually really hard to do, and would have made it. Would have been a bit costly, but it, obviously nowhere near as costly as putting it down at that point. I like the way he took his time. He didn't necessarily panic and pick it up before he was ready to.
That's it, dude. That's half. Keep that pace. Let's go.
Really a good thing to have done. At the end of the day, it's a
position,
and it's not necessarily a timed event. it's a distance event.
1.5, let's go!
He's looking quite fresh actually for 1.5.
That's 2, let's go!
200 kilos of plate.
Get the third!
Plus the weight of the Conans. He's not yet having to properly grimace, so he's looking pretty strong.
ABC was the first one to complete the spoon race, the world's worst event ever. That is 3 revolutions. I'm over 1,000 degrees.
Quick maths. You see his legs have literally turned to jelly now, so he's just walking back around. So who do we have out next? Mark just resetting on his own here.
Now he looks uncomfortable. 1,103 degrees.
Impressive.
That, I think, is the winner so far. Don't know what his Conans are like. No chalk on the, some chalk on the elbows, no chalk on the stomach.
This is 2.5 times his body weight, is it not? That he's going to carry?
Yes, it is. Yeah, very good point. That's it, Rich.
Oh no, is he out? He's actually out. Oh no, that won't be what he was expecting. They're looking at him. Yeah, he's okay. He's breathing. He's just annoyed, I think. Bigger pickup. But if you're a shorter athlete, the clearance you have from the floor is very unforgiving because there really isn't much to play around with. So even if your legs are becoming a little bit jelly or anything like that, they could just dig into the floor enough that you can't continue.
Yeah, it's a really good point.
Love this fight. He's been very consistent all day as well. Yeah. Upstairs again, way too professional. So log into yoke medley, which should be a lot of fun. Speak to you soon. Hello, Jess. Sorry, I realise I've just seen your comment. Apologies if I've just mentioned anything. I don't know if I unmuted at the right time. Basically, yeah, we're doing our best. We are unable to connect to the Wi-Fi outside, so we've been running off of phone data. It was better than the Wi-Fi was earlier, but the lag from the Wi-Fi was actually causing more of an issue. So hopefully it's not been too bad. We will hopefully be able to get back onto the Wi-Fi when we get inside, so hopefully that should clear up anything that's sort of happened here in the meantime. But yeah, hopefully that's all right. We are running a free live stream, so we are sort of a little bit stuck on resources, but doing the best we can. But hopefully inside will be better. Speak to you soon. Hello everybody, hopefully we've now connected back to the gym Wi-Fi, so please let us know if it's still lagging or lagging worse, and we will find the best solution that we can with what we've got. So I want to make sure that you're getting as good a connection as we possibly can. Just apologies that it's not the most ideal. But yeah, back on Wi-Fi now, we're inside, where the building's basically thick industrial metal and brick. The signal does not travel outside very well. But we are now basically warming up for the yoke into log into yoke medley. Now I've transitioned over to the room here, so you should be able to kind of start seeing the athletes getting themselves ready. They'll be just warming up for a while, so don't worry, you haven't missed any of the action. And yeah, it's going to be a fun one. So basically, as you can probably see, there are going to be two lanes run side by side. They're not head to head in the same event, sorry, the same category. So we'll have one category exclusively on one side and another category exclusively on the other. You'll notice that the lengths of the runs are slightly different. The logs are obviously different. The yokes are different. That's why we're keeping those two classes so that everybody in the same class is on the same bit of kit, keeping it fair as much as we can. Now you'll see the lane that is on the left-hand side of the screen. They'll be starting with the yoke at the far side. They will be running the yoke here, logging here, and then getting back underneath the yoke and taking it back the other way. Whereas on the other lane, you'll see that they're going to start with the yoke at this side, run the yoke to the back, press the log, and run back. That's primarily been decided for safety, basically, so that you don't have two people logging right next to each other at each end. That's why we're kind of keeping that difference in place. But yeah, it should be a really fun event. Really fun event. It's going to test athletes in a very unique way that won't necessarily have popped up before. So yeah, enjoy. I'm going to turn my microphone off for a little bit while we're kind of getting everything set, ready for the event. But I will leave the camera up so you can see everybody warming up. But have no fear, you have not missed anything, and we'll be bringing you the action as well as the weights of all the kit very, very shortly.
along to the drop pads in a controlled fashion, might just treat off, let go, run away. So getting settled on the drop pad, can't throw it down. If it falls off the pads, we'll let you do it again, or we'll give you a time pads. Okay? Once you finish your log, you put it down the mount, get back into your yoke, you run it back down the track, and you have to break the line, start line and start on, you break that line with our yoke, and that will stop the clock. Okay? While you're doing your log, we're going to load this at 20 kilos so we don't make it a little bit heavier on the return leg. Okay? Any questions on that from anyone? Yeah, so I'm going to get a bit of tape for this cross the line, yeah? Yeah, a little bit of tape, just for breaking it up a bit of tape. Pop that on just now, okay? Good. It's going to be 10s on the diagram. Okay, so you want to be, but not around 4.5, like 2 10 kilo plates. Okay? Right. Any other questions? We're going to get started with the women's novice and the women's master, so Lucy, get yourself ready. Make sure it's 2 minutes just to make sure we're all in the position. Okay? But I do have weights. So, the first yoke will be 100 kilos, the ball 35, and the second yoke. Now we get all the helpers, volunteers, just not keep in the middle place, just make sure we're all in the right place. All the volunteers to leave.
First yoke is 160, then along. Men's one starts at 180 kilos, 70 kilos long. Starts at 100 kilos, 85 kilos long, 120 kilos. Finally, the men's open starts at 200 kilos. Now, if you're looking specifically at the log rate, marching, they're quite low. That's because the heart and the system measuring that. So if you have to do it quickly, fly yourself out, gap themselves out, or you actually do that way. The aim of this event is speed. So the aim of them actually allow the athlete to actually finish and get a time rather than to catch them out of I believe the lane to our left of our screen, that will be slightly shorter than the left on the other side. Just again, in case anyone's joined us, each class will be in one lane, so there's never a situation where anyone will be directly competing with anybody who's different lanes. It's all doing the exact same thing for every lane each class. Now, I believe that we're going to be starting off with the start on the left, but double check what starting in the right hand lane as well. This one should be a very fun one to watch for different opponents. Let's start with the log press. It's very fun. So, you can see what the log we have here is, I think that would be like a 9-inch. Yeah, that would be a thinner log. The far end, I like to swap out bigger than that, and I don't know if they're going to swap out a thicker log as well at some point. It helps me expect they're going to have to take the log from the floor to overhead, and you'll probably find a variety of techniques. You might find, some of the demo it a little bit on the camera, somebody might take the log, strip press, they might push press, they might push jerk, or they might even slip jerk. So we'll see all those. In theory, it might like you say, the way it might actually be tailor turner. You might see someone literally in that king position, straight up. It would be speedy, but it is then compromising stability. So
I think we're going to see quite a few Vipers.
Yeah.
I think it's going to be a very regular occurrence today, actually. I think as you move... yeah, it's hard to know. I don't know all the weights, but I think certainly some of the opens will be planning to Viper, depending on some of the guys. So, yeah, we've seen guys putting up 110 kilo, like 105 kilo monster dumbbell, and their log is 110. I would be very surprised if we don't see a Viper from some of these guys. And in the women's class, again, we saw some incredible, Teresa's going to really. I'm going to be surprised if Teresa doesn't put up some kind of Viper.
The only thing I would say on that one though is if all of the women are using this one, I don't know if they are, I don't know if they're swapping out.
Yeah, nasty the Viper.
Because it's thinner, but it is a lot harder to find. You're more likely to create space. Because if you're doing a Viper press, you essentially want to keep the log as close to you as possible as you roll it up and you channel it into that momentum. The second it comes away from you, because it's just so fat, it's going to roll out of position. It's going to be so much harder to press. So I don't know, but I don't know if they are swapping out with the log itself. This log in particular is lighter than the other black log that I know that they have somewhere. They've kind of scattered the logs around just for now so that everyone gets a proper practice, so it might be that they'll swap it out later. Especially the classes that have 60 kilo for them, they're probably going to want to swap it out, but I don't know. That might be an extra challenge or extra variable to play around with. Then the yokes, for this moving event, you'll probably see a lot of the athletes have chalked across their top of the back to give them an extra little bit of traction. The first yoke is meant to be fairly light, the second one is meant to start becoming a challenge, especially when the athletes are gassed. And proprioception wise, you can imagine having to move all the objects around in multiple directions. This will be setting in, it is hot in here as well. Now, the sun's come out outside, we are in full greenhouse mode. The yokes still, if you pick them up quick and you're not expecting to set the opponents, they will swing. So you'll see a lot of athletes want to really brace hard to kind of control them into something.
I'm interested to see the footwear that people choose.
Yes.
So a lot of people will often go for a log with a set of pair of lifters. I can see lifters around. I can see multiple people actually using lifters, but typically you don't see many people using lifters on yoke. It is becoming more popular. People like Josh Lancaster have popularised using lifters on a yoke, but it's not necessarily the norm. So it will be interesting to see who or what is affected by having to change their foot style, their footwear for the event. Are they going flat shoed for the faster yoke, but maybe that doesn't give them an advantage in the log? Are they wearing lifters, which benefits their log, but it's going to be difficult for their yoke?
And then in between, athletes that having practice, it's unusual, but it's new. There's no sport to say that you have to do really, other than maybe like progress and then saying I shouldn't move around so much. It's actually quite warm. Yes. I'm going to go chair hunts. That should probably be really good. Up here. We have this wonderful yoke log, yoke medley, and I'm definitely going to train that up every single time. Then we have our power stairs chase. Now, hopefully, we did check. It looks like the live feed was nice and smooth. Now we're back on the gym Wi-Fi, so hopefully that is good. And we'll keep an eye out. So if you have anybody that you're cheering for, please continue to shout them out. We will keep an eye on. I just thought. I've just realised you might not have heard anything that I've just said. Hopefully, you can hear me now. So I might have to really go through all of that. So apologies if anyone's going to hear this twice. Basically, we're going to see a variety of different techniques at play here. So we reckon that we might see a few log vipers, but you're going to be compromising on the stability for that speed. And especially with the smaller log, that's going to be very, very tricky to achieve because it's likely to come away from you in that top portion from that changeover effect there. Sorry, Tom nearly had him in. Oh God, I nearly chaired Tom. That would be a really bad idea, especially on a camera. So basically, to reiterate, the various different techniques that you might see. The various different techniques you might see. Once they've cleaned the log, you might see the strict press. Or I'm going to let move around. So time to get out. I'll start again in a second. Once they've cleaned the log, you might see a strict press, a push press, a push jerk where they drop underneath, or a split jerk where they drop underneath in a split stance. So apologies for doing all of that before without anyone being able to hear anything that we said. Possibly hearing one of us. Yeah, our mics were turned off before. When we did that whole thing before.
Fair enough. No, it's 45. Gives us more content now.
Right, let's have a look.
That's 5 feet.
Yeah, hold on. It's alright, we'll be good at
Just now, a little question of what making a line means. As you can see, we've got the start and finish lines laid out here. If I was taking the shot and I dropped it here, over the line, this would be breaking the line. I've got part of the yoke ahead of the line, that is fine, this goes to both ends.
So with the yoke, just like the conans, you might find that they're going to have to manage the wobble as they pick it up. If they pick it up fast, the yoke can swing out in front of them, so they will have to be really focused. There we go, hopefully you can see us. Hold on a second. Okay. So apologies if you've got half of what we said or none of it. Ah, that's why one of the microphones is not working.
Is that one?
This one's on. It looks like anyway. Brilliant. Glad that you can hear me now. One of the microphones is run out of battery, so we're just going to charge that one quickly. It doesn't take long to charge them. Thankfully, they are quite small and therefore don't need too much. Brilliant. I reckon this is going to be a really, really fun one.
Yeah, it's a really good event, this, actually. It's really different to see how people handle the difference going from a yoke into a log.
Yeah, that's going to be a real challenge. Proprioception-wise, you're just going to feel dizzy from having had to move in so many different ways with heavy weights. I know that the log weights, especially, and I'll read them out again in a second, might not sound particularly challenging, but that's because it's part of a medley, and the whole key for this event is speed. Tom, who organised and programmed it all, wanted people to get a time. He didn't want people to do the yoke and then get stuck. So he's made it an attainable weight. So it's much more about testing their speed. We've had many different tests over the day: grit, speed, power, technique.
We are ready. Referees, are we ready?
Okay, so we believe we have our first athletes up.
Can you stand slightly to the side? All right.
Fully in the judges.
Because you're wide.
Yeah.
That's perfect. Absolutely perfect.
Brilliant. All right, so we have two different classes, one on each side. So we have the women's novice on this side and women's masters on the other side. The reason for that is purely a safety consideration. They didn't want two people logging right next to each other. I'm not sure logging is the right verb, but I'm going to go with it. But this will be a really good test. Also, the adaptability to be able to switch between very different implements that quite often athletes won't have seen next to each other. I know we've seen it once or twice here and there, but it's not common, so a lot of athletes won't have experienced it. This will be a very upper back and shoulder frying event, I do believe.
Yeah, it absolutely will be. I think the other tricky part that we'll find is the intention of going really fast on the yoke will carry through badly into the log, which needs to be a bit more of a measured approach. So I think what's going to be really interesting is seeing the people who try and go so fast on the yoke, what they will then do is, as they get to the log,
We might also, sorry.
As they get to the log, they'll probably rush, try and get into it, make a mistake, and at that point, they will then end up making a mistake on the log, or even not waiting for the down command, which will cause them to have problems.
We might see, like you say, some mistakes here. It'll be interesting to see how the athletes respond. Do they hesitate, or do they just get back in? The yoke has begun. Some really good paces here. Now the left lane is slightly shorter, but that is fair because it will be the same weight class on each. Brilliant, back into the yoke, and back into the yoke. Wonderful. There's some speedy yoke coming on. Oh, that was fantastic on our Masters lane. Genuinely brilliant. You could see the look on the face of Britt just holding it together. Well, as we were saying, that speed component does make these weights become incredibly challenging. Brilliant. Yep. I think they're going to move the tyre because I think it's getting a little bit too close. So John is on the case. Safety John has been unleashed. We're just going to make sure there's plenty of clearance here. Don't want to risk any athlete bumping into anything.
Lucy's yo up to 160 kilos, please.
Okay, so the far lane, I believe, is now the women's opens. Now, I think I do actually have the women's running score. So basically, the women's novice is starting off with a 100 kilo yoke into a 35 kilo log, which is the one you'll see on the left-hand side. The thinner one that we were saying might not be best suited for viper pressing, but we still might see some. And then the return yoke is 120 kilo. And then the women's open on the other side, their yoke is 160 kilo into a 60 kilo log at the far side into a 180 kilo yoke on the way back, which is quite a weight for a speed event. So I believe we have Magda coming out for the women's open. And I've now forgotten the name of this athlete. Could you quickly have a look at the sheet of paper? Taylor, of course. And I believe Taylor is only 16, I think, from the notes that we have. Now, the athletes, the adjusting they're doing here, unlike the Conans, the athletes are able to set their own yoke heights. They were able to measure up a minute ago, and they've counted basically the holes. So every single time they come up, they can tell the loaders, I would like to see this many pinholes to sort of give them a fair starting off point. Hopefully in a minute we'll be able to get John's mic back as well. Wonderful to see the cheering. I can see Corey Smith and Lucy Hardwick getting shout outs here as well.
Referees, are we ready? Loaders, are we ready? In 3, 2, 1.
Athletes are off. Some really brilliant pickups there, and you can see how they're having to really brace into the yoke to keep that under control. Straight into and a wonderful viper press here. That is tricky with that size log. That is very phenomenal. Not wasting any time. Back under the yoke and running all the way. That is fantastic. And Magda is on the return, looking very solid, building up speed the whole way through, which is brilliant. You can see that they're staring down the line, determined.
Taylor was incredibly fast.
That was rapid, really, really fast. And also really well controlled, considering the log is so thin. I think that was actually really impressive. That takes a lot of shoulder stability.
And not to mention, fourth event of the day. They've done 3 other max outs until now.
Yes. Now, who do we have up? I'm going to see if I can get up the scores. I don't believe I have the scores for the male categories later, but I might. So I believe we have Teresa coming in for the Women's Open. Lucy smashed the Masters earlier. I believe we have Zoe, I think, coming in on the side. And I think the athletes are just getting set now. The yoke heights as well. There's a bit of an art to that, because depending on how fast you want to go might dictate, or how heavy the yoke is for you, might dictate the height you want to go for. So you might want to go for a slightly higher pickup if you're able to move the weight really, really rapidly, because then if you're moving with speed and the yoke spins, it's less likely to catch the floor. If the yoke weight is really heavy for you and you're just going to be plodding along, you're not having to worry about speed, you might go for a lower pickup so there's less work to do.
Yeah, the other thing we were saying earlier, which is going to be interesting, I don't think the mic will work in this way, was around the lifters. So the shoe choice of the athletes today is going to be really interesting. So normally there are exceptions, of course, always. With some exceptions, normally people choose to do some kind of flat or running trainer for yoke and then on the log.
Right now, our referees ready, loaders ready, athletes ready. 3, 2, 1, lift.
Some awesomely fast pickups there. Nice work. Really rapid into the log here. And also, when they're moving so fast, they do have to compromise the stability. Teresa about to get under that log for that return run. I think this is 180 kilos as part of the speed event.
Making it look quick. Very nice.
Nice work. Teresa took part in the Chaos Classic with me, and the yoke there was 280.
Yeah, and I remember her specifically trying to strap up anything she could get
I know she's a good yoke.
Masters, please, for the games. So men's masters will be up next. We need on the yoke for the men's masters 200 kilos.
Right. Okay. Let's have a look at who we have up next. Is this Kirsty? I can't quite see. I've also just seen, I know Lucy has already run, but I've just seen Lucy's comment on what event was she most looking forward to, and she's put deadlifts. What's the point of living if you don't deadlift? And I could not agree more. It just really tickled me then. So I think this might be Kirsty. I can't quite see. But if it is Kirsty, Kirsty was looking forward to the Absolute and really hoping for a PB. It's her second ever strongwoman competition, and she came first in the Marina Mayhem here earlier this year. Her whole aim with taking part in strongman is just to challenge herself. And actually that's interesting, she's a performance psychologist. That's fantastic. Okay, so we have our athletes getting ready. This actually might be one athlete going solo.
Nope, Miles is going to be set up on the other lane.
Miles is getting ready. Okay, no problem at all. Oh yes, I see now. I am very perceptive. This Miles
Phillips.
Miles Phillips.
But Busy didn't do any exercise until the age of 43, really.
And he's most looking forward to the duck walk in the steeplechase, which is the next event after this one.
Okay, our referees ready. Loaders ready.
Awesome seeing some support for Corey Smith and Adam in the group chat. I have to admit, the smell of neoprene is strong in this room. Sweaty neoprene. So they've now moved over to the larger log for the male categories, hence why you can probably now see the safety consideration and reason why one of the lanes is slightly shorter than the other.
Loaders ready, athletes ready. 3,
2, 1. Lift off. Oh, some speedy lift offs. And we're seeing different lift off styles as well. We have the split stance on the left lane, really rapid.
Nice and speedy.
Nice. I reckon she had to go for quite a low pickup because of the speed of her takeoff.
Miles currently just pushing that final lockout. Gets the down command, only goes back to the lock, back on the yoke on the way back.
Because even though it's a speed event, the judging standards are still going to be quite strict. They still have to demonstrate that control, have that lockout. Very, very speedy there.
Very well done.
So just resetting for the next athletes.
Next up for the Masters now, we need Lee Dicker, followed by Carl Scale.
So we have a Lee coming out on the right-hand lane. And Megan Hayes in the left-hand lane. I know there was a lot of support for her online, so if you're still there watching for Megan, this is your chance to tune in and scream. She has been doing very well all day. I think that was a very, very clever tactic from Megan there, to kind of feel the weight, get herself primed by just doing a quick pickup. It's clearly a weight that it's very manageable for her, but where it's been a while since she's been able to warm up, that might be a really, really valuable technique, like little tactic there.
Yeah, 100%. The warm-ups, like you said, are going to be the part that's going to be really tricky to play here. There won't have been access to much warm-ups in terms of the yoke. There's certainly been even less in terms of the log. There's plenty of logs around here. It's just the time and the way to warm up for it. I think I've done a couple of 3 heavy events already. It can really cost you a lot of energy, and the actual warm-up can be really... You can overdo it at this point. But it's not just about overdoing it. Very quick from both fronts.
Very efficient. And that's also, I think, a really good example of, although the Viper might be faster for most or some athletes, if you're very efficient with a clean and press, you might find you're just as fast, but also you're minimising the risk of it going pear-shaped.
Yeah, 100%. And actually, the Viper is one of those things where I said the phrase earlier, I'll say it again, haste not waste. Make sure that you go quick, but don't make a mistake. If you're prone to making a mistake on your Viper, unless you've done that every time out of 10, so you know it's working absolutely fine, and your Viper is comfortable every time, then make sure you stick to something you know you're not going to get wrong.
Definitely, there's a time to take those extra gambles, and there's a time to play it safe. And to be honest, a lot of these athletes will have coaches, and they'll be able to help them through their training, and they'll be able to help them through bigger decisions. But the chances are a lot of those athletes won't have their coaches here now. So it comes down to those athletes to be able to make those really good decisions under pressure, whilst they're tired and fatigued, and probably trying to, between events, get some liquid in, get some food in, because it's hot in here, so they're going to want to keep replenishing and making all of those calls at the same time. It's a very demanding thing to do. Okay, so I believe we are getting everybody set up for the next run.
Okay. Sam looks ready. Carl looks ready. Referee ready.
Just for a bit, and a half hour.
And they're off. The right-hand lane, that's a very interesting pickup to really control the wobble. And I think that actually paid up massively. I don't know if you saw, but he was so close to grazing the floor because his pickup was so fast. Really.
I mean, have a look there. Mark Cummins had to actually do a light job to keep up with someone with over 100 kilo on her back. I mean, Sam was just flying there. Oh.
That was a really good run from Sam, and I know that
interesting to know if in the male lane there, if they were going to call him for sliding. It looked like he was losing control.
I noticed it earlier as well. There was a little bit of that.
Teresa, we can just see the top of your head.
Teresa, who just smashed that last event there. How you doing?
Come on.
Yeah. We've only got one mic at the moment because we've run out of battery, but could we do...
I've got to film Rosie. Hold on. No, I'll come back.
Oh, yeah, no worries. Oh, cool. Yeah. We're trying...
I came here.
Oh, bless you. Sorry, we just accosted you.
The ADHD was strong.
I apologise about that. Remember, I didn't get the ADHD class.
We'll grab some athletes as well for you later today. So we have Rosie in the left-hand lane, who actually, I only found out later, had to stop the Conans because she was starting to have an asthma attack, but still did really well.
No, I lived when the wrong
Teresa just said she's never seen Rosie that colour before, so she definitely fought with everything she's got on that particular event. Do you know who is in our left-hand lane? Right-hand lane, sorry? You think possibly Jamie?
I can see his face. I can just see short hair.
I just see a hat and short hair.
No, it's not Jamie.
Not Jamie. Okay, then.
Mark? Just a little bit? Alex, that's about Jenny, that's all it was. Yeah. Thank you, mate.
All right, so... Nicola, we completely agree. Sam had an absolutely amazing one then. Oh, I'm loving the dancing. It is reciprocated by Teresa, who's just off camera, but Rosie and Teresa having a little bit of a dance off there for a second. I thought that was absolutely wonderful. Keeping it fun. Genuinely, I find that actually, if you're an athlete, you're competing and you're having fun, you'll perform so much better as well. Brilliant speed there from Rosie. Running all the time. That's
Great,
perfect.
great focus. Ready.
I'm loving how the athletes are transitioning really well from the yoke into the long, sort of like running into it. And back under that yoke. That's wonderful. And the return on our right hand lane as well. Nice.
Moving down the road.
Really, really well done.
We move on right then to the men's novice. Men's novice.
Hello, how are you finding the day?
Yeah, it's good. It's good fun. It's a good time. You know, I've had a good day. I've gone well, so it's more like I'm older and wiser now. So it's like, don't just do everything. It's like I've done enough. Put the thing down.
Have fun with it.
So yeah, I'm having a good time. It's nice weather. The bit of rain was kind of nice because it was real hot. So you know, one event left.
Yeah. Which event were you? Have you either enjoyed the most, or are you looking forward to the power stairs?
I love Monster Dumbbell. I want to go for the Monster Dumbbell world record for the under 73s.
That's really cool.
So I've got 55. So today doing 50 is pretty comfortable enough.
Yeah.
But yeah, no. So I love Monster Dumbbell, but I don't know. I just like overhead. Yeah. I don't know. I don't really have an event that I don't like.
I know what you mean. I kind of enjoy it all for different reasons.
Everyone's like, oh, I hate that event because I'm shit at it or it hurts, and I'm like, you do strongman.
Yeah,
it's going to come up.
Yeah, no,
you do it because you weren't good at it. Like, it's fine. But yeah, so yeah, it's a good day. I signed up today because a lot of these events are in some other comps I'm doing throughout the year. So there's a good chance to give them a go in a competitive environment. So it's nice.
That makes sense.
You know.
Oh,
and the comps run well overall. So yeah.
To be honest, I've just been seeing everybody. Looks like they're having a great time. Like I've seen you dancing there and just smiles all around.
Well, you know, that's the goal. Like one of my mates is here competing today, and he got here and he looked at me very overwhelmed all of a sudden. He's like, "There's a lot of people here," and I'm like, "Watch some music. Like, just have a good time. Don't get in your own head. Don't overthink it." My Rosie on the Conan's wheel, you were talking about it before. She's like asking me a million questions. I'm like, "Why are you asking all these questions now? You've actually done this event before. I haven't." And I'm like, calm down, you're going to have an asthma attack before you get up there. Like, you're always going to do better overall, especially in these sort of little regional comps. You're just having a good day.
Definitely.
You know, because if you're already stressing yourself out and then something doesn't go right,
that's when you're going to freeze.
Yeah. And no one in strongman isn't on the spectrum. Except Mark. Mark's the only man in strongman who isn't on the spectrum, but that makes him the winner.
That's true.
Yeah.
He's the odd one.
Yeah. But he's here today wearing normal clothes.
Yeah, we were saying actually quite tame jorts.
Yeah, right. Who's up now?
Oh, right. Actually, I do not know.
Liam, someone?
Really?
This isn't my job. I don't have to know.
To be honest, we've not been great at this because we've been working off the screenshots and finding that they're quite often out of date. So we've been kind of winging it a little bit.
Oh.
We're now out. So we must be starting the...
Well, Rosie was coming first to the women's novice, so she went last. So they'll be on to men's master?
Must be...
Because this is men's novice, right?
This must be novice on the left and master's maybe on the right.
Here we go.
I can't even quite hear on the tanner either, so apologies for everybody online.
Three, 2, 1,
and off they go, yeah.
Let's go, Daniel.
Oh, we got a bit of a wobble going on. I can't see through Mark. Did he pick up on a staggered stance or with his feet together?
I think it's almost like he picked up with
a lunge.
Yeah, on one
so
side.
Picking up with the staggered stance is really good because you're fast off the line. But if you get, there's a lot more room for error. You know, where if you pick up static, you're stable at the top, and then you've got to build up your speed afterwards. A lot of the time you see people starting with like a stable stance at the start. It's great, but you've got to teach them to start with a narrower stance, because if you start with your feet out like in a squat stance, you've got to move your feet back in and then start walking. So.
And re-stabilising it once you start moving, it's going to be an absolute nightmare.
He's got the yoke quite high on his shoulders, his hands quite low, so it's going to make it a little bit harder for him to feel that tension across the top of his back to make that shelf, and therefore he's got lots of room to physically move around in his torso.
Definitely, and this yoke on the return is going to be 20 kilos heavier as well.
Yeah, it was all right for me in my class. I didn't really notice too much of a difference, but I warmed up with the heavier weight, so it was like a wind back sort of thing.
That makes sense then,
But yeah, a lot of people, they sort of warm up to the closest point, which is smart, but it means that they're warming up to the lighter weights. All of a sudden they've done a log and there's an extra 20 kilos, and they're like, oh, good.
Yeah.
Now I die. You know.
And you've got to work out what works for you. If you know that second log is going to be a really heavy weight, you're going to have to plod with. Then, like you say, you probably wouldn't then go as high. But for you, it was like you just ran with it. So for you, it's actually good to get that.
Yoke and I have a tumultuous relationship, but we're getting there.
Yeah. We were saying that when we competed at Chaos Classic that we had quite a monster of a yoke to grapple with.
Yeah, I mean, come on, like, I lost 12 kilos to do that comp. My competition was making weight. You know, I got invited and I was like, I can't turn this down. And that yoke was 280 kilos. And I quite literally shut out my spine. Yeah, I couldn't walk the next day. I couldn't walk for weeks, couldn't pick up a barbell. So my prep for Worlds was just rehab. And the car yoke at Worlds was 280 kilos. And I was like, if I pick it up, I move it, and I can compete the next event, I'm happy. And I did. I was like, okay, fine. But then I went away from that and I was like, right, we should make friends with yoke. And I seem to now be friends with yoke. At the Brits at Chaos recently, I did really well on yoke, but then I dropped it, so I got a penalty. I said to Mark, who's doing yoke, we always laughed that I'll get there eventually, but I've never been fast. And I said, if I hadn't got that penalty, I actually would have won a yoke event. And he's like, never. And I'm like, oh. You know, it's worth it. Like, if you've got an event that you're struggling with, rather than just saying, I hate it, I'm shit at it, and avoiding it, actually just putting in the graft and, like, doing the boring things. You know, and you'll often find that doing the boring things at the event that you're not good at is actually going to make you better at a lot of other events without even realising it. You know?
Definitely. And like you say, if you're telling yourself I'm bad at this,
you're not going anywhere. Then well done, you are bad at it. You know, whatever you tell yourself is true.
Yes.
Oh, he's tall.
These guys are rapid. He almost started with his feet too now, and their legs are almost like a frog stance.
Yeah, you do see a lot of like taller guys who have the very narrow stance, and the only thing I think it is that there's so much leg that they can kind of compensate for it at the knee area, you know?
Yeah, it was like a pirouette.
Yeah. Oh, no, swear afterwards, not while you're sitting. The boys all do beat their chest a lot as well. All the women are so like supportive and quiet. And the boys are all like ripping their shirts in half and beating their chest and stuff.
Exactly. There's usually more like smelling salts being thrown around and things like that.
Nobody needs that. I don't need to be gas bombed by ammonia ever, you know?
I know what you mean.
Right. I'm going to leave you to it.
Don't blame you. Thank you very
It
much
is
for joining us.
warm.
It is warm. Go, cool down
nice.
and power stairs.
I knew some stuff. I felt smart.
Oh no, definitely. Always welcome. Genuinely.
Right, enjoy your day.
Yeah, you too.
You can have your sweaty chair back now.
And good luck.
Sweaty now.
It probably won't be very good back. But no, enjoy the steeplechase.
I'll try.
We'll try and grab some more athletes as well. If you're supporting any athletes and you think they would enjoy, let them know to come on over because we'll still be on the live feed in between the events ending and the sorting out the scores as well. Oh, right. So I will apologise. The list that we had for the men isn't correct. So apologies for that one. Tom has the master sheet on his laptop, which is over the other side. So we're going to have to kind of guess a little bit with it. But I'm keeping an eye on the chat as well if you want to have any more shout-outs. I'm really enjoying this event. This is a really good one. It's a proper sprint event for some and a proper stability event for others as well. You have to be very strategic about where you want to put the intensity in.
So just with next up, you will have Luke Jones.
Luke Jones.
Anthony, followed by Martin for the men's novice.
For men's novice.
First, for the men's opens will be Rich Molnar.
And we have Rich Molnar out on the opens.
Harry Hall, and then Jack Thompson.
Now Rich will be, he's a very, very, very good log and yoke runner. And also I don't think he was particularly happy with his last score, so we might see something very, very rapid here.
Rovers ready. Athletes ready in 3, 2,
1 and go. Wonderful pickups here. Rich is back on it. It is particularly unnerving seeing someone running towards you, especially if there's a little bit of instability. But all of the athletes already on the log looking very proficient. Wonderful for both athletes. Down commands given. Rich Molnar's log is 110 kilos over there as well. If you're seeing the clouds of chalk, is an athlete chalking up just by the camera. It's quite dramatic. Rich looks like he really pushed it there for that last run especially. that looks speedy. I think that will be a really good score overall. And remember, this event is the reverse order of just the last event, not the full event. So I think actually overall points wise, he actually still might well be quite high up there. I've just seen someone say Adam Kitchener. I presume that was correcting me on who was running up next or who was coming up next. So thank you very much. That's really appreciated. Sorry that we don't have exactly the right list in front of us. I'm trying to also listen out for what's being said on the commentary. Teresa wasn't wrong. It is very sweaty in here, so a lot of the athletes are having to contend with that as well. I think that's where the grip tops and the strategic chalk for the yoke and log especially are going to be really helpful.
Okay. Do we have everyone's tight set? Okay, referees ready. Loaders ready. Athletes ready. 3, 2, 1,
and off they go.
How is good speed?
Brilliant. The loaders are getting very fast. They're getting these extra 20 kilos on, just in case the log reps are super speedy and people need to get back on them. Now remember, these log weights might not look particularly heavy on paper, but doing them as part of a medley when you're gassed, it's quite the challenge. Now let's get behind him. Can he get this rep? Oh, not quite. He might have time. No, he is timed out there, I'm afraid. How are you finding it?
Yeah, good. I thought I'd just jump in and help out for a bit whilst Teresa was giving you some commentary. So just wanted to give a bit of an option to give Dan a bit of a break, move them along a bit. They are hideous to move, so fair play to the athletes. Good chat with Teresa.
Yeah, no, really good, really good. I like the dual yoke to reset here. That's quite impressive. No, I think Teresa's just having a great time, just generally just enjoying the day, being really clever, I think, because a lot of the events that are today are also coming up at other competitions that she has later in the year.
So, a practice run then.
Yeah, really, really good. But also just here to have fun, which I think is genuinely a really awesome thing to go in. You will typically do better if you are having fun.
We need Jack Thompson.
So we have Jack Thompson in our open lane to the right. Do you know the name of the individual on the left?
I do not, unfortunately. This is something hard with Max. But I've been unfair now, I'm just trying to remember. So.
Apologies for our...
Guys, make sure anyone that's staying by the machines, please be mindful of coming back on your toes as often as these yokes aren't the easiest to control.
So adjusting these yoke heights.
Absolutely horrible and land over the side of the massive. So it's up to you to make sure you're in their way and protect yourselves from damage.
I think we're seeing some really good strategic choices with the yoke heights here.
Looks like we're ready to go. Okay, referees, are we ready? Loaders, are we ready? Athletes ready? In 3, 2, 1, lift.
Oh,
nice, Jack! Go on then!
Great speed with both athletes.
Brilliant, very efficient. I loved the ever so slight, for the athlete on the left, very slightly took his hands away and continued to put the yoke down, but it just balanced on his shoulders. I wish I had the shoulders to be able to do that. That was a really quick run in the left lane. Now, can Jack get this log? I believe this log is actually quite close to his personal best at this point in time. It's above his personal best. So this, if he gets his log, I think he's going to walk away. But yeah,
to be fair to Jack there, like I said, I've said it a couple of times today, that would be above his personal best. He was fine signing up to the comp when he signed up originally. We knew that was going to be like a good ask, but not an impossible ask, definitely within the rounds of what he could do. But remember, he has since then had a very nasty car accident and has come back from that without any training available and in the last 2 weeks started training again. But because today was only going to be fun, he hasn't even deloaded. So he was doing heavy squats 2 days ago. He's come in, giving it some fun, doing what strong men should, and just having a laugh with some mates.
Okay, yoke heights are being set. It's a very high yoke height in the left-hand lane. I now understand the height of the yoke.
Okay, looks like the athlete yoke heights have been set.
Athletes are getting into position.
Loaders ready, athletes ready in 3, 2, 1, lift.
And they have lifted off. Some really good runs already.
Great power control, speed, athletes.
Nice, brilliant.
Remember
that return yoke is 20 kilos heavier, so it is quite the challenge. And on the return, you might notice that they're not bringing the yoke quite as far back as when they started. That's because they only have to break the line on the return. They don't have to carry the full yoke over.
So I can tell you what I think, and it's weird. Both, yes, but also it's the first time you know that to do without racing inside. Normally, when
Okay, so we have Connor and Thomas. Connor in the left lane.
That's the main difference. That's why I wouldn't know. That's why I use that exclusively.
I've always done
You do.
I'm not in. Oh, Mackenzie. Okay, Thomas Mackenzie. Apologies, it looks like there was a bit of confusion there. Not Connor. It looks like it's Thomas Mackenzie. And I.
So next three up, Brett for the novices. Then the opens. Next is Jamie, followed by Jack or Sharky, and then followed by Aramis.
So I think we've got Brett and Thomas, I think. I can't quite. The channel is a little bit muffled, so apologies if I am in any way misnaming anybody.
It's your fault.
Possibly Ben. I can see, Nikki, that you're cheering on Ben.
Okay, looks like the athletes are set and ready.
Let's go, guys.
Referees ready.
Referees ready. Loaders ready.
Athletes ready. In 3,
2, 1, and they're off.
both athletes moving.
Brilliant. Straight to the yoke. And the athlete who was on the right had a really interesting. They weren't fully under the yoke. You see a lot of athletes will start almost in position, ready to pick up the yoke, but it can be quite a fatiguing one. So that might have been a very strategic choice. Wonderful, really quick run on the left, and on the return run on the right hand side. Really low. Jamie, of course. Apologies. You did well there. That was a good return run there.
Right, just give me the other mic and see if it works.
Okay, so next three up, is Jack, the Whitish.
So we have Jack and
Corey, 1-3. That's the
It's not
order.
working. What's it actually charging?
For the novices, we need Connor at the back, then Thomas McKenzie, then it'll be Angus Clark.
so I believe we have Jack and Connor up next.
Testing. Yeah, all right. We seems we're both back with two mics. That was being a bit weird. So like Em said, we've got Connor in the left lane. We're just getting set up in the right lane to make sure we're happy with where we're at. It takes a little bit longer because we have the height to adjust on every event.
Now, when Teresa was over here, we were talking about how it's really challenging if you tell yourself you're bad at an event to make any progress. Really, to kind of like, and they're off. Now, Connor is staring down this run onto this log. Viper,
Gone for the gamble, gone for the Viper.
That was brilliant.
Got it, Connor! Finish it! Finish it!
And we have a wonderful, that was a speedy run in the left-hand lane, and on the return to the right-hand lane. Wonderful. That was wonderful. And I know that actually Connor was not that long ago debating whether or not he wanted to go for the Viper or the Best.
Yeah, about last week, given that it's not actually a skill he's trained very often.
He
trains with, we have a friend over here, sat next to us called Stoner, who's particularly proficient in the Viper. And Connor started training Viper because Stoner was making fun with it.
Egging him on.
Yeah, egged each other on. They train together all the time, and yeah. And Connor has ended up practicing the Viper out of proxy because Stoner does it all the time.
So just a reminder of the weight. So the men's novice, we have 180 kilo yoke into a 70 kilo log into a 200 kilo yoke, and the men's open is starting at 250 kilo yoke into 110 log into 270 kilo yoke.
I mean, let's be fair. That is a heavy yoke for anyone. You know,
yes.
I mean, for the open men, it's a. You know, this is not a national level competition. That's near 300 kilos on your back, twice.
And remember, these lanes they're not in the direct class. So although they have the simulation of going head to head, they're not competing with each other.
No, absolutely. It's very hard to gauge how fast to go, who you're up against, what your time is. It's actually very hard in isolation to know exactly how it's how you're going to go.
The smell of tiger balm is strong in the air as well now. We've seen.
Yeah, it's quite a nice smell. Yeah, it's wonderful. The old strongman special.
And they're off. Really solid pickup on the left-hand lane. That was speedy. I almost didn't think he was going to stop for a second there. Brilliant. A little cheeky push jack there. We haven't seen many of them yet.
Phenomenally quick on the yoke. Very stable on the yoke, but actually, interestingly, his log looked like to be the harder bit for him.
I've noticed a lot of the open slippers are utilising a much lower press into the yoke.
Yeah, it's really true. Very interesting.
I found that really interesting. I mean, it might be just generally the speed of going between the movements that is partly that. It might just be complete and utter fluke in terms of it's just a coincidence.
Also really enjoying seeing such a big difference between how people approach this event. This is where we're really seeing a lot of athletes really surprising us with what they're like, what they've been doing, how they've performed in the other events, that kind of stuff. So really,
Alex in the left-hand lane. Sorry. So Alex in the left-hand lane and Max in the right-hand lane. Angus in the left-hand lane and Max in the right-hand lane. If you saw, Max was very carefully checking the yoke height was correct, which is a very, very wise move.
Angus gone for topless, but with lots of chalk at his shoulders and traps. Has opted for the buckle at the front, but is going to cover the buckle with something.
Yeah, so because it's a wooden log, the buckles can actually basically chip away at it, so they would prefer people to have their buckle to the side, or they can cover it. 3, 2, 1, and they're off. Wonderful. Angus rapidly moving into that log. Oh, not quite. I think he tried to Viper. Wonderful. Once he'd just taken a little bit of a second there, he was able to get back underneath it. And Angus already on that return run. Max looking, not quite.
Angus and Con generating a bit of a fun rivalry within the competition for each other. They've already, bearing in mind, I don't know how many times Angus has competed. Con has only competed, 3 times now? Twice even, I think. And both times he's gone head-to-head with Angus, and he's enjoying it very much. Looks like Angus was incredibly quick on the actual yoke runs there, but slower on the log, potentially. No Viper. Took his time, made sure he didn't make a mistake. Good technique. I'm not criticising that at all. That's the right thing to have done. No mistakes is always faster than someone who makes a mistake. We're actually seeing not many mistakes at the moment. Clearly a weight that people are being able to be, proficient with.
Yes.
We are seeing the opens, a fair few men struggling with that log at the other end, though.
I think it's the number might in their head say this isn't too bad, but then doing it straight after the yoke with your gas on event 4. And also, a wooden log is a different one to contend with, and a lot of people, as you said earlier, will be used to using not necessarily their buckle to do the entire clean, but to at least give themselves a bit of grip. Whereas where they have to move it, cover it, it's going to feel very difficult.
Sam Whiting on the left. Waiting to find out who we have on the right.
He's informed me that he was very annoyed that he had to wear shoes earlier, and he's going to have to do it again for the power stairs because there might be wood splinters from the actual step itself. Not his ideal.
I think that's fair enough.
I think that's very fair.
Modern society. Corey in the right hand lane.
So we have Corey and Sam. So Corey was particularly looking forward to the monster dumbbell earlier. So this is also Corey's reverse out of bodybuilding as well. Sam looking rapid. Corey is looking very solid here. This is a 270 kilo yoke on the return. Wonderful. And so we've been talking about Connor having come out of bodybuilding, but Corey has also come out from bodybuilding, having reached like a British level in bodybuilding last year, and then he's starting bodybuilding similar time to Connor. Sorry, starting strongman at similar time to Connor as well. No achievements yet in strongman.
I've just caught my eye with Connor's personal achievement is I did shit myself on every AMRAP deadlifts.
What's your thing? What's your line if you think you're gonna?
If you're gonna shit yourself whilst you're doing a rep, at least finish the rep. Then you're the guy who managed to finish the rep even though he shit himself. If you don't finish the rep, you're just the guy who shit himself.
It's quite brutal when you say it like that.
Other life lesson: mouth always. Banana to mouth, not mouth to banana.
I wonder why we put you on the live feed and give you that responsibility.
It's a very good question, Em. Actually, probably the question of the day as to why you let me do this at all.
Yeah, that's very fair, actually.
But now everyone's wiser for life lessons.
That's true. We've learnt a lot. Big fan of some of the tattoos as well we've seen today. 17 seconds is a fast run.
Yeah, 17.76 by the sounds of it for the new leader, Sam Whiting there.
Who we have been referring to as Sam Whiting for years without realising.
I'm not even sorry.
Two athletes staring down those logs. It's almost like they're kind of almost not focused on the first yoke. They're already glaring at that log. They're already.
Yeah, it's a bit like the yoke just gets them there. They're not worried about it. They just need to get to that log. That's what they're doing. No one's yet struggling with the yoke on the way or even on the way back. It's just that log. What do we have on this lane? Joe on this lane?
Speedy work here.
Very focused. This is one of Potter's clients.
Nice.
Very nice Viper. Going to close down on that time as well. He's going in for a quick reset. Big strides. Takes him about 4 strides to get back.
Really good run from both of these athletes. You can hear the screaming. Just dropped just below. Had to do that quick second pickup, but he was very, very quick. Did not let it startle him at all.
On the right lane, I think we may have just seen an early celebration. Bit of an Olympics repeat from what we see. I think we saw him shout yes 3/4 of the way back, at which point lost his brace, dropped the yoke, had to reset, and I think it changed his temper a little bit for the end of the run. But I could have misheard things, I could be wrong. He could be very impressed with himself, and that was, in fairness, not a bad time. It will set him quite high on the pack anyway. I don't think he needs to be annoyed, but very conscious.
Sometimes that can be really frustrating as well, because you've got so much adrenaline working through you, and when it's feeling good, you do have to fight that urge to start celebrating early, not from the perspective that you have to protect someone's foundation, John. But basically celebrating early quite often means you lose that core stability and everything just falls. It becomes a little bit more wobbly feeling. Unfortunately, I missed the names there. I only heard who was coming next.
Yes, correct.
Good to know. one of the judges is keeping a very close eye on his pancakes, which he's had to temporarily put down right in front of John. And I think he's quite nervous that they might not be there when he actually needs to eat them. The pancakes were quite phenomenal. Having to hammer the yolk a little bit because it appears to be stuck. Where it's so hot in here, I can imagine the metal's going to expand a bit.
You heard the noise there. That was, like I said, with the heat expanding stuff and making the metal expand a little bit. Just the fasteners on the sides of the yoke just expand a little bit and locked in place, unfortunately. So I just had to get another piece of metal to bluntly open it up again.
I think this event is also a really good one to just re-highlight all of the people that are involved in making sure this event can take place. You'll see just alone here we have 2 sets of loaders, so 4 loaders who are rapidly having to throw 20 kilos on the second that the athletes put the yokes down, because they're taking just seconds on the yokes, the log, sorry. Then we have the judges. Then there's our crew over here, but we also then have Tom commentating, who's organised the whole thing. We've got Dan, who's currently the gym owner, just working around making sure everything's running smoothly, so when the yokes heat up, all that sort of stuff. We've got photographers, we've got people with like the first aid kit over there, like Annie's just around on hand. It's taken a lot of people to pull this together. Okay, athletes are ready? 2, 1, and they're off. Really rapid in this left lane. This is looking like a really speedy yoke run. Nice. I almost thought he was going to use his forehead to help lift that then for a second.
Jack is going for just absolute mad pace above all else. He was going for the win. I think that might be the new fastest time.
I think you might be right there. But also, this is quite a solid run here. That 110 flew. That is quite an impressive run as well. Now, we still have lifters to go here, so I'm not in any way skipping ahead, but just in case you've already seen the person that you were here to cheer for and you're thinking what's coming up next, we have the Power Stairs Steeplechase, which will be a lot of fun. That's coming on up.
Same as John, please. Pancakes, I didn't know the answer. Sure. Yeah? Yes, please. So we'll grab payment in a minute, alright? Yeah. Burger, yeah?
Or just, go and get my wallet. Or just, you found a motor, I don't have that on my phone. Can we go down, yeah. If he comes and gets the food as well.
Some food negotiations going on here.
Oh, no, they're lost pancakes, yeah.
We just have Harry Gordon left on noise men. Easy followed by Will Howard.
Nikki, I agree. There are some super fast runs happening here today. Genuinely, I'm very impressed. If you were to ask me what I would guess is a fast time for this event, I would have been way off. I would have been saying 30 seconds, I think. 25, 30 seconds, I think I would have been saying.
Yeah, we're seeing people with 17 seconds coming past. That is wild.
3 implements.
3, 2, 1.
And they're off.
This guy on the right has been an absolute force all day. He's one to watch as well.
And he's making everything look so effortless. That's what I think is absolutely phenomenal. He's cool, calm. He's not in any way making any mistakes. Right back on it. Brilliant. Wonderful from both of these athletes. Looking effortless. Not even breaking a sweat. And it is hot in here. Okay, so. Oh, wow. Did that athlete just reset the yoke that he's about to then pick up again?
Yeah, he did. That's Will through and through.
That was a really good victory roar there from Will. So we have Will in this lane. Do we know who's in the left-hand lane? Oh, it looks like actually the left-hand lane might be complete.
You didn't know this is the actual Will Smith from the Men in Black. He actually just changes a lot about his appearance when he leaves the film studios.
Yeah, loaded ready. Athlete ready. In 3, 2, 1.
And he's off.
Here he comes down the track.
Getting a lot of speed, a little slow on the first few sets, but a very quick run by the end of it. His log normally pretty good. There should be no problem for him.
110 kilos.
No problem at all. Quick down. This will be a very competitive time here. He gets a quick yoke back.
Brilliant. That's it. I think this is going to be a really good time.
No wrist straps, no elbow sleeves.
Brilliant.
No wrist straps or knee sleeves.
And if you were wondering why the athletes might be taking a bit longer than you think to kind of control that log down, the rule is if the log is not controlled and it comes off the mats, the athletes have to go pick it up, put it back on the mats. So that could be an incredibly costly mistake.
Not only that, but they've also been told that they have to not just make sure it's on the mat, but they have to control it down. They've set the rule of no tree topping, which for anyone who's not aware of, means they have to maintain hands more or less on the yoke, or sorry, as the log as it comes down, and then make sure that it is under control. That looks to me like the end of the yoke log yoke. So we will now be into reset mode, so we can see the power stairs. Power stairs will be head to head, at which point they'll be doing a power stairs steeplechase. It'll be along the track, over a steeple, along the track, and up 3 steps. So we will find a way. Give us a few minutes to find a way to actually get a camera angle where you can see at least some of that, and we'll see what we can do for you.
I'm hoping that we might be able to stay more or less where we are, because at the moment we have the windows behind us, so you're getting a good amount of light, whereas I fear if we move too far further into the gym, we might start seeing people silhouetting. But we are on to our final event of the day, and this will be the reverse order of the points for the entirety of the comp. So I know that we have tried and failed every single event to get some scores, but I really will try to get the scores for this one, because I think that's going to be quite an important one. We'll just have to absolutely pin Tom down. All right then, we will be back very, very shortly. Stay tuned. So if we have Scarlett still watching, we have some fans and friends that would like to wave to you here. Thank you for cheering on.
Hey, Scarlett!
How are you finding it?
Hot, but who isn't? But great crowd. This is a great gym, so we love it here. So.
We're loving the atmosphere and everybody cheering each other on as well.
I said earlier on, like especially us girls, like anyone that's thinking of doing a competition, like every woman wants you to do well. Everyone is rooting for you, so just go do it.
It's such an empowering thing. So we've been trying to tell people, if any of this looks exciting, go find your local gym. Like, go and check register, find somewhere. Just dabble.
And there's a lot of worry at the moment, like with Europe's and people talking about zeroing. And we were saying last weekend, everyone just loves you. Nobody sits in the crowd and boos because you've zeroed. People have got more respect. They are like, well done for doing it. So don't let the fear stop you.
That's brilliant. That's awesome. Well, good luck as well on the steeplechase.
And we love you guys.
Oh, thank you very much. Thank you. I just thought that was a very important one to sneak on in there. So, going to go dark a little bit while we're setting up the right camera angles to get you the best view for the steeplechase. Hello. So athletes are still warming up. We still have plenty of time left before we start, but we've been playing around with the cameras, and as you'll see on this first screen, we've managed to position the second camera, so you're not going to see me and John, which is you're probably all very relieved about. But the second camera will be on the stairs of victory themselves, so we get a bit of a close up, and then we can switch when needed to the actual stairs to give you the full run. We'll leave the screens up so you can see everybody warming up as we go, but we will be back with you shortly. So the athletes are doing their final warm-ups now. Now they've been told the rules on the actual stairs, which you'll currently be seeing on the smaller screen. They do not need to stand on the top shelf at all. It is just getting the pins to the top shelf and their hands off that will stop the clock. Basically where Dan's feet are currently right now on the small platform. He is just chilling, taking in a bit of the breeze because we've got some windows right behind. And what I'm going to aim to do is I don't want to ever have not the athletes on screen. So if both of the athletes are maintaining about the same pace, I will start with the screen that you're currently looking at and then transition to just a focus point on the end. But if the athletes are a bit staggered, I will stick to this screen where you can see both. I just feel like maybe, I tell you what, I can possibly, I will just quickly move the first screen around a little bit. So you might get a bit more. Hopefully that will help a little bit there. So we'll just try and keep all of the athletes on screen. Now, I know again we said we would try and get an athlete order, and I was starting to put one together from straight results, where the live feed is, and I failed. So if you are watching at home, go on to straight results, you will be able to see the order, and this will be the reverse order for the entire competition for this final event. I think it'll be a good one to watch. It's going to be a bit of a time to reset, so you will see a lot of the volunteers around and probably quite close to the camera as well. There are plenty of drop mats around, so do not worry if it looks a little bit precarious. Safety considerations have very much been taken into, the safety side has been taken into consideration here. John has just had another burger.
Another litre of water. We're up to 4 and a bit litres of water. I noticed you have not finished your first bottle. Please continue.
Oh, I did have an energy drink in the middle though.
Oh, yes. Emma's also brought ice packs for all the competitors and me.
Yeah, I thought you might start overheating. He's also placed some of the ice packs in place.
Nicola and Meg going head to head on the first out for the women's novice.
Brilliant.
Power stairs.
Here we go. This should be a fun event. So duck walk to the platforms, over the platform, duck walk to the second run, and up the stairs.
Yes, okay. When you get to the top, make sure that everyone is properly on. Therefore, hands off to stop the time. Okay, hands off to stop the time. Okay. Athletes ready. 3, 2, 1, lift.
And they're off. Brilliant pace. Now over the first step. Difficult one to navigate. And they are up. Ooh, a slight stumble there. And up onto the stairs of victory. And brilliant.
Looks like just a really difficult trip halfway down.
Yes.
It is a very awkward implement. It pulls you the wrong way. It's a hideous thing to do.
Oh, go on, Alice.
With a late entry to the competition.
Oh, now what?
Do it in reverse.
Noda's determined not to have to take the easy route out.
Just don't do the whole thing in reverse.
She's doing the whole thing in reverse.
Next up, we need Kirsty Stead and we need Taylor Kieran, please.
I've seen the comment that there's no sound. I have a light on. Hopefully you can hear us now. Please let us know if you can't hear us. Thank you very much, Nikki.
Okay.
I can't see from the button.
In 3, 2, 1.
And they're off. Doing very well. This is a very tricky event, and they are up to the stairs. Nice.
So yeah, you're going to separate by about half a second there, very close. Kelsey takes the lead with 17.18 seconds. Okay, next up we need Zoe Morton and Rosie.
Adding this gaffer.
So here we have Zoe and Rosie. I believe that for Rosie, I think she's, I could be wrong here, but I think she's only just managed to get this up one of the platforms. So to get to the second step would actually be a personal best, if I'm not mistaken.
Time is ready, athletes ready, in 3, 2, 1, let's! Into the battles for the podium places!
And up to the platform.
Zoe in third, Rosie in second overall!
And here they come.
Yeah, neck and neck, and I think I heard Tom say that it's a battle for the podium. Oh my word!
That they come down to a bit of a countdown if that was a battle for the podium. There may be a tiebreaker, who knows? That was a fight.
Has anyone videoed that event, please?
Ah, perfect. Thank you so much, Nikki. Wonderful. I'm glad you got Sam. We were trying to keep up the comments. I think we are a little bit delayed, but I'm glad that you can hear us.
Just because that was so close, I want to make sure these times. Has anyone videoed for either?
I think they're going to just check back with some videos.
Trying to do a super slow motion replay finish.
So that was a battle for the podium. So was that?
I think it was, but they're doing trying to check the video back to see who had their hands off first. Because by human error, they're not sure if the times are exactly right.
That makes sense. So
I don't think in an unfair way. I think because they can see visibly that obviously the two women were exactly almost the same. It must be by a half second or so tops. So they just watched the video back to check who got there first.
that makes sense. So was this a battle for third or battle for first?
I don't know.
Ah, understand. DIY Annie is out in force, protected, just making sure that the power says are extra protected. I think they're still just checking the times for the last one. I believe we have. Oh, we don't know exactly who's coming out next, so we'll just hold fire.
We've given our one split decision to Zoe. She got both her hands off. Whereas Rosie still in with the left hand, just ever so slightly. Last up, then we have Sam Jackson, who's in first place currently.
So what was the result?
Looks like Rosie will have got third.
You have 16.2 seconds to do.
I think it's Kirsty who got the win on that event by a microsecond.
Wow. And out we had Sam.
Sam currently in first, so this is try and retain her title and try and retain her first position status.
Her transition has been wild.
She's very smooth, very steady. She's not racing anyone, so we'll see what her overall time is. Did a really good job getting her hands off straight away.
So far, she went off the platform.
Wow. Sam was going head to head with the girl, she'd be right there with them. 60.34. Wow, those are some very close, very close. Okay, we're moving on from our novice women, and we're moving up to our masters. Unfortunately for our masters, it's just Lucy. But we have more time there, and Lucy decided to break it there. We're going to add a 10 round of that one. And we'll do this.
Lots of cheering for Sam in the chat there, and that was a phenomenal one. I think she's been really consistent all day. I'm pretty sure that's enough to be on the podium unofficially. I feel all of our guesstimations are very unofficial. I must caveat.
Yeah, we almost enjoy this as much as you are. We don't know who's in what position, actually. We're trying to guess as much as you guys.
Okay, Lucy is going to be going by herself.
You're looking now.
Tyler, are we ready?
The last step rather than...
Oh, we just M's done both.
3, 2, 1.
Don't think Dan realised it was on the camera. And in they go. Lucy's alright. She is the only master I believe we have. She has been crashing it all day.
Let's be fair, she's been well deserving of even being the only competitor. She is phenomenally strong. She's been phenomenally strong all day. She's well deserving of every position that she's got.
Yeah, I didn't want to step on you, Gary.
Okay, we need both feet up for handles now to be 100 kilos for our open weightlifting. This event will decide who is Southampton's strongest woman. And you have 6, 15, and 5 each one. So these are matches. We'll put it on
All right. We are moving
On to the Women's Opens. We're going to find out who is the strongest woman in Southampton.
Yes, that is exciting.
Okay, the other one we need Magda.
Both have been looking strong all day as well.
Magda and Tess. Okay, timers, are you ready? And channel. Okay, in 3, 2, 1, let's. The final strongest woman. Tess has the lead. Gets up onto the hurdle. Magda's on hurdle 2. She pops up.
Wow, for Hampshire's strongest woman, Tess versus Magda. Tess is the first of the stairs. Let's go for a last stair. Magda fighting to the very end. Very well done.
That was a big battle.
Well done to Tess doing what she needed to do today to win. Southampton's strongest woman. Sorry, Em, cut you off.
I was just celebrating.
I feel like we're going to die. I feel like we're going to die here. Dan, is it worth putting that on it as well? You're stood on a
All right, we are back. Hello, Nikki. Sorry, we were having a look at the live feed to see if we could see the moment of the very, very close podium run. Hopefully you can hear us back now.
Yeah, but as Em said, there was a bit of a debate going on as to the points to allocate. It does actually affect the scores quite a bit. Who won that time, that very close round between Kirsty and Rosie, so we wanted to have another angle from the live stream presented. So a very exciting round to see. We're going to leave it in the hands of Tom, nothing to do with us. But we should be back now. See the live stream there, the love that Dan gives his own team.
Yeah.
And it's on the live stream.
All right, I believe
we are looking for Luke Jones and Liam Warden, please.
Liam and Luke are out first.
Luke on your left, Liam on your right. Thank you for checking, Nikki. Do actually appreciate the feedback because we have nowhere to test, so genuinely appreciate your help.
Okay,
thank you so much.
And
thank you for staying with us for the day.
2, 1,
and off they go. Oh, very no connection. Okay, so just on that rubber mat there.
Luke just struggling on the stairs. Needs to use more hips, use more power. There you go, that's better.
My hands off.
Liam just finishing off the stairs now.
He's nearly there.
Go on, Liam, come on! Big pull back!
So the weights as well for the duck walk, I probably should have read this out before. The women's novice had 60 kilo, the women's masters had 70, the women's opens had 100, men's novice was 120, men's masters 140, and the men's opens a whopping 170 kilos.
Thomas Pugh and Anthony Burnside Shop.
And this is the final event of the day. This will be the decider.
This is where the loading. Ready?
Brilliant teamwork here from the barbell crew. Yeah, it's a good, efficient loading here. Let's just use it as a wheel, flip it on its side, and wheel it back into place.
After Thomas and Anthony, will be Brett and Ben.
Was that Brett and Ben?
Yes.
Awesome. I agree, Nikki. We've had some phenomenal races, but that one I think is my favourite so far.
Well, we love something competitively close and really hard to tell. I know it's annoying sometimes to watch and have that pause, but actually it's amazing to see the athletes get so close and so competitive on the day. And it shows that actually, I think that means they've been neck and neck all day because it will affect the podium itself.
Yeah, and I think genuinely it was so. Like, we stopped talking for a while because it was just a bit gripping. Now Annie is out in force with the tape, determined to make sure that those rubber mats aren't going anywhere. Our next two lifters are ready. So as soon as the platform is secured, I think we're ready to go.
Yeah, we just make sure we are supervising all children. So we try not to anywhere. Okay, timers, are we ready? Athletes ready? In 3, 2, 1, lift!
And they're off. Oh, a stumble there. Oh, they're really going. There's a few little mistakes here where they're trying to just
Definitely some raw power here, but quite frantic at the same time. Be careful not to make a mistake. I think good time there.
And I like what we're seeing right now is the athletes cheering on each other. Brilliant work.
Yeah, good job. Finish from both.
I love seeing it when like everyone gets behind each other.
I'm not trusting myself.
Just checking if I broke the chair.
John reckons he might have broken the chair he's been sat on, but it looks okay so far.
Annie, is it worth getting the parcels onto the sack truck? Annie? I'll get it.
Okay, John is just hopping into helping them sort out the final bit to try and make the resetting just a little bit more efficient. More taping of the platform is taking place as well. But our two athletes are ready to go.
Anthony is now the time to reach 20.95.
Good, yeah, you're good. If you want an ice pack, I can throw them that way. Everyone's looking very hot here. We've got a nice cool breeze at this end. Everyone looks a lot hotter at the other end of the gym. Wonderful. Here we go. We're ready. Time is ready. Athletes ready. 3, 2, 1, and we're off. Ooh. Really have that done really high. And I think these handles are actually quite low. A lot of the athletes have been practicing on handles that are a lot longer, so they might be used to holding these handles just that bit higher. Awesome. And that's a really key thing. I don't know if you saw the athlete the furthest away from us held their hands on the actual power stairs themselves, just a fraction longer than they needed to, and that's what's going to stop the timers when your hands are off the handles.
Okay, Martin Hunt, Thomas Mackenzie, you are
See what it's like by just rolling like tilting it.
No one noticed.
A sneaky little bit is earlier when I was setting up the cameras for this, I didn't realise what they were going to do, how they were going to bring the platform down. So I nabbed one of the drop mats to use as a bit of a table to prop one of the cameras up quite high, not realising that they had actually planned to use it at this point. So I believe our next athletes are getting ready.
Athletes ready in 3, 2, 1.
And they're off. Oh, neck and neck.
Very controlled as well. Very different approach to the last one I saw.
Catches up, and it takes.
Joe with the right hand side has the biggest calves I've ever seen in my life.
Very effective as well. I actually wondered.
Both doing really well here, actually. Very good. Now it's just down to who's going to make less mistakes. Yeah, very nice performance there. Came back after a bit of a mistake and did really well.
Wonderful. I did wonder, the gentleman on the left, if him putting down the power stairs to then basically re-deadlift it back up would cost him a lot more time, but he was very efficient over that first step.
Yeah. I thought that earlier. Didn't help someone do like 400 kilos out on it.
Angus and who?
And Joe. So Joe and Angus, I think this is a head-to-head from Butts' own crew.
Ooh.
Both coached by Butts.
Joe is a very tall athlete as well, so I wonder if he'll quite like power stairs.
Yeah, and Angus is just very powerful.
Yes.
Did really well on the deadlifts. It might be really interesting to see how these two go head-to-head.
That's true. That is very, very true.
Look at this a bit.
Athletes ready. 3, 2, 1,
and they're off. Oh, really big up from Joe.
Joe doesn't have to hinge. Joe literally just places that on the next platform. Unbelievable height advantage. Oh my God. Oh my word. Angus, though, not to be understated. What an unbelievable performance from Angus. Right behind him, no mistakes. Fantastic performance from Angus there as well. Nice one, man.
And Angus's run will have been fast too. It's just that Joe's looked so much faster that it looked like there was a huge difference. But it was, both of them were very fast runs.
There you go. That is the two athletes who just went, Joe and Angus. Joe is now in first place on this event, not overall on this event, and Angus is now in second place on this event. So they took first and second on this event so far.
Increase the volume. The stream is just your stream.
All right, we have Sam and
every time.
Connor out next.
Are we ready? Athletes ready. In 3, 2, 1, ready.
Sam in the right lane, as Em said. Connor in the left lane. Go, Connor, let's go!
Oh,
stay calm, stay collected. There you go. Quick! Go! Hands!
Nice, that was a good one. Sam's coming in now. He's using a bit of a shuffle.
Sam using a very different technique here. I think just struggling with the leverages to perform a duck walk and a power stairs. So using the kettlebell swing to its advantage to get a bit of power going and get it all the way. Yeah, gotta get the first one. Thing is, just keep grinding, keep grafting, get after it. Don't shake your head, get in it. Don't mess around now, pull it. Big pull! Big pull!
Brilliant work. That was a good fight right to the end there.
I'm not going to do this. I'm going to do that.
Connor a little bit annoyed that he had to nudge the first platform. He's like, I never did that before. Why did I do that?
It's really funny though. Yeah, hard to know. We don't actually know. We got no idea. Overall, it's been a really good performance, mate. So you should be proud.
I'm glad as well, Nikki, that everybody was behind Ben there. I've seen it on a few occasions where everyone just gets behind the athlete. I think athletes get really nervous. What happens if they ask the question like, well, what happens if it doesn't go well? But actually, everyone wants to see them do well. Everyone wants to get behind them. And here we go.
Is it you?
Probably.
Okay then, timers, are we ready? Athletes, are we ready?
Athletes ready? 2, 1, and here we go. Ooh, rapid.
Oh my word, he just shot straight past me. This is very frantic. If he doesn't make a mistake, he'll be very quick.
Oh, good celebration there. I'm so keen to get you a camera angle that got as much of the top of the platform as humanly possible so you can see the victory.
The guy in the right lane deciding to try and take his hands off when he hadn't finished the run. Nearly having the power stairs fall back down on him.
Woo!
That's because Annie won that. Let's see how you do it.
Loda's getting very confident now.
Oh, it's just you now.
Jack is the winner of that event there.
Yeah, Jack came in hard at the end there. Really impressive taking that time from Joe. So Jack did not have the height advantage. So for anyone who temporarily thought just being tall would have got the win, no. Jack came back and took that there.
I think no one could have been in any doubt that Jack wasn't putting full power behind it. Maximum risk, full power. And it all paid off. No mistakes made.
I would say about similar as well, yeah. Hey man, what was that? You were
Okay,
second
so
last
we
week.
have
Last
last category now.
You must have been third or fourth. I don't think you got many points, so Angus was quick as well. What overall?
Yeah. Fourth, fifth.
Did it really?
Yeah.
So that's tight.
Even 2 points for you on third as well. That time just cracked Joe into third place.
Oh, little shit.
And then obviously West Ham didn't do so well. That dropped right down. So opened it up.
Was that Sam out the podium then?
Oh, first up, on the masters, we have Daniel.
You guys must have been really tight all day then for everyone. Not that much of a shake-up.
Sounds like the points in the men's novice were very, very tight. It shifted a lot there in that last event. It's good to show. Still
That's the second time you've done this and don't change the
now, I
plan.
can't quite see who are
I think this last time you're like,
the camera
you said don't change the plan, and this time you're like,
image of them.
so I
Over
don't change the plan.
people, and I can't see who's a great score on our screen. And they're off.
It's not bad.
Brilliant. Little stumble.
He's up and on to the first set. And now makes his way to the high stairs.
Come on, Dan, come on in! See the way! Go on, Dan, finish it!
Apologies with this point, you're just getting John being very excited. I'll move my mic to the other side.
Ready?
Not really.
I just Are you ready? Gosh!
Well, after this final event, we will stay on the live feed so that we can see the award bit and see who came where. Every
So between third, fourth, and fifth, it's like 4 points. Yeah, that's pretty good. Just fucking.
Okay, our next athletes are ready and waiting.
Really strong. 3.5, I think, anyway.
It's a big fight, that, you three.
Yeah. I'm not going to lie. The fact that
Who's that? Hey?
Right then, so, timers, are we ready? Athletes ready? In 3, 2, 1.
And they're off.
Come on, John. 9 miles. Let's see it.
Miles again, the guy who said he didn't actually take up any sport until he was 43 in the left-hand lane. So Miles at this point has seen me about 10 years ago, took up strongman, really started enjoying it, and he's now still competing in strongman. Beautiful sport. Really tight here, really good.
Come on, mate. Let's go. Go, Miles.
Yeah, beautiful.
Wonderful work there.
Look at the camaraderie, beautiful. Yeah, you can see the hug.
Also, really, really happy to see we've had about 30 people hang around with us all day. Just thank you very much for the support. And I know that
because we love it.
At the beginning of the day, we had also somebody taking part in a 24-hour challenge whilst they were watching this. I hope that wherever you are, whatever you're doing, really remember genuinely you are having the
I'm getting really into this part.
This is more exciting than like any other event.
Yeah, this is great. Somehow, Addy has perfect control of the drop. Like,
last Masters are ready to go. What did you feel like?
It's just Addy.
Right, so last of the Masters athletes is Lee, and I don't know who the other individuals.
Lee, hang on a second, race by just half a point off John. Pilots, are we ready? Athletes ready. 3, 2, 1,
and they're off.
I think I just heard Tom say these guys are half a point between each other.
Oh wow, so this really is for, this must be the podium if they're the last one.
Oh no, mistake from Lee.
So a bit of a battle. Oh, this is going to be fast. Wonderful. Oh, nearly fell off the back of the platform. That's why we have the loaders on the back to help push somebody backwards if they are wobbling over and stop the platform, the duck walk from falling over.
I did say to Tom, I found it quite amusing that he chose to run the duck walk up 3 stairs towards some open windows at the other side. I did fear that someone was going to go through the window at some point, but we seem to be okay.
Dan has decided to put himself in the way of the window. Dan might go out the window really quickly.
Yeah, Dan is definitely going through.
You ready, Alan?
Bosh!
Oh.
We're trying to find out how we actually get into it. I can't find it. I don't know.
Right, so I believe then this must be the men's open coming up. I believe Jack and Harry will be out first, but I do not know any more than that.
There's 2 legal ones, but like generally, if I turn up and I actually I reckon I can take the world record.
that means they're taking away in the fastest category.
I'll do it, look.
I've done 230, I'm pretty quick.
470.
World record's like 2 seconds.
Which means 6 seconds. 15.
Maybe I'll do that.
I must admit that you could do like the deadlift and then train for surgery.
Okay, so the men's opens are getting ready. The duck walk is 170 kilos.
Well, you've hit everything you wanted to and exceeded. You made one small mistake. That's fine. You know what I mean?
You hit the middle step.
I thought you were trying to just shoot past it and not touch the step at all. I thought you were trying to. I was trying to over and I realised I'm not that strong.
So just reloading the plates here, adding on the extra weight.
So,
I've got the 2 funniest fails. Look that,
so
Did you see that? Did you see it?
I do love power slips. I typically find that I end up coming out with bruises I didn't realise I could possibly have. Because with adrenaline's running through you kind of end up just using your shins to help kind of guide the plates through. And it's only afterwards when the adrenaline's gone that you realise just how much you've absolutely battered yourself.
I'd run over. I love this thing. I need to do more.
This is how you improve performance. My worst thing is I think, maybe I'll do that.
Yeah, got it. I think they're doing more. I think they're doing more. I think they're doing away class again.
Okay then.
Yeah, late November, like 26.
You can see the athletes very cleverly using headphones here to just keep themselves in their zone. At this point, they've been working out for a very, very long time.
It's a really fun day, mate. It's a really nice day. It's like
going from an elevated state to a rest state, up and down, so they're probably exhausted, so they need to conserve all their energy at this point. Keep focused on what they're doing there, what's going to be best for them. So they use every tool they have.
I need Jack Thompson and Harry Holt.
Come on,
Jack and Jamie. Jamie the bar, please.
Jack and Jamie are first. It appears that Harry is
competition.
It's good to see you, man. Yeah, well done. Really cool.
Jack and Jamie are up first.
Okay. Finals, are we ready?
Yeah.
Athletes ready. In 3, 2, 1.
And off. Here they go.
Go on, Jack! Come on, Jack!
This is a very heavy weight.
Reset it, bring it down! Deadlift it, come on, Jack!
Jack, come on!
Up! There you go!
Come on, Jack!
That's it, let's go! Off and off!
That's it, Jack, right.
Nice, Jamie, good!
Just that extra little nudge is what was needed to get that on the platform.
Get to the end, Jack! Get to the end!
I do like that Jamie
There you go! Eat it!
Jack using the same technique that adopted by Sam White.
Get it!
Using out every single little bit of distance that is possible.
Come on, Jack, big deadlift! Big lift, come on!
There you go! There you go! Come on!
I think he's going to call it there, but he's smiling. He said that felt awful.
Let's go! For first and for 10. You can't.
Oh, you need to be out of the way because he's the. Oh, the jazz hands!
Oh, that sucks so much.
Gosh! Man, that was good. That was good. Yeah, we saw it.
I believe we will have Max, and I don't know who. Max and Rich. Ooh, this will be. I think this will be a battle.
Coach and coachee.
Oh, what about that bit as well? Oh, this will
Head to head.
Head to head. This will be a fun one to watch.
And 2 weight class athletes in the opens.
So actually, this will be fun.
After match break, we have Jack and Alfie, almost Ben and Corey. Then Wallace and Dennis. And then Willie.
Which one? On the left.
Okay,
Right.
China's ready. Athletes ready. 3, 2, 1.
They're off. I thought this would be fast. Both of these athletes are very speedy.
Really Rich demonstrating there the benefit of taking your time, but knowing not to make a mistake. He's going down. Let's try to jump the gun and go straight up. Come on, Rich! Come on!
Whoa, that was a fast one. And oh, brilliant hug at the top of the victory stairs. Well, I thought I should caveat, I've named them the victory stairs. No one else has called them that.
I think everyone else thinks they're the hell stairs.
That's fair. Just in case, but you're watching this back later and think, what on earth is she talking about?
Oh!
This is fucking
Okay, so we have our athletes getting ready.
It's great, it's so fun. Do you know what Bosch in Spanish is? Le Bush.
I do not know who's coming up again. I'm behind lots of people. Well, keep an ear out for what's coming out very shortly.
El Grande shot.
Le Bush. Do we know who we've got out next?
No,
Not heard it yet?
listen out for Tom.
Yeah, that's what I said to you about the knee sleeve. It's the choice of do I save my shin or do I save my knee?
What money for eight? What money for
Okay, timers, are we ready?
I don't think we're going to find out.
Athletes ready. 3, 2,
1, and they're off.
Couple of big lads though.
They both look very determined.
Oh, very good initial thing, but it's cost them a little bit. He's got the height, he can go straight up onto the platform. Very clean run. Very good.
Which does also go to show that sometimes putting it down and having that really explosive liftoff can be really efficient. Oh, she's getting caught underneath the lip of the second stair there. She's a fraction of an inch.
Use the hips, let's go! Go back on it!
Okay, he's stuck underneath at this point.
His grip's gone as well. As you said earlier, Ed, you actually said there's a couple of athletes here who might be costing his grip. I don't think it was him who went over under, but you did say there's going to be a grip event in the power stairs. It's going to be, those who didn't spare some of it might really struggle.
Yeah, some may now, maybe I wouldn't say regretting, but they might not be feeling it. I think is the right way to put it.
Yeah. That might be my job.
Also, Nikki, absolutely loving your support all day long. But yes, I love the hugs, the fist bumps, the cheering, the shouting for each other. I think it's generally great. And these are amazing races. It's been a long day, but everyone is still, as you can see from the audience, fully engaged.
Teresa's already changed and ready to go out.
Oh yeah, she's ready to go.
You're welcome, man.
Again, we've missed the names, but we are ready to go.
Athletes ready.
3, 2, 1, and we're off.
Corey on the left, Ben on the right. Got it, lads!
Oh no! Beautifully corrected there. I thought that might be a more mistake. Nearly there. Fine step again. Hands off. Beautifully quickly. Wonderful.
Both finished, both not bad times, I think. I think it's a small mistake from Ben there in the middle that cost him a little bit of time. Other than that, pretty close.
It's really hard to tell how everything stacks up overall.
Oh, there's like 2 of those things, and then there's also a sledgehammer.
Right, it's a tune.
Ravis and Alex, is that the, did you hear? Ravis and Alex, we think, are coming out next.
Oh yeah. It might be.
John has just handed someone a call bag, but they said, was this the one that you put down your trousers earlier? He said, it might be. And then still proceeded.
We don't know anymore. We don't know.
They still proceeded to put it on their head. And the next athletes are off. And first athlete has made it to the stairs. There's a hole or the stairs of the two. I think each athlete will get to decide. The second athlete is working their way up the stairs. 2
I've
steps
heard that
to
his
go.
name is actually. I'm not sure. I can hear some shouting.
One more!
Finish it!
everyone there. Now, I have a feeling, if I've done my maths right, which I probably haven't, I've probably messed this up. And we might only have one run left. Or maybe two. I may have messed up the maths here.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're moving on to our
Last run. Oh, I'm proud of myself there.
Will Smith.
Will Smith.
Who recently released a new song.
I like pretty girls.
And not joking, that's actually quite a good impression.
Yeah, to clarify for everyone, that was a lyric. Or just a statement.
Also, this is a battle for Southampton's strongest man. The final run of the day, and it is a battle.
They've been neck and neck all day, to be fair, so this is going to be a really tight fight.
They've both been looking really strong.
Both got the height advantage.
They do, and I'm loving the fact that they're both smiling. They're both having the time of their lives today. The sun is out. There's a bit of a full breeze now. I'm only a little bit sunburned. We've had a fantastic day here as well.
It's just cold water trickling down my bum.
Timers, are we ready? Okay, for the last
Athletes are ready for our final race of the day. 3, 2, 1, and they're off.
Neck and neck so far. Who's going to be quickest over the steeple?
This is a battle for first place.
Completely neck and neck so far.
Absolutely neck and neck. This is scary.
Mistake from Will. Mistake from Izzy.
Wow.
No way.
Dan? Sorry. As I realised how quick and close that was going to be, I did actually film the top step. I've handed it over to Dan as well because that was.
I think Dan loves a tie break. Dan wants a tie break. You can see it in his eyes.
So excited for the idea of a tie break.
Dan wants a tie break.
He doesn't want it to end. He wants another event.
Oh, the egg and spoon race!
Do you know what? I think if Dan could have his way, he'd be like, let's go again. Everybody get back here. We're going to go for a sixth event.
Max Stone.
Max Stone. Wow. You're evil.
Southampton's strongest man, Will Smith!
Hey! Will Smith took it.
Brilliant. And I hope you've had as much fun as we have. It's not completely over. The actual competition is at this point. And we've seen world records set today. We've had the athletes battling, supporting each other, and just generally pushing themselves. And feeling like it's just been a wonderful, wonderful day. We still have the actual awards aspect to come. So we will be around just a little bit longer. I think we will go to a hold screen temporarily because we'll probably have to move the cameras. But we will be back for the final awards of the day as soon as we have. So here we have all of the athletes coming up to get their participation medals, and then I believe they're going to just do the third, second, and first on the podium.
Yeah, the announcement itself. So everyone's getting a medal now. So everyone who took part gets a medal, and then the first, second, third will get a prize, trophy, and a like a donation sponsored bag, goodie bag. Yeah, that'd be a better phrase. He's now mic'd up, so don't talk. That's what we like the whole time, so don't slag anyone off.
So,
As I normally do.
Here in Tom, who's about to do the awards.
If you have not received a medal yet, please come up and grab your participation medal. We'll do the podiums in just a second. Got all the athletes wearing their medals.
Yes.
Okay, everybody. Firstly, we just want to say a big thank you to everyone for coming and making this such a big and special day. Give yourselves a round of applause and a big cheer. This has been a really high standard of competition from the athletes. Everyone's done a really good job. I've been very impressed with the standard that we've seen today. So well done, you've all done fantastically. I want to say a big thank you before we get going just to all the volunteers that have helped us. It's a very hot summer's day. Not a lot of people wanted to come and help today because it is boiling. So we thank you for giving up your time and your energy and your bodies for this. So thank you very much. Okay, we're going to move on to the novice women. We had such a close tie break. We had to go to video review for, but unfortunately, by half a point missing out on second and third, we have Rosie. There it is. Oh my goodness. Just so we know, third place, first, second and first. How very exciting. In second and half a point ahead, we had Zoe Morton. Which means in first, we have Sam Jackson.
I'm repping the t-shirt.
Yes, thank you. Is that the trophy, please, Daniel? Trophy. Oh, she got it. Yeah, it's still there. Right, hold the trophy high, Sam. Let's get some pictures for the podium. Ladies and gentlemen, your podium finishers. Southampton's strongest novice women. Thank you, girls. Lovely. We move on to the men's novice category now. This was a very close category. Lots of guys, over 50 points for the top six, which is a lot of points. But they're going to be three on the podium. In third place, we have Joe Farney. Joe, one of the most extraordinary things we saw today, a 12-second power stairs run. That was crazy. Now, leapfrogged him up into the podium places, winning that event. In second place, just a point behind the lead, we had Harry Core. Well, thank you for coming, mate. Which means 1 point ahead and taking the win on the last event, we had Jack Stetley. Well done. There we go. Smile for the camera. Ladies and gentlemen, your men's Southampton strongest novices. Woo! There we go. Thank you, gents. We move on to Southampton strongest women's master. Well, we were expecting 3 this morning, but only Lucy turned up. But Lucy, you're pretty strong and you had a good chance of winning anyway.
Oh, that's sweet.
I think you would be the favourite anyway. So, Southampton's strongest women's master, Lucy. Hi! There you go. Thank you very much for coming. Can Lucy get up there? There we go. Smile for the camera, ladies and gentlemen. Southampton's strongest master, Lucy. There we go. No worries. And then in a similar situation, we thought we'd have 4 Opens women's. At the end, there was a very good fight between 2. In second place, we have Magdalena Kadicka. Very good. Got a podium medal.
Tess is gone.
I think Tess had to shoot off, but I think accepting her award for her will be her friend. Maybe it's a dog. The dog's coming out to accept the award on the podium. And Southampton's strongest woman is Daphne, the dog. Why are we subjecting the dog to this? Ladies and gentlemen, Southampton's strongest women. What's happened? And then we move on to the men's masters. A very closely fought battle, especially for the podium spots. But I'm very happy to say in third place was John Weddle! And another dog. One. With Lola as well. There we go. And then in second place, the barbell's very own, Mr. Lee Digger! Very happy for you, thank you. Lee, an incredible yoke into log run, that was super speedy. And also very speedy on the power stairs to solidify that podium position. That does mean there could be only one winner, and with a dominant performance, your Southampton's strongest men's master is Adam Kitchener! Very well done, mate. Yeah, it's a disgrace, isn't it, Lola? Disgrace. Very good, ladies and gentlemen, Southampton's strongest masters! Right?
That's it.
And then what a finish we had to the men's opens category. Again, lots of great performances, some really tight points throughout. But in third place, we have the Dennis Bazyuks. Dennis. We have a child this time. There we go. And then what it came down to for the win, didn't want to let his client win, unfortunately. In second place, it's Izzy. By just a couple of frames and half a point in the lead. We had Will Smith, Southampton's strongest man of 2025. Ladies and gentlemen, your Southampton's strongest men. Well done, gentlemen. If we can get all the athletes bunching in, all the athletes bunching in. We have one big group photo of everyone. We'll make it quick so we're not too hot and sweaty. Maybe if you're a bit shorter, you come up on the panel stairs. Gather round, gather round. What colour is it? You got a picture at all?
Yeah, I've got just the reg.
No, it's not. Is it a big one? SUV? I have an idea, but I don't know. It's I don't know. Ladies and gentlemen, Southampton's strongest athletes! Well done, everybody. Thank you for coming. Please make sure you bring your belongings home with you. We hope you have a lovely rest of your weekend. Thanks very much.
Thank you so much, mate. It's awesome.
Pleasure. Thank you for coming.
Thanks, mate.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Thank you. Appreciate it. Thank you. All good.
So thank you very much for staying with us all day. I hope you've had a wonderful time. We certainly have, and the athletes have just had a phenomenal performance. See some more photos taking place behind me. Yeah, thank you very much for staying tuned, and we'll be signing off very soon. But hopefully you've just had a wonderful, wonderful day.
Just such a great vibe.
Yes. Thank you very much for coming. Hope you enjoyed it.
Put a microphone down because this is all private. Thank you, mate.
Thank you, Ben.